Test anxiety is a very common experience that affects millions of students. It's not simply nervousness, it's an intense feeling of worry that can impair your academic performance. This happens when the pressure you put on yourself or the perceived stakes of the test becomes overwhelming. Recognizing this pattern is the crucial first step toward managing it. You must understand that anxiety is a physical and psychological response, but understanding how it works allows us to control it. Think of anxiety not as a flaw in your character, but as an overreaction by your body's fight or flight system. When you feel stressed, your brain signals danger, even if that danger is just a multiple-choice test. Our goal today is to rewire that signal so that instead of panic, your body registers focus and readiness. Here are 4 examples. Scheduled review sessions. Instead of cramming the night before, break your study time into manageable chunks spread over several days. Consistent learning blocks. The brain learns through repetition and consolidation. By spreading out your review, you allow your memory to process and solidify information naturally rather than overloading it right before the test. Visualization. Spend 5 minutes each day picturing yourself calmly taking the exam and feeling successful. Mental rehearsal. This technique is powerful because it trains your mind to associate the testing environment not with panic, but with competence. You are literally scripting success for your subconscious. The power pause. When you hit a difficult question, resist the urge to panic. Take 3 deep breaths and physically pause. Immediate grounding technique. When anxiety strikes, your physiological response is immediate. Pausing forces you to shift focus from the stressful thought back to your physical body, interrupting the cycle of panic before it escalates. Sleep hygiene. Prioritize 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep in the days leading up to the assessment. Cognitive restoration. Nothing can counteract anxiety better than a rested mind. Sleep isn't just for physical recovery, it is when your brain organizes and files away everything you studied, making that information accessible under pressure. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Shifting focus from outcome to process. Instead of worrying about the A grade, focus only on answering the current question accurately. High achievers often struggle with perfectionism, leading them to catastrophize failure. By narrowing your focus to the immediate task, the process of reading and responding, you reduce the emotional burden associated with the final result. Building self-efficacy. Each successful study session or practice quiz builds concrete evidence that you are capable. Self-efficacy is simply believing in your own ability to succeed. When you repeatedly prove to yourself, through preparation, that you can learn this material, the anxiety loses its perceived power over you. The body connection. Physical techniques like deep breathing directly signal safety to your nervous system. Anxiety is physical. When you hyperventilate or tense up, it sends signals of danger. Deep, slow diaphragmatic breathing counteracts this by activating your parasympathetic nervous system, the body's natural relaxer. When anxiety hits during an exam, your mind and body enter a negative feedback loop. Your thoughts become racing, "I'm going to fail," which increases your heart rate, leading to physical symptoms like shallow breathing or dizziness. This cycle makes it feel impossible to think clearly. The key is intentionally breaking that cycle using anchoring techniques. One highly effective anchor is radical acceptance. It means accepting the feeling of anxiety right now without fighting it. I am anxious right now. And that's okay. Accepting the emotion removes its power over you. Fighting an uncomfortable emotion only makes it stronger. By practicing radical acceptance, we are essentially teaching our brains that discomfort is not dangerous, it is merely a temporary feeling. This calmness allows your prefrontal cortex, the logical part of your brain, to regain control from the emotional amygdala. Here are 4 ways to practice. The night before, do not learn new material. Instead, review your cheat sheets of key concepts and formulas. The last night before an exam should be about calming the nervous system, not cramming facts. Gentle review helps consolidate existing knowledge without adding the stress of learning something difficult at the 11th hour. Morning ritual. Use 15 minutes to do a low-intensity activity, like stretching or listening to calm music. Rushing into an exam environment is stressful. Giving yourself a buffer timer ritual that signals preparation rather than panic helps your brain transition smoothly into a focused mindset. During the exam, read all instructions carefully before writing a single word. A lot of test anxiety is fueled by feeling unprepared for the format itself. By slowing down and reading every instruction twice, you reduce cognitive load and build immediate confidence in your ability to follow directions. Post-exam, plan a reward or activity immediately after submitting your paper. This simple act creates a positive closing loop. It gives your brain something concrete, something enjoyable to look forward to, signaling that the stress period is over and allowing you to transition out of high alert mode. Setting an achievable band score goal is the foundation of effective IELTS preparation. It means establishing a target that aligns with both your current proficiency and the requirements of your future plans. This process moves beyond simply aiming high. It requires strategic planning based on realistic benchmarks. An achievable goal acts as a roadmap, breaking down the massive task of improving English into manageable milestones. By doing this, you create motivation and focus where generalized study might otherwise fail. The key difference between a dream goal and an achievable one is that the latter is evidence-based. We aren't just guessing, we are using diagnostic feedback to plot a clear course of improvement. Think of this initial setting phase as defining your destination before you even start packing for the trip. Here are 5 examples. Take a diagnostic test first. Baseline measurement. Never start studying without knowing your starting point. A diagnostic test provides an objective measure of your true skills across all 4 modules: reading, writing, listening, and speaking. This score is the most accurate predictor of where you genuinely stand today. Analyze official band descriptors. Knowing the criteria. The descriptors are your ultimate reference guide. Instead of just aiming for a number like band 7, you must understand why that band is given. Knowing the specific criteria for coherence or lexical resource helps you target weaknesses precisely. Set incremental targets. Small steps upwards. Instead of aiming to jump 5 bands in 3 months, aim for a half-band increase every 4 weeks. These small, digestible goals build confidence and keep momentum high, preventing burnout. Identify skill gaps by module. Targeted weaknesses. It is rare for all 4 skills to be equally weak. If your writing score is consistently low but your reading is high, focus the majority of your time and energy on improving academic writing structures. Consult educational advisors. External validation. Do not rely solely on self-assessment. Professional guidance is valuable because they see patterns in your mistakes that you might overlook. They can help validate if the goal you set is appropriate for your background and resources. The most critical part of setting a goal is performing a deep skill gap analysis. This means moving past the overall score and looking at module-specific deficiencies. For instance, if your target requires you to jump from a band 5 to a band 7 in writing, the problem might not be grammar alone. It could be organizational structure, such as developing complex thesis statements or mastering appropriate linking words. You need to understand whether the gap is linguistic vocabulary or grammar or structural, the way the essay or talk is organized and presented. When you are reviewing sample essays or speaking recordings, don't just look for errors, listen for patterns of excellence that you can replicate. If a high-scoring model uses complex dependent clauses effectively, make mastering those specific structures your primary goal. Let's compare 4 pairs. Initial target score band X. Compare it with revised. Adjusting for effort. It is common to initially set a score based on what you want rather than what you can achieve. Always maintain a gap between your current diagnostic score and your immediate target. This buffer makes the goal feel attainable, which is crucial for sustained motivation. Focusing only on speaking. Balancing all 4 skills. Holistic improvement. While speaking can be the most fun module to practice, remember that a low score in writing or reading will severely drag down your overall average. True IELTS success requires balanced improvement across all 4 domains. Achieving band X score. Meeting university requirements band Y. Always confirm the exact band score required by your institution. Sometimes, a university may list band 6.5 or above, but they might specify that writing needs to be at least a band 7. Make sure you are targeting the highest specific requirement listed. Improving grammatical accuracy. Improving lexical range, vocabulary. Two different skills. While they relate, these are distinct. Accuracy means minimizing basic errors like subject-verb disagreement. Range relates to using a wide variety of advanced and academic vocabulary naturally within those error-free structures. Here are 4 ways to practice. Schedule weekly diagnostic modules. Regular testing. Don't wait until the end of your study period to take a full test. Dedicate time every week to practice specific modules under timed, exam-like conditions. This helps identify drifting weaknesses before they become major problems. Keep an error log. Tracking mistakes. This is perhaps the most powerful study tool you can develop. Every time a tutor or AI corrects you, do not just fix it, record it in a log. Group similar mistakes like incorrect articles or tense usage to systematically eliminate them. Practice speaking with native speakers. Fluency and idiom. While structured practice is good, nothing beats real-life conversation. Seek out speaking partners who can push you outside your comfort zone and correct natural flow issues to improve spontaneous fluency. Create a study timetable with metrics. Accountability planning. Your timetable should not just list study writing. Instead, it must specify the metric, write 3 body paragraphs using at least 5 complex sentences, and 10 academic collocations. This makes studying actionable and measurable. A diagnostic module is not just another practice test. It is a targeted assessment designed to pinpoint your exact academic weaknesses across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Instead of simply giving you a score, this process forces you to identify the why behind any underperformance. It helps separate gaps in knowledge like poor vocabulary recall for writing from gaps in technique, such as time management during reading passages. The goal is precision, ensuring that your study time is spent only on areas where improvement will yield the highest return. The key thing to remember about diagnosis is that it requires honesty with yourself. You cannot simply guess which skill is weak. You must actively analyze why you struggled in the test environment. Think of this module as a highly detailed X-ray for your English skills, not just a simple temperature check. Here are 4 examples. Listening, difficulty following rapid academic lectures. Focus, note-taking speed, complexity. The diagnostic confirms you catch details but lose the main thread when speech is dense. This isn't a listening comprehension issue, it's a processing speed issue under pressure. Your brain needs to simultaneously write down information and interpret complex context, which takes significant practice. Reading, failing to distinguish between inference and direct fact. Focus, reading for implication. The test shows you are great at finding explicit answers, but miss the author's hidden meaning. Inference questions require you to read between the lines, connecting 2 pieces of information that aren't directly linked by a comma or period. This skill is about making logical leaps based on textual evidence. Writing, over-reliance on simple sentence structures. Focus, grammatical range and complexity. The diagnosis reveals solid grammar but repetitive syntax. To boost your band score here, you need to move beyond subject-verb-object sentences. You must actively practice using dependent clauses and transitional phrases to build sophisticated sentence architecture. Speaking, pausing too frequently when searching for specific vocabulary. Focus, fluency versus lexical retrieval. The diagnosis shows you know the words, but your retrieval process significantly slows down your pace. Fluency isn't just about speaking fast, it's about minimizing those noticeable pauses where you are mentally scrambling for a word. This is often fixed through structured, timed conversation practice. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Efficiency and time management. You stop wasting time on topics you already understand. Since your study hours are limited, targeting weak spots is the most efficient use of energy. It prevents burnout from reviewing material that is already solid. Building confidence. Knowing your exact limitations reduces general test anxiety. When you approach a challenging skill with a concrete plan, for example, I need to improve my use of linking adverbs, the task feels manageable. This structured focus dramatically boosts confidence, creating an actionable plan. Diagnosis turns vague goals into measurable steps. A goal like, I want a better scores, is meaningless. A diagnosis, however, allows you to set micro goals, such as, in the next 2 weeks, I will write 5 paragraphs incorporating transitional phrases of contrast. This makes progress visible. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, assuming a single low score means you are fundamentally bad at the skill. Say, recognizing that one weak area simply indicates where targeted effort is needed. A poor performance on a single test day does not define your ability. It only defines your readiness on that particular day. Use the score as data, not as a permanent judgment of self-worth. Incorrect balance, studying every skill equally regardless of diagnostic results. Strategic focus, allocating 70% of your time to the weakest area and 30% to maintenance on strong areas. This is the core principle of efficiency. If the diagnosis shows speaking is your biggest hurdle, you must dedicate significantly more time there than in listening. Surface level fix, focusing only on the content gaps, e.g., missing vocabulary. Deep analysis, investigating the root cause. Is it poor memory, or is it a lack of exposure? Sometimes you don't know a word because you never encountered it in academic material. The fix isn't just memorizing. The fix is increasing your exposure to high-level, topic-specific discourse. Here are 4 ways to practice. Implement timed micro-practice sessions. Instead of full-length tests, dedicate 20 minutes solely to the single skill you flagged as weakest. Micro-sessions are less overwhelming and allow for intense focus on one specific mechanism. For instance, if your weakness is linking words and writing, only write 5 paragraphs focused only on integrating those structures. Curate resource pools. Build a dedicated folder of materials, academic articles, or TED Talks that specifically challenge the skills you identified as weak. Do not rely only on textbook exercises. Consume high-quality, authentic English content that forces your brain to engage with complex language structures and academic registers naturally. The feedback loop. After every practice session, document 3 things: what went well, what failed, and 1 specific technique to try next time. This step is crucial for self-correction. Never end a practice session without analyzing it. You must be your own most critical coach by noting exactly where you deviated from the optimal strategy. Integrate revision into daily life. Use targeted vocabulary and grammatical structures in your everyday English conversation or writing, even if it's just a journal entry. The ultimate goal is integration. If you diagnose a weakness in using conditional tenses, don't just practice them on paper. Try to use them actively when speaking with friends or family. Testing resilience isn't about eliminating stress. It's about building the ability to function effectively despite high levels of pressure. It means recognizing that anxiety is a normal physiological response, not necessarily a prediction of failure. Instead of fighting the feeling, we learn to use controlled breathing and refocusing techniques to manage it. Think of resilience as mental muscle strength. The more you practice these coping mechanisms in low-stakes environments, the stronger they become when it really matters. This preparation allows your true knowledge base to shine through. It's vital for students to understand that anxiety is a perceived threat, not an objective reality. When we reframe stress as excitement or focused energy, our bodies react differently, which can trick us into performing better. Remember that psychological preparation is just as critical as academic study time. Here are 4 examples. Instead of, I hope I do well, try, I am prepared to give my best effort. Shifting focus from outcome to process. Notice how the first phrase is passive and uncertain. The second statement puts you in an active role, which gives you a feeling of agency. This subtle shift changes your brain's internal conversation from worry to action. When stuck on a question, move on and come back later. Tactical self-regulation. The core mistake high achievers make is getting trapped by one difficult question. This technique teaches you to accept imperfection in the moment and prioritize moving forward, maintaining momentum. Visualizing success, imagine walking out of the exam feeling calm and confident. Positive mental rehearsal. Visualization is a powerful tool because it primes your brain for the expected experience. Don't just picture getting an A, picture the feeling of finishing and being proud of your effort. Preemptive breathing, taking 3 slow breaths before starting any module. Physiological reset. This isn't just a nice tip, it physically impacts your nervous system. Deep, controlled exhalation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for calming you down. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The fight or flight mechanism. High stress triggers adrenaline, preparing you for immediate physical danger. Our bodies are wired to react to predators, not multiple choice questions. When we mistake a test for a life threat, the resulting cortisol spike actually narrows our focus and impairs higher cognitive functions. Cognitive load theory. Anxious thoughts consume working memory that should be used for problem solving. Think of your brain's working memory like a limited amount of RAM on a computer. If you are spending processing power worrying about failing, you literally have less memories left to solve the actual problems. The Yerkes-Dodson law. Performance improves with moderate arousal but declines sharply with excessive stress. This law explains that there is an optimal level of excitement. We want to be energized, but we must avoid the point where anxiety completely overtakes focus. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Thinking in extremes, I must get a perfect score to be okay. Setting realistic metrics, my goal is to perform my absolute best, given the circumstances. Perfectionism often masks itself as high standards, but it's actually a form of self-sabotage. It sets an impossible bar that guarantees disappointment when reality falls short. Emotional linkage. If I don't know the answer immediately, I am failing. Separating knowledge from self-worth, it is acceptable to pause and acknowledge what I do not know right now. We must learn that a blank answer does not equate to a flawed identity. Our value as individuals is entirely separate from our performance on any single test. Catastrophizing, I need this score to define my entire future. Perspective taking, this score is just one data point in the incredibly complex picture of my life. When we catastrophize, our minds jump to the worst possible outcome. By forcing ourselves to see this test as just one data point, we regain perspective and reduce the emotional stakes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Simulate stressful conditions. Take practice tests in timed, uncomfortable settings to normalize the pressure. Don't just do a practice test, make it feel like the real thing. Sit somewhere you usually study, use limited breaks, and simulate the time constraints. This desensitization is key. Establish a pre-game routine. A consistent routine like light exercise or meditation the night before helps calm the nervous system. Routines are anchors for our minds. By performing the same calming actions consistently, you signal to your brain that even on test day, a predictable sense of safety is available. The 5-minute wind down. Before bed and before the test, avoid intense study sessions. Focus instead on relaxation. Your brain needs time to consolidate memories, which happens during rest. Cramming right up until bedtime often leads to burnout rather than retention. Post-test self-compassion. After the exam, regardless of how you think you did, acknowledge your effort and give yourself a reward. The recovery phase is often overlooked. By showing self-compassion immediately after, you teach your mind that even if performance was imperfect, it was safe and acceptable. Reaching a band 5 generally means you can communicate your meaning effectively enough for the task. You are understood, even if the language is simple or hesitant. However, Band 7 and above require something more than just clarity. They demand sophistication. It's about depth of thought, structural complexity, and natural fluency. Essentially, we are moving from merely communicating an idea to building a compelling argument. It's critical to understand that the examiner isn't looking for perfect grammar in every single sentence. Instead, they are evaluating your ability to manage complex ideas under timed pressure. Think of it less as a test of vocabulary and more as a demonstration of intellectual maturity. Here are 5 examples. It is important to remember that Band 5 transition phrase. This phrasing works, but it's very common and repetitive. To elevate this, try using a more sophisticated connective phrase that shows contrast or addition. Furthermore, data suggests that Band 7 plus transition phrase. Using academic signal phrases like this immediately raises your register. It shows you are integrating formal research or evidence into your argument flow. This problem is bad because simplistic causal link. Avoid overly simple causal language. Instead of saying something is bad, explain why it presents a detriment or obstacle to progress. A key factor contributing to this is advanced causal link. This phrase allows you to introduce complex causality. It signals that the underlying cause is multifaceted and worth detailed discussion. Consequently, policymakers should consider reforms. Strong conclusion recommendation. A Band 7 Plus response doesn't just summarize, it offers concrete, actionable recommendations. Using consequently links your evidence directly to a proposed solution. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Conceptual depth. Moving beyond surface-level descriptions to analyzing underlying causes. A Band 5 might list symptoms, but a high-scoring response explains the pathology. You must show that you can handle abstract ideas like globalization or systemic inequality. Cohesive mastery. Using linking words naturally so the text flows seamlessly from one idea to the next. Excellent cohesion isn't just about using however and therefore, it's about pronoun reference, thematic continuation, and ensuring every sentence feels organically connected to the preceding thought. Precision in register. Selecting vocabulary that is formal, objective, and appropriate for an academic audience. This means avoiding colloquialisms or overly emotional language. Your tone must remain detached and analytical, even when discussing highly charged topics. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Informal language and vague adjectives. This issue is a very big problem for the economy. Precise academic phrasing. This issue poses a significant challenge to economic stability. The key difference here is elevating simple adjectives like very bigs and vague nouns like problem. Always replace them with specific academic vocabulary. Passive voice and vague subjects. Many people agree that the government must do something. Academic nominalization. There is a prevailing consensus that governmental intervention is required. Instead of saying many people agree, use nominalizations like prevailing consensus. This immediately lends an air of formal, objective academic writing. Grammatical redundancy. The reason for this is because money is short. Concise, high-level vocabulary. This stems from a scarcity of capital. Watch out for common grammatical redundancy traps like the reason is because. Always opt for the most concise and sophisticated phrasing possible. Here are 4 ways to practice. The paraphrasing challenge. Take 5 complex sentences from academic articles and rewrite them 3 different ways without losing the core meaning. This exercise forces you to manipulate syntax and vocabulary simultaneously. It builds flexibility, which is crucial for high-scoring writing. Model analysis reading. Read Band 8 Plus essays or reports and actively highlight every transition phrase and advanced linking structure they use. Don't just read for content, read like a linguist. When you see a perfect link, analyze why it works as a contrast. Consequence? Addition. Topic. Specific vocabulary banking. Instead of learning random words, build themed lists, e.g., environmental degradation, economic policy. Focusing vocabulary into thematic units ensures that when you write about a topic, your language sounds cohesive and highly specialized. The outline method. Before writing any piece, create a detailed outline focusing only on the logical connections between paragraphs and ideas. A strong outline guarantees structural coherence. If your argument flows logically from point A to B, the examiner will reward you with a higher score in organization. The IELTS test is a marathon, not a sprint. Effective time management means knowing exactly how much time to allocate to each of the 4 skills. For example, in the listening section, you must balance careful note-taking with anticipating potential distractions. In reading, don't spend too long on one difficult passage, move on and come back if necessary. The writing module requires pacing, enough time for planning, writing the body, and crucially, reviewing your grammar and cohesion. Even speaking needs timing. You must fill the allotted minutes without rambling or falling silent. By treating time as a resource you are actively managing, you greatly reduce stress and improve performance across all sections. Many students approach the test reactively, letting one difficult section dictate their pace for the rest of the exam. Think of timing not just as speed, but as strategic allocation. Learning to move efficiently between skills is key to maintaining cognitive energy throughout the full test duration. Here are 5 examples. Listening, active prediction. When the audio plays a gap-fill question, immediately predict the word type and length. Instead of just writing down what you hear, pause mentally and categorize the missing information, e.g., it's a measurement or a proper noun. Prediction is your superpower here. It forces your brain to listen for specific sounds rather than just processing general speech. If you know it needs a date format, your ear will be primed for numbers and slashes. Reading, skimming the main ideas. Spend the first 2 minutes skimming all passages to determine topic flow and structure. Do not get bogged down in details initially. Your goal is mapping the article's overall argument before tackling specific questions. Skimming helps you build a mental roadmap of the material. When you encounter a question, you know exactly where to look because you've already mapped out the text geography. Writing Task 1. Time boxing data analysis. Dedicate no more than 5 minutes to analyzing graphs and charts. Focus only on the highest highs and lowest lows. Do not list every single data point presented. Task achievement relies on selection, not exhaustive reporting. High scorers select only the most impactful trends and comparisons to keep their report concise and analytical. Writing Task 2. The outline rule. Spend exactly 10 minutes planning your essay structure before writing a single sentence. Your outline should detail topic sentences for every body paragraph and the conclusion's key takeaway. Planning prevents writing paralysis. By having a solid structural foundation, you can write with confidence, knowing that every subsequent sentence serves a clear purpose. Speaking, the buffer phrase. Start complex answers using flexible introductory phrases like, to address your point, or I would argue that. This buys you valuable thinking time while sounding natural and coherent. These buffer phrases are linguistic safety nets. They give your brain a microsecond pause to organize the next idea without the examiner noticing any hesitation, maintaining fluency. Let's compare 4 pairs. Spends too much time on one difficult reading passage. Reads quickly for main ideas and allocates equal time across all passages. Pacing mastery. A weak candidate gets stuck in the details, which drastically lowers their overall score. The strong candidate manages risk by moving on, knowing they can return to challenging material if time allows. Ushers through writing tasks due to anxiety. Practices a strict 4-stage cycle: plan, draft, review grammar, polish cohesion. Structured drafting. The difference here is methodical effort. Rushing often leads to grammatical errors and structural collapse. The high scorer controls their output through intentional review stages. Stop speaking mid-sentence when unsure of vocabulary. Use a circumlocution describing a word or concept using simpler, known vocabulary. Maintaining flow. Fluency is more important than perfect vocabulary. When you can't recall the exact word, describing it effectively keeps your speaking momentum going and impresses the examiner with adaptability. Reads instructions multiple times, wasting precious minutes. Pre-reading strategies. Quickly scan all question types first to understand the testing format. Or active preparation. Don't waste time figuring out how you are going to be tested. Before starting any section, quickly reviewing the instructions helps your brain switch into test mode, conserving valuable seconds. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reduces cognitive load. When you manage time well, your brain doesn't waste energy worrying about running out of time. Worrying distracts you from the actual task. By being efficient with timing, you free up mental bandwidth that can be used to focus purely on complex language features or nuanced meaning. Ensures comprehensive coverage. It guarantees that all 4 skills are addressed proportionally and that no section is left incomplete. A high band score requires balance. If you perform perfectly in 3 sections but fail to finish the 4th due to poor pacing, your overall score will suffer significantly. Builds test stamina. Regular time-pressured practice trains you to maintain peak focus for extended periods. Taking a test is physically and mentally exhausting. By simulating time conditions repeatedly, you build the necessary stamina to perform at your best even when fatigued. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timed simulation drill. Take a full passage or listening test section and strictly time yourself. Count down the minutes to force maximum efficiency. Do this at home using only your phone timer. The goal is not perfection right now. The goal is simply building the habit of adhering to rigid time limits. The micro goals technique for writing. Break down writing tasks into segmented mini deadlines, 3 minutes for thesis, 7 minutes for body paragraph 1, etc. By setting these smaller targets, you make the intimidating task of writing a long essay feel manageable. Success in one micro goal builds momentum toward the next. Speed reading game. Find articles on topics you like and practice reading them aloud while strictly timing yourself to see if you can maintain speed without losing comprehension. This bridges your reading skills with your speaking stamina. It's a fantastic way to build the automaticity needed for fast, accurate output under pressure. The Zero Distraction Mock Test. Take at least 1 full past paper mock test in an environment where phones are off and you cannot take breaks. Treat it like exam day. Consistency is key to performance optimization. Simulating the real-life, uninterrupted pressure of the actual exam helps normalize the time constraints and build true confidence. Effective goal setting is much more than just wishing for a higher score. We need to make our goals highly specific and measurable. Think about applying the SMART framework: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Instead of simply saying, "I want to improve my IELTS score," we must operationalize that desire into clear academic targets. This detailed approach turns vague hopes into actionable plans, giving you a true roadmap for success. Remember that the goal isn't just getting a high band, it's about mastering specific skills. By making your goals measurable, you create checkpoints that allow you to track progress objectively. Don't confuse important with measurable. If you can't quantify the effort or the outcome, it's probably too vague. Here are 4 examples. Vague goal: I need to improve my speaking. Goal setting fail. This statement is too broad because it doesn't tell us how or what part of speaking needs work. Improvement could mean anything from pronunciation to vocabulary, so we lose focus immediately. Specific goal: I will use 3 new cohesive devices in every speaking part 2 response. Highly specific and measurable. This is excellent because it gives you a clear action and accountable metric. You know exactly what to listen for, practice, and count during your next mock test. Vague goal: I need to read more academic articles. Action lacking. While reading is great, simply saying more doesn't guide your practice. We need to link the activity to a specific IELTS skill requirement, like understanding complex arguments or identifying main ideas. Actionable goal: I will read 3 articles from The Economist this week and summarize the core argument for my writing task 2 practice. Integrated and time-bound. This goal is powerful because it integrates multiple skills: reading comprehension, summarizing, and writing. It connects a routine activity directly to an exam requirement. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Provides direction and focus. A roadmap keeps you from wasting time on low-impact activities. When you have a defined target, every study session has a purpose. This structure helps eliminate drift, which is when studying feels busy but unproductive. You are moving toward a specific destination. Boosts motivation and momentum. Seeing small victories builds confidence more effectively than just aiming for the final score. Achieving micro goals, like mastering one complex grammar structure or scoring highly on a single writing task, provides immediate dopamine hits. This positive reinforcement is what sustains your motivation over months of study. Allows for targeted review. It forces you to identify and prioritize the areas that need the most attention. Goal setting naturally acts as a diagnostic tool. If your goal is high in vocabulary, but you keep failing practice speaking tests on idiomatic language, you know exactly where to focus your next week of effort. Your roadmap needs to be cyclical, not linear. We must allocate time and energy across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking, while also focusing on the systemic gaps we identified in our earlier diagnostic modules. Dedicate specific skill days rather than just vague study blocks. For example, one week might focus 60% of your effort on academic vocabulary acquisition, while another focuses intensely on essay structure and coherence. The most crucial element is reviewing and adjusting your goals every 2 weeks. Testing yourself against these revised targets ensures that the plan remains realistic as your proficiency grows. The biggest mistake students make is treating their roadmap like a rigid contract. Life happens, and sometimes you get stuck or bored. Treat it more like a flexible guided consensus between you and your goal. If one area feels too overwhelming, break it down into even smaller steps to make the load manageable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Start with a minimum viable goal. Identify the one single most impactful change you can make in the next 7 days. Don't try to fix everything at once. That leads to burnout. Instead, pick one small area like expanding your linking words or mastering a specific article type and commit fully to it for 1 week only. Implement goal check-ins. Reviewing your goals and progress weekly builds accountability. Set a time once a week, maybe Sunday evening, just to look at your roadmap. Ask yourself, did I meet my mini goal? If not, why? And what is the smallest adjustment we can make for next week? Gather resources strategically. Match resources directly to a current goal. Don't collect materials randomly. If your goal this month is improving academic register in writing, then every book or article you read should be analyzed through that specific lens. This prevents information overload and maximizes efficiency. Celebrate the process. Acknowledge effort and consistency, not just final scores. Remember that the journey itself is where the real learning happens. Taking time to genuinely appreciate how far you've come builds a powerful positive association with studying, which is crucial for long-term success. Advanced listening isn't just about hearing words, it's an active process of constructing meaning. It requires focused attention and the ability to predict what comes next based on context clues. Instead of passively receiving sound, you must engage critically with every segment of speech. These strategies include anticipating shifts in topic and monitoring for subtle changes in tone or emphasis. Remember that sometimes the most important information is conveyed through inference, not explicit statements. Think of listening as detective work, where you are gathering clues rather than just taking notes. When a speaker pauses, don't assume they finished their thought. Instead, use that moment to predict what logical points might follow. This predictive skill keeps your brain engaged and ready for complex information. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The lecture today focused on the concept of cognitive load in professional learning environments. It's crucial that trainees aren't simply overloaded with theory, they need practical application immediately. We observed a significant discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. Therefore, I recommend structuring modules to incorporate short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. These breaks allow the brain time to consolidate recent information without losing momentum. Furthermore, using real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals will greatly enhance comprehension and retention rates among participants. Question 1. What is the main problem identified regarding trainee learning? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. This question tests your ability to pinpoint the central conflict. Often, advanced listening passages bury the key finding within descriptive language, so listen for contrasting ideas like discrepancies or however. Question 2. According to the speaker, what is the optimal break structure? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. This requires precise listening for specific numbers and recommendations. Don't just hear breaks, capture the timing recommendation because that is the core actionable data point. Question 3. What type of learning material does the speaker suggest using to improve comprehension? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals. This tests your ability to distinguish between general suggestions and specific recommendations. The phrase "rather than" is a major indicator that a contrast or preferred method is coming up. Here are 5 examples. Is crucial that means it is essential or vital. Use this when making a strong recommendation. When you hear crucial, the speaker is elevating the importance of the following statement. It signals that the information coming next is a core takeaway point for you to remember. Significant discrepancy. A notable difference or inconsistency between two things. This phrase is common in academic reports. It alerts you that the speaker is about to compare two variables that do not align perfectly, which is often where the main argument lies. Without losing momentum, maintaining pace or energy, continuing smoothly. This type of idiomatic phrase relates to process management. It helps you understand that the goal isn't just rest, but effective rest that keeps productivity high. Enhance comprehension, to improve or deepen understanding. Instead of simply saying help you understand, using enhanced signals a more formal academic context. This is vocabulary that will elevate your own speaking and writing. Abstract hypotheticals. Theoretical scenarios that are not based on reality. This phrase helped you categorize the type of example being given. If they contrast this with real-world case studies, you know exactly what kind of evidence is preferred. Listen again and fill in the missing words. It is crucial that trainees aren't simply blank with theory. They need practical application. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is overloaded. The verb overload here describes an excessive amount of input. When you hear a warning about too much information, training your ear to catch the root word will help you grasp the meaning quickly. A significant blank was observed between self-reported knowledge and actual performance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is discrepancy. This noun is used for inconsistencies. If a passage mentions two things that don't match, pay close attention to nouns like gap, variance, or discrepancy. These breaks allow the brain time to blank recent information without losing momentum. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consolidate. Consolidating means making something stronger or more stable. In learning, it refers to the process of moving short-term memories into longer-term storage. Using real-world case studies will greatly blank comprehension and retention rates. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is enhance. To enhance means to improve quality or value. This word is key for describing how a method improves the learning outcome, making it perfect for summarizing findings. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing technique. Immediately repeat what you hear, mimicking pronunciation and rhythm. Shadowing is highly effective because it forces your mouth muscles to keep up with native speed. It bridges the gap between understanding speech and physically producing it. Targeted dictation. Listen for specific phrases or vocabulary. writing them down word for word. This technique builds auditory accuracy. Instead of transcribing everything, pick a challenging phrase-like cognitive load and drill that one until it feels automatic. Pre-reading prediction. Skim the topic or article title before listening to guess key vocabulary. Never listen with zero context. By predicting the general theme, you prime your brain for related vocabulary and structures, making the actual input much easier to process. Summarizing in your head. After a paragraph, pause and internally summarize the main idea before moving on. This is pure active listening. It prevents mental drift where you hear words but don't connect them logically. You are constantly self-testing your comprehension. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Effective communication in a professional setting requires more than just grammatical correctness. It demands clarity and conciseness. When drafting emails or presenting data, always assume your audience is time-poor and highly intelligent. Therefore, the opening lines must immediately state the purpose of your message. Avoid unnecessary jargon unless you are certain everyone understands it. Furthermore, structure complex ideas using bullet points and clear headings to guide the reader's eye. Remember that brevity does not equal simplicity. True professionalism means conveying depth in the fewest possible words. Question 1. What is emphasized as being required for professional communication? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is clarity and conciseness, beyond just grammatical correctness. This question helps you shift focus from a single skill, like grammar, to the overall quality of the interaction. Listen for contrast words like more than or beyond. Question 2. What is the most important action when starting an email or presentation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is immediately stating the purpose of the message. This tests your ability to identify a crucial, actionable piece of advice. The phrase must immediately state signals this non-negotiable requirement for professional writing. Academic lectures are designed not just to test your comprehension, but also your critical thinking. A distractor is any piece of information presented in the lecture that sounds plausible or even true on its own, but which ultimately contradicts or fails to fully address the core question being asked. Identifying these false answers requires you to listen for implication rather than simply listening the key words. You must determine if the speaker's full intent supports the initial idea you picked up on. This process moves beyond simple note-taking and into active cognitive filtering. Think of a distractor as an excellent decoy. It looks real, but it's designed to throw you off course. Your goal isn't just to capture every word. Your objective is to track the main argument thread. Always keep asking yourself, is this the most important point the speaker wants me to remember? Here are 5 examples. Listen for keyword overload, the too specifics trap. If a speaker uses highly technical or very specific vocabulary to describe an example, take caution. Sometimes they use excessive detail simply to make the point sound authoritative, even if that detail is irrelevant to the main academic conclusion. The generality of the concept usually outweighs the specificity of the supporting fact. Track speaker pivots and transitions. The change point. Speakers rarely stick to one idea. Pay close attention to transitional phrases like, however, on the other hand, or what is more important. These markers signal that the speaker is explicitly correcting or refining a previous, possibly misleading, statement. Watch for qualifiers and caveats. The limitation clause. A qualifier limits the scope of an idea. Phrases such as, in most cases, under certain conditions, or generally speaking, are massive clues. They tell you that what was just said is not a universal academic truth, but rather an exception. Identify negation and correction. Direct reversal. The clearest signal of a distractor is direct negation. If the speaker says something and then immediately follows it up with, no, wait, or actually, that's incorrect, you must treat the second statement as the definitive answer. Filter for main idea versus supporting detail. Focus priority. Every lecture has a central thesis or core message. When you hear supporting details like names, dates, or secondary examples, mentally assign them a lower priority unless they are explicitly stated as crucial evidence for the main point. The highest level of listening comprehension involves tracking context shifts. This means recognizing when a speaker changes their frame of reference, moving from discussing history to methodology or from causality to consequence. When you detect this shift, mentally pause and reevaluate the premises they just established. A common distractor is the historical anecdote. While interesting, it might only serve as an illustration of a concept, not the core academic principle itself. Therefore, always ask, does this specific example change the general rule being discussed? If the answer is no, treat that detail as secondary information. Successful listeners don't just follow the path, they map the entire intellectual landscape the speaker draws for them. When you hear a pivot, it's not just a topic change, it's usually an opportunity to clarify the most important takeaway point. Let's compare 4 pairs. General anecdote, example. Core academic principle, rule. The difference between illustration and law. An anecdote is a single story that happened once, while the academic principle is the tested theory that applies universally. Always be skeptical of singular examples. They rarely represent the full scope of human knowledge or scientific law. Immediate description, what? Underlying implication, why? Focusing on cause versus effect. Sometimes a lecturer describes what happened, but the core answer you need relates to why it happened or how it impacts a broader system. Always listen for the causal relationship that links the action to the academic theory. Strong assertions, declarative. Qualified statements, hypothetical. The certainty level. When a speaker uses definitive language, they are making a strong claim. However, the most accurate academic answers often come from qualified statements that acknowledge complexity or multiple variables at play. High-frequency vocabulary. Content relevance idea. Don't over-index on specific words. It is tempting to believe that if you hear a word repeatedly, it must be the answer. Instead, focus your energy on tracking the concept or idea that surrounds that word. The idea itself carries more weight than the specialized terminology used. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-lecture setup. Predict the scope. Before listening, identify 3 key terms or questions you expect to be covered. This directs your focus. Preparing this way doesn't guarantee answers, but it primes your brain to listen for specific relationships between those concepts. If a distractor appears that doesn't connect back to one of your anticipated themes, dismiss it immediately. Active note, taking track relationships. Instead of writing full sentences, use symbols like TOS for causality and CAST for contrast. This system forces you to process the logical structure of the argument as it is spoken. If a speaker contradicts themselves, your symbol tracking will make that reversal visually obvious. Post-lecture review, map the thesis. Immediately write out the main thesis in one single sentence, using only your own words. This step forces you to synthesize all the information and discard the minor details. If you cannot create a clear, overarching thesis statement, it means you may have been misled by too many distractors. Mock practice, transcribe for shifts. Find academic podcasts or lectures and transcribe them specifically, marking every time the speaker changes direction. This structured practice helps you build muscle memory for identifying transitions. You are training your ear to hear the linguistic signals that accompany a shift in thought. Inferential listening is the advanced skill of understanding what is implied but not explicitly stated. It means picking up on the speaker's true meaning, their underlying emotion, or the tone they are conveying through subtle cues. Instead of just processing facts, you are reading between the lines, decoding the subtext of a conversation. This requires paying close attention to word choice, pauses, and changes in volume. Mastering inference moves your listening ability from simply understanding words to truly grasping intent. Think of it like being a detective. The speaker gives you clues, but they don't solve the case for you. You have to connect those scattered pieces of information like tone shifts or hesitation to deduce the overall message. This is crucial because in real-world conversations, people rarely say exactly what they mean. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The gallery attendant smiled politely. "Is there anything I can help you find today?" Mark sighed quietly. "Well, those Roman busts are lovely, naturally. But finding a clear label for the provenance of these pieces? That was surprisingly difficult." The attendant nodded quickly. Yes. We do have detailed records, but they are kept off-site." Mark shifted his weight. "Of course. I just thought it might be inconveniently managed. It makes appreciating the history feel a bit disorganized, don't you think?" A slight pause followed. "We try our best," the attendant finally replied, sounding much more hesitant than before. Question 1. What does Mark imply about the museum's record-keeping process? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he implies that the system is inefficient or poorly organized. This question tests inference because Mark never uses negative words. Instead, he framed his criticism using polite language like inconveniently managed. You must interpret his gentle suggestion of disorganization as a complaint about process. Question 2. What is the attendant's true feeling after hearing Mark's comment? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, she feels slightly defensive or uncomfortable. Listen for her change in tone. The initial polite smile gives way to a noticeable pause and a hesitant response, suggesting that Mark hit a nerve. Her words are minimal, but her tone conveys discomfort. Question 3. Why might the speaker have used the phrase naturalies? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, to act as a polite conversational buffer while making an underlying point. The use of filler or intensifier words like naturalies can signal that the speaker is trying to soften a criticism or introduce a sensitive topic. It acts as padding, making what follows sound less confrontational. Here are 5 examples. Surprisingly difficult. Meaning, it was harder than expected. Implied tone, mild disappointment. When someone says something was surprising, they are usually drawing attention to a negative element that they feel should have been obvious or easy to access. I just thought it might be. Meaning, I want to suggest this without being aggressive. Implied tone, tentative criticism. Starting a sentence with, I just thought, is almost always a softening mechanism. It allows the speaker to introduce disagreement or critique while maintaining plausible deniability. A bit disorganized. Meaning messy, not well planned. Implied tone, dismissive criticism. The use of qualifiers like a bit or slightly often weakens a statement, but in this context, it does not lessen the underlying meaning, it merely makes the critique sound more polite. We try our best. Meaning we are doing what we can. Implied tone, defensive but apologetic. This phrase is classic defensive language. It acknowledges the mistake while simultaneously signaling that external circumstances or lack of resources were the real blockers, not incompetence. Slightly more hesitant. Meaning less confident, more uncomfortable than before. Implied tone, increased tension. Paying attention to subtle shifts in vocal delivery like hesitation or a sudden change in pace is often more informative than listening to the actual words used. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The curator explained that the artifacts were moved to a separate storage area because they were too fragile for display, so visitors needed to blank their visit. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is plan. Using plan here is key because it suggests an action required by the listener. It moves beyond simply understanding information. You must infer what action or preparation is necessary based on the limitations mentioned. Mark noticed that despite the attendant's smile, her body language was tense, suggesting she felt quite blank about the conversation. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is uncomfortable. This tests non-verbal listening cues. When a speaker's words contradict their physical mannerisms, you must listen for the deeper meaning that is being communicated through body language. The attendant failed to fully address Mark's concern about organization. She merely offered vague assurances and tried to blank the topic. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is change. Inference here relates to conversational strategy. Changing the topics is a linguistic maneuver used when someone realizes they cannot defend their original position, thus signaling avoidance or defensiveness. Instead of apologizing directly, she instead minimized the issue by saying it was only a slight logistical hurdle which attempts to blank its importance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is downplay. To downplay means to make something seem less important than it is. Recognizing this rhetorical tactic allows you to understand the true emotional weight of the original problem. Here are 4 ways to practice: active listening and paraphrasing. Don't just hear the words, rephrase them mentally. Ask yourself, what is the speaker really saying? When you actively paraphrase, you force your brain to summarize the core meaning rather than getting stuck on specific vocabulary. This habit trains you to look for the main idea and the underlying emotion, focusing on contrastive pairs. Listen out for contrasting words like but, however, or although. These signal a tone shift or correction of an initial point. These conjunctions are linguistic signposts. They tell you that the speaker is about to pivot, correct themselves, or present opposing evidence. This moment is where most subtle meaning is hidden. Dictation and transcription. Transcribe short audio clips, paying special attention to filler words, like, and changes in pace. Transcribing forces you to slow down and analyze the sound of language. Hesitations and dramatic pauses are often indicators that the speaker is struggling with the truth or formulating a careful response. Shadowing. Repeat what native speakers say immediately after they say it, mimicking their rhythm and tone. This tip improves your auditory muscle memory. By focusing on matching natural intonation rises and falls, you become more attuned to the emotional coloring that accompanies spoken text. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. We must prioritize theoretical advancements in this field, suggested Dr. Chen. The current findings are merely incremental, nothing revolutionary. Professor Diaz leaned forward slightly. With all due respect, I think that approach neglects the practical reality of funding cycles. Theory is wonderful, but if we can't demonstrate immediate, measurable impact on real-world systems, who will even fund it? The department requires concrete data points, not just beautifully constructed models. Failing to acknowledge constraints makes our research sound rather idealistic. Question 1. What does Professor Diaz imply about Dr. Chen's focus? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he implies that the theoretical approach is impractical or unrealistic given current funding limitations. Professor Diaz uses politeness, with all due respect, to deliver a sharp critique. He doesn't say, your theory is useless. He frames it as being idealistic, which carries the same critical weight but sounds more academic. Question 2. What tone does Professor Diaz take when mentioning concrete data points? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a tone of urgency and pragmatism, bordering on skepticism. The shift to demanding tangibles like measurable impacts signals a change from academic discussion to professional accountability. The underlying message is, we need results now, not just ideas. When faced with rapid-fire questions, generalized reading strategies like skimming or scanning are not enough. We need a technique called active filtering. This is the ability to instantly triage information, deciding what detail is essential and discarding everything else that distracts you. Think of your brain as having multiple high-powered filters running at once. Instead of trying to absorb every word, your focus narrows immediately to keywords and transitional phrases that signal an answer or a limitation. This process requires compartmentalizing the information flow so you can maintain speed without sacrificing accuracy. Active filtering is essentially mental triage. It's not about reading faster, it's about thinking smarter while you read. When pressure mounts, our natural tendency is to panic and try to reread everything we just saw. By intentionally practicing active filtering, you train your brain to trust the first few keywords that suggest relevance, allowing you to move on immediately. Here are 4 examples. The primary cause of the disruption was insufficient resource allocation. Focusing on primary cause and insufficient resource allocation. Notice how the student's eyes don't just follow the words. They zero in immediately when they see a core noun phrase like primary cause. The selective reading tells you exactly what kind of information to listen for next. It acts as an immediate mental flag, which led directly to a cascade failure across the entire network. Identifying consequential language directly to and cascade failure. The phrase led directly to is an indicator of causality. In rapid-fire questioning, these connectors are gold mines because they establish cause and effect instantly. They signal that the following piece of information is crucial for answering a wise question. However, preliminary data showed promising results in the beta trial. Recognizing contrasting signals, however. When you see a contrast word like however, it's critical to pause your filtering process for a microsecond. These words signal an unexpected shift or complication, and failing to register that change is often the mistake that leads to a wrong answer. The final recommendation remains cautious until further longitudinal studies are published. Identifying limiting language remains cautious and until. The use of words like remains, cautious, or until often signals a limitation or condition. If you hear this, your job isn't to memorize facts, it's to remember the conditions under which those facts are true. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a narrative essay, flow. Processing rapid-fire questions, staccato. Focus on continuity versus discrete points. A narrative essay requires you to maintain emotional and thematic flow from sentence to sentence. In comparison, rapid-fire questions force your brain into a staccato mode. You are extracting isolated facts quickly. You must switch from storytelling absorption to bullet point retrieval. Academic definition, single concept. Interview transcript, multiple perspectives. Focus on scope, deep dive versus breadth. When reading a single academic definition, your focus is deep and narrow. You are seeking one perfect understanding. But in an interview transcript, the subject might give 5 conflicting opinions in 10 minutes. Your skill must broaden to track who said what and when. Scanning for names, inferring tone. From what to how. Sometimes the question isn't about a specific date or name. It's about whether the speaker sounded skeptical, enthusiastic, or regretful. This requires moving beyond surface-level keywords and actively listening for subtle shifts in tone and emphasis throughout the passage. Reading to confirm, recall, verification. Reading to adapt strategy, problem solving. From checking known facts to planning unknown ones. If you are simply verifying what you already think you know, your filtering is passive. But if the question requires you to solve a problem using the text, for example, proposing an alternative solution, your reading becomes active and adaptive. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To maintain speed under pressure, candidates must first establish a clear mental framework and identify core concepts. This process requires active one-eyes of information rather than passive absorption. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is filtering. The word filtering is key because it encapsulates the entire strategy we discussed. It implies that you are not taking everything in, you are deliberately selecting only what passes your mental criteria for relevance, which saves massive amounts of cognitive energy. When processing rapid-fire data, pay special attention to linguistic cues like however and, consequently, as these signal a change or important relationship between ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is linguistic. Linguistic here refers specifically to the language markers, the transition words. Being aware of these connectors allows you to predict what kind of information is coming next, giving your brain a head start before the speaker even says it. Effective preparation involves simulating high-pressure environments and practicing focused retrieval drills rather than just rereading material. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is retrieval. The difference between rereading and retrieval drilling is monumental. Rereading gives you a false sense of security because the information is right there on the page. Retrieval practice forces your brain to build stronger, faster memory pathways. Remember that speed should always be balanced with accuracy. Never sacrifice careful analysis for the sake of simply moving quickly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is accuracy. Accuracy is the ultimate goal. Speed is merely a tool to reach it, not an end in itself. If you prioritize going fast and miss one critical detail, like a negation or a qualification, the entire answer becomes incorrect. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-visualization, mental warm-ups. Before the assessment begins, spend time visualizing yourself successfully navigating a rapid Q&A session. Picture specific moments where you will apply active filtering. Visualization is a powerful cognitive tool. It helps bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and actual performance under stress. By rehearsing the feeling of calm focus, you prime your brain to execute that strategy when the real pressure hits. Physical grounding techniques. If you feel overwhelmed or panicky during the test, take a single deep breath and use grounding techniques. This resets your physiological state before you try to read again. Stress triggers a fight or flight response that severely impairs complex thinking skills like active filtering. A controlled breathing exercise immediately signals safety to your nervous system, allowing the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for advanced thought, to come back online. The pause and verifies habit. After answering a question, resist the urge to rush to the next one. Take half a second to mentally confirm that your answer addresses the exact prompt given. Many students lose points, not because they don't know the information, but because they answered an adjacent or related question. This brief pause acts as a crucial quality control checkpoint, ensuring alignment between the query and your response. Simulated environment, timed drills. Practice receiving rapid-fire questions from peers or tutors with extremely tight time limits. Treat these sessions like the real thing to build stamina. You cannot improve endurance without training for it. The goal here is not just content mastery, but conditioning your mind to operate at peak efficiency when resources, time, and focus are scarce. Consistent timed drills simulate that scarcity. Following complex arguments requires more than just paying attention to words. You need to listen like a map maker, tracking how the speaker moves from one point of view to the next. The challenge isn't understanding vocabulary, it's maintaining focus through shifts in logic and evidence. Key strategies involve identifying signposting language words that signal a transition or a contrast and building mental frameworks for the information. Always ask yourself, how does this new piece of information relate to what was just said? When you hear a complex monologue, resist the urge to take notes on every single detail. Instead, focus your listening energy on identifying the structural pillars of the argument. Think of yourself as an academic researcher who is organizing the talker's outline in real time. This meta-awareness, knowing how they are building their cases, what distinguishes advanced listeners. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The transition from industrial manufacturing to a service-based economy represents one of the most profound shifts in modern history. Initially, wealth was measured by output by goods produced in factories. However, today, value is increasingly derived from intangible assets like data, knowledge, and human interaction. This shift has fundamentally altered urban planning, leading to the growth of specialized business districts rather than homogeneous factory towns. Consequently, workers are now required to possess emotional intelligence alongside technical skills. Moreover, this reliance on information means that education must constantly adapt. Simply accumulating facts is no longer sufficient. Instead, adaptive critical thinking and cross-disciplinary fluency have become the most valuable commodities in the contemporary market. Question 1. According to the passage, what defines values in a service-based economy? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is intangible assets such as data, knowledge, and human interaction. This question tests your ability to synthesize a definition. You shouldn't just listen for one word. You must capture the scopes of what defines value in this new economic model. This is crucial when speakers use broad generalizations. Question 2. How has the shift in economy impacted urban development? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it led to the growth of specialized business districts rather than homogeneous factory towns. Here, we are tracking a cause and effect relationship. Listen specifically for transition words like consequently's or leading to. These signal that the speaker is explaining a physical result based on an abstract change. Question 3. What does the passage suggest about modern educational needs? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they must prioritize adaptive critical thinking and cross-disciplinary fluency. The key takeaway here isn't memorizing a list, but identifying the shift in priority. The speaker explicitly states what is no longer sufficient, which helps you pinpoint the most important concepts. Here are 5 examples. Consequently, used to show a direct result or effect of the previous point, signals a logical consequence. This is one of the most common signpost phrases in academic speech. When you hear consequently, mentally pause and prepare for the speaker to deliver the answer or outcome based on what they just said. It's your signal that the argument is concluding a point. Fundamentally altered indicates a deep and profound change, not just a superficial one. Notice how this phrase elevates the meaning. It tells you that the shift we are discussing isn't minor. It changes the core structure or nature of something entirely. Use this concept when identifying the magnitude of the speaker's claim. Intangible assets refers to non-physical things that have economic value, like data or reputation. This is powerful academic vocabulary. When you hear intangible, think of the contrast. They are stressing that these valuable items cannot be touched or seen, which helps solidify the concept in your mind. Cross-disciplinary fluency. The ability to connect and fluently use knowledge from multiple different academic fields. This phrase captures a modern challenge. It means the speaker isn't just talking about knowing many things. They are talking about connecting those disparate areas of knowledge in practical ways. Commodities. Goods or resources that can be bought and sold. Here, it refers to skills. The word commodities usually relates to physical goods like oil or grain. But here, the speaker uses it metaphorically for skills. Recognizing this figurative use shows a deeper grasp of academic discourse. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The primary challenge is that students often struggle to blank abstract concepts into concrete examples. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is translate. This sentence addresses a common academic difficulty. Translate here doesn't mean language, but moving from theory to practice from the general idea to a specific, usable example. Keep this figurative meaning in mind. To truly grasp the material, they must be able to blank multiple perspectives simultaneously. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consider. The verb consider means more than just thinking about something. It implies giving equal weight and intellectual space to different viewpoints. When you hear this in a lecture, know that the speaker wants you to weigh pros and cons. Experts suggest adopting a system of visual aids to better blank complex relationships. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is visualize. If the speaker mentions visualization, they are telling you to stop listening solely with your ears and start imagining diagrams or maps in your mind. This is an active way to process difficult information. Therefore, reading deeply requires moving beyond simple skimming and instead blank a synthesis of ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is requiring. The word synthesis is critical in academic writing. It means combining separate parts into a coherent whole. When you read or listen for it, your goal isn't to list facts, but to build the connections between them. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prediction and forecasting. Before the speaker moves on, pause mentally and predict 3 possible next points. This primes your brain for specific vocabulary or argument shifts. Don't wait for the expert to give you a topic. Start forming hypotheses yourself based on the last few minutes of the talk. If they are talking about globalization, predicting topics like cultural impacts or labor law keeps you ready. The power of summarizing mid-passage. After every major point, say 30 to 45 seconds, pause and orally summarize what the speaker just said in your own words. This forces immediate retrieval. This is an unparalleled technique for boosting active listening. By forcing yourself to speak the summary out loud, you move the information from passive hearing into active memory recall, significantly improving retention. Listening for rhetorical devices. Pay attention to humor, vivid examples, or rhetorical questions. These signal where the speaker wants your focus to land. Academics use these devices intentionally. If a speaker tells a really compelling story or uses hyperbole, they are almost certainly building up to their most important conclusion. Treat those dramatic moments as signposts. The signposting checklist. Keep an ear out for phrases like, on the other hand, to reiterate, or in summary. These signal a structural shift. These linguistic cues are your roadmap. When you hear, on the other hand, immediately know that what follows is not agreeing with the previous point. It's a direct counterargument, and you must adjust your mental framework accordingly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Behavioral economics challenges classical assumptions that people always make purely rational decisions. For instance, studies show that we often fall victim to framing effects, where how information is presented influences our choices, regardless of the actual facts. People are far more likely to buy a product described as having 90% success than one with 10% failure. This bias isn't about intelligence. It's a deeply rooted psychological shortcut. Furthermore, decision-making in groups often suffers from herd mentality. Individuals tend to follow the perceived majority action even when they suspect a better alternative exists. Understanding these cognitive biases allows us not only to make better personal choices, but also to design more ethical public policies. Question 1. What is the core challenge that behavioral economics addresses? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the assumption that human decisions are always purely rational. This question requires you to grasp the thesis of the entire passage. Don't get bogged down in examples. Identify the main argument or foundational premise the speaker is disputing. Question 2. In what way does framing effects influence consumer choices? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it makes people more susceptible to how information is presented rather than just its objective content. Focus on the causality here. The key insight is that the presentation, the frame, overrides the factual reality. This shows a deep understanding of the speaker's warning. Multi-speaker dynamics refer to how conversation flows when more than one person is talking. It involves tracking who speaks, when they speak, and what their relationship is to the ongoing discussion. Instead of just listening for words, you must listen for changes in speaker and tone. This skill requires active attention to conversational cues like pauses or shifts in topic. Mastering this helps you understand the full scope of an interaction, not just isolated statements. Think of multi-speaker dynamics as a conversation's architecture. You aren't just gathering bricks the words, you are mapping the blueprint that shows how those ideas connect and move from one person to the next. This holistic view is key to advanced listening comprehension. Here are 5 examples. Well, she started, if we look at the budget, verbal turn, taking marker. The word well is a conversational placeholder. It signals that the speaker is about to pivot or begin their thought after a pause. Recognizing these markers helps you anticipate the direction of the conversation. No, wait, I disagree. Interruption. Disruptive turn. Interjections like this are powerful because they immediately change the focus and challenge a preceding statement. When you hear an interruption, it means disagreement or urgent clarification is incoming. Long pause followed by so, signaling transition hesitation. A noticeable pause often requires the listener to hold their thoughts and wait for the next segment. The speaker is gathering their ideas, so be prepared for a major shift in direction when they finally start talking. To build on what John said, affirmative continuation. This specific phrase tells you that the current speaker is supporting or expanding upon a previous point. It helps maintain continuity and shows how ideas are building together rather than being separate arguments. Shifting body language tone. Non-verbal cue. Remember that conversation isn't just sound, it includes tone and physical cues. A shift in posture or a change in pitch can signal emotional stress or sudden realization, even if the words remain neutral. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic settings, seminars. Understanding who is citing whom or which argument was refuted. In academic discussions, identifying the flow of evidence is critical. If you miss who said what, you lose the entire chain of logic. You need to be able to map out premises and conclusions accurately. Professional meetings. Distinguishing between an opinion, a factual statement, and a proposed action. Professionally, you must know the difference between someone merely venting frustration versus someone offering a concrete solution. Tracking voices helps you filter out noise and find actionable intelligence. Improving empathy. Gaining insight into underlying emotional states or relationship dynamics. Advanced listeners use this skill to understand the subtext, the emotions that aren't spoken aloud. It allows you to grasp the true intent behind a person's words, regardless of their tone. Beyond simply tracking who speaks next, high-level listeners analyze the act role each speaker is playing. Are they the questioner, forcing clarity? Are they the dominator, taking up most of the airtime? Or are they the supporter, validating previous points? Understanding these roles helps you predict what will happen next and where the conversation might be heading. Think of yourself as a literary critic analyzing human behavior. You aren't just listening for information, you are reading the script. By identifying if someone is dominating or questioning, you can anticipate areas of conflict or areas needing more detail. This moves your comprehension from passive reception to active analysis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active note-taking. Don't write down facts, draw diagrams showing the flow of ideas and who introduced them. When you listen to a debate, try mapping it visually. Use arrows to show how idea A leads to counter idea B, which is then supported by speaker C. This physical act forces your brain to track relationships, not just words. Listen for the pivot point. When a speaker uses transitional phrases like however or on the other hand, prepare for an opposing view. These specific transition signals are massive clues. They don't just start a new topic, they signal a change in perspective, forcing you to recalibrate your understanding of the argument. Shadowing techniques. Listen and immediately try to summarize or paraphrase what you heard before moving on. This is excellent practice for real-time comprehension. It forces you to process information instantly, verifying that you understood the speaker's key takeaway before they could move past it. Watch structured media. Focus on TED Talks or courtroom dramas with clear speakers and structured arguments. These sources are ideal because they contain strong dramatic arcs, meaning the conversation flow is highly intentional. By practicing this skill in controlled settings, you build confidence for unpredictable real-life talks. Listening to English spoken with diverse accents can feel overwhelming at first. It's not just about hearing the words, it's about recognizing the patterns of rhythm and sound that deviate from what we are used to. The key strategy here is active anticipation. Instead of trying to catch every single word, try to predict the next concept or phrase based on the context provided. This mental preparation allows your brain to fill in those phonetic gaps caused by unfamiliar sounds. Remember that listening is a skill, not an innate ability. When you encounter an accent you don't recognize, resist the urge to freeze up. Instead, try focusing solely on the stressed syllables and the emotional tone of the speaker. This technique helps you maintain comprehension even when your ear hasn't mapped those specific sounds before. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Speaking in an international setting, you must adjust to a wide array of English accents. For instance, the difference between Caribbean, Indian, and Australian English is immense. It requires more than just knowing vocabulary, it demands phonetic flexibility. Good global communicators don't get flustered by unfamiliar sounds. They employ active listening strategies, like paraphrasing what they heard immediately to confirm their understanding. This constant verification helps bridge the gap between varied speech patterns and clear comprehension. Remember that sometimes slowing down is necessary for both parties involved. It's more important to be understood than it is to sound perfectly polished. Question 1. According to the passage, what does phonetic flexibilities refer to? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it refers to the ability to adapt your hearing and understanding to various non-standard English sounds. This question targets your ability to infer meaning. The speaker doesn't define the term directly, so you must recognize its function in the context of diverse accents being mentioned. Question 2. What strategy do good global communicators use to confirm understanding? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they paraphrase what they heard immediately. This tests your ability to pick out specific, actionable advice. Pay attention to linking phrases like for instance or like, because the key information often follows those signposts. Question 3. Why is slowing down sometimes necessary? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it is needed for both parties involved during conversations with diverse accents. This requires you to synthesize two pieces of related advice. Notice how the passage frames this as a mutual benefit, not just a suggestion from one person. Here are 5 examples. Diverse accents, meaning many different types of speech patterns. This phrase is central to the whole lesson. Instead of just saying different accents, using diverse accents sounds more academic and professional, elevating your vocabulary immediately. Phonetic flexibility, meaning the mental ability to adjust how you hear and process varied speech sounds. This is a higher-level term that describes how you listen, not just what you hear. When discussing language skills, using this kind of terminology makes your argument sound much more informed. Global communicators, meaning people who communicate across various cultures and international boundaries. This noun phrase helps you pinpoint the subject of conversation, the person capable of handling these diverse challenges. It gives a clear picture of the role we are discussing. Paraphrasing what they heard, meaning restating someone's message in your own words to confirm accuracy. This is not just a listening strategy, it's also an excellent conversational tool. It shows the speaker that you are paying close attention and confirms mutual understanding, which builds rapport. Bridge the gap, meaning to connect two things or solve a difference between them. Idioms are fantastic for sounding natural and fluent. When you hear bridge the gap, think of it as solving a communication problem, making your speech much richer. Listen again and fill in the missing words. If you want to improve your listening skills regarding different accents, you should try to actively blank what is said. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is paraphrase. The word paraphrase here emphasizes active recall. It means immediately rephrasing the meaning in your own words, which forces your brain to process the information deeper than just recognizing sounds. To improve phonetic flexibility, listening to native speakers from various regions is very blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is beneficial. This sentence reinforces vocabulary related to learning. Beneficial is a strong adjective to use when talking about the positive outcomes of language practice. When you hear an unfamiliar sound, don't worry, simply focus on the main idea and try to blank it mentally. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist means the core or general substance. This is a crucial tip for listening under pressure. If you miss details, aim to grasp the overall message instead. Remember that consistent practice will help your ear become more blank to unusual speech patterns. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is accustomed. Using accustomed shows familiarity with a concept. This word choice suggests that regular exposure leads not just to knowledge, but to comfort and natural ability. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening. Don't just wait for your turn to speak. Focus on the speaker's intent and tone, not just their words. Active listening is about being mentally present. Instead of preparing your reply while they talk, focus 100% on absorbing their message. The emotional context is often as important as the facts. Listen to short passages and write down exactly what you hear, including punctuation. This owns your spelling and phonetic accuracy. This technique links listening directly with writing. It forces you to pay attention to subtle sounds like versus is, which are often missed when just reading. Shadowing. Listen to a native speaker and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm, intonation, and speed. This trains your mouth muscles and your ears simultaneously. It's not enough to understand the sound. You must be able to reproduce its music the flow of spoken English. Immersion media. Watch films or podcasts from various countries with captions turned off, forcing you to rely solely on your auditory skills. The key here is no safety net. Turning off subtitles forces a higher level of engagement. Try seeking out content specifically featuring multilingual dialogue. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. In professional meetings, you might encounter highly specialized jargon from different regional accents. For example, a financial report delivered with strong Scottish accents requires focused attention on industry-specific terminology. Effective professionals quickly filter out the accent variations and zero in on the core data points. They learn to interpret technical vocabulary regardless of how it is pronounced. This skill allows them to facilitate clear decisions, ensuring that no critical piece of information is lost due to phonetic differences. It's less about mastering every single dialect and more about achieving clarity under pressure. Question 1. What does the passage suggest is required when dealing with specialized jargon? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to filter out accent variations and focus intensely on core data points, regardless of pronunciation. This question tests your understanding of conditional skill. It tells us that in a professional setting, mere comprehension isn't enough. You need the ability to process complex information under challenging acoustic conditions. Question 2. What is the ultimate goal of developing this listening skill? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to facilitate clear decisions and ensure no critical information is lost due to phonetic differences. The passage frames this skill as having a high-stakes outcome. By linking the skill back to facilitating clear decisions, you understand its practical value in real-world, professional contexts. Listening note-taking is far more than just writing down words. It's about processing and structuring complex information in real time. The biggest challenge is managing cognitive load. You have to listen, understand, write simultaneously. To combat this, we need systems that prioritize structure over mere transcription. Instead of trying to capture every detail, focus on identifying the main arguments, key supporting evidence, and the overall relationship between ideas. Think of your notes like an outline, a clear hierarchy that shows how concepts connect. When you hear information presented in a lecture or meeting, your brain naturally wants to grab everything. The mistake most students make is trying to be stenographers. Remember that good note-taking isn't about quantity, it's about identifying the skeleton of the conversation, the thesis statements, and the major supporting pillars. This skill requires training you to listen for patterns. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Good project planning relies heavily on establishing clear milestones and resource allocation. First, always define the scope precisely. What are we including? And perhaps more importantly, what are we deliberately excluding? Second, break the overall goal into manageable phases. Instead of viewing it as one massive task, divide it into 3 or 4 distinct stages with measurable outcomes. For example, a software launch isn't just finished, it involves alpha testing, beta deployment, and final market review. Finally, ensure that every team member understands their specific role and deadline to avoid bottlenecks. Consistency in communication is key to keeping these milestones on track. Question 1. According to the passage, what is the first crucial step in effective project planning? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is defining the scope precisely by knowing what is included and excluded. This question tests your ability to identify a sequential process. Notice that while defining goals sounds right, the speaker emphasizes defining the scope, which is a more granular action. You must listen for specific verbs and modifiers like deliberately excluding. Question 2. How should large projects be approached structurally? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they should be broken down into 3 or 4 distinct, manageable phases. When we talk about structure, the speaker gives a specific number and method, dividing it into manageable phases. This shows you need to listen for quantifiers and structural metaphors like dividing it into. Question 3. What is highlighted as key to maintaining project timelines? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is consistency in team communication, ensuring everyone knows their role and deadline. The conclusion of the passage wraps up with a critical takeaway. This question requires you to synthesize the final points. It's not just about deadlines, but the consistent communications that keeps everyone aligned. Here are 5 examples. Rely heavily on means depend strongly on. Use this when identifying core principles or requirements. When you hear rely heavily on, the speaker is signaling a foundational idea. This phrase helps you categorize information as essential, so you know it needs to be placed at the top of your outline. Deliberately excluding means purposefully leaving something out. It signals boundaries or limitations. This is excellent for structuring notes because it tells you where the conversation draws a line. It's not enough to know what they included. You must note what they actively decided not to include. Manageable phases. Small, achievable stages. Use this when the speaker suggests breaking down a big task. This phrase is key for outlining methodology. It tells you that a massive concept needs to be broken into smaller, bite-sized chunks. Always look out for synonyms like stages or steps. Measurable outcomes. Results that can be quantified or tested, e.g., a specific percentage increase. If the speaker mentions measurable outcomes, your note-taking focus should immediately shift to numbers and benchmarks. These are the concrete data points that define success and are highly valuable in reports. Avoid bottlenecks. To prevent slowdowns or blockages in a process. This is an idiomatic phrase related to workflow. When you hear it, think of the cause of the blockages at communication. Resources? Skills? And write that cause down as your note. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To ensure your notes are structured, always use a clear heading system for each section. This helps you to blank which idea belongs where. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is classify. The word classify is crucial here because it refers to grouping ideas by similarity or category. Simply writing bullet points isn't enough. You need distinct organizational labels like causes, solutions, and impact. When taking notes on a process, use numbered lists for sequence and headings for main subjects. This allows you to blank the overall flow of information. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is track. The verb track suggests monitoring progress or movement from one point to another. In note-taking, this means ensuring that your notes follow a logical path. If idea A leads to idea B, make sure that connection is visible. Before the presentation begins, quickly skim the slides and review any provided materials. This process helps you blank key vocabulary. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anticipate. The verb anticipate is about prediction. By pre-reading, you prime your brain to listen for certain terminology or concepts, which drastically improves your accuracy when the speaker uses those words. If a concept seems too large and overwhelming, remember the strategy of using subheadings to blank it into smaller parts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is break down. This phrase, break down, is fundamental to analysis. When you hear a huge topic like global economics, your immediate thought should be, how can I break this down? Into regional impacts, for example, here are 4 ways to practice. Previewing and skimming. Before listening, quickly look at the title, headings, and any visuals. This gives your brain a framework to hang new information on. Never start listening with a completely blank slate. Previewing is like giving your mind an empty folder labeled Project Management. When the speaker talks about milestones, you already have a spot prepared in that mental folder. The outline method. Use Roman numerals for main topics, capital letters for subpoints, and numbers for details. This enforces hierarchy. This structure is your best friend when taking notes from academic sources or lectures. It visually represents the importance of information. The Roman numeral concept is always more important than the number underneath it. Mind mapping. Instead of linear lists, draw a central topic and branch out with related concepts. This works well for complex relationships. When you are listening to something that is highly interconnected like cause and effect chains or historical influencessa, mind map forces you to see those connections visually, which improves recall later. Summarizing in chunks. After every 3060 seconds of listening, pause and briefly summarize what was said aloud. This confirms understanding immediately. This is the ultimate check for accuracy. If you can't articulate a quick summary of the last minute of speech, it means your note-taking system needs to slow down or adjust its structure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Understanding context is vital for accurate note-taking. It helps you distinguish between a core idea and merely an example. For instance, if the speaker discusses the impact of climate change, the main point isn't just that temperatures are rising. That's an example. The true concept might be the resulting shift in global agricultural cycles. You must constantly ask yourself, what is the general rule being stated? Is this a specific case study, or is it the overarching principle at play? By focusing on the why and the so what, you elevate your notes from mere facts to insightful analyses. Question 1. What structural element does the passage advise listeners to focus on to improve note accuracy? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is distinguishing between a core idea, the general rule, and specific examples or case studies. This question tests your understanding of conceptual hierarchy. The speaker is teaching you to move beyond surface-level facts and instead identify the abstract principle that those facts are illustrating. Question 2. What 2 key questions should a student ask themselves while taking notes? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, what is the general rule being stated, and what is the overarching principle at play? The passage emphasizes developing a metacognitive skill thinking about how you think. By internalizing those guiding questions, you train your brain to automatically structure incoming information according to importance. Signposting refers to the verbal cues you use to guide your audience through complex information. It's like a roadmap for your presentation. Effective signposts tell listeners exactly where you are, where you have been, and where you are going next. We categorize these into 3 areas: introducing topics, structuring arguments, and concluding sections. By mastering them, you build trust with your audience immediately. Think of academic speaking as a journey. Signposting is the signage along the way. If you neglect it, your listener gets lost in your data or theory. Using phrases like "moving on to" or "to summarize this point" provides necessary intellectual scaffolding for everyone present. Here are 5 examples. To frame this argument, we must first consider the historical context. Topic introduction. This phrase is excellent because it doesn't just state a new topic, it emphasizes that the previous discussion was incomplete without considering history. It shows depth of thought and organization. Furthermore, empirical evidence suggests an inverse correlation. Adding supporting data. Using furthermore is much stronger than just saying "and." It signals that this new piece of data is additive and strengthens the current point we are discussing. Having established these premises, I propose a novel model. Transitioning to thesis. This structure works wonderfully because it summarizes everything you just said, having established, before delivering your main point. It makes your thesis sound like the logical culmination of your research. In contrast to these findings, previous studies overlooked introducing counter-argument. Starting with "in contrast" immediately signals a shift in perspective. This is crucial for academic talks where you must show mastery of existing literature. Therefore, the primary takeaway from this research is concluding summary. This provides a definitive and powerful close to a section or the entire talk. It leaves the audience with one single actionable idea rather than multiple points. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building credibility through structure. A clear structure makes you sound authoritative and knowledgeable. When your talk flows logically, the audience trusts your expertise more. They assume that if your presentation is organized, your research must be solid as well. Managing cognitive load. Listeners cannot track multiple complex ideas simultaneously. Academic talks are dense. They overload the listener's working memory. Signposting acts like a pause button, giving the audience time to process complicated concepts. Guiding Q&A sessions. Explicitly stating your scope helps direct future questions. By telling the audience what you did cover and what you didn't, you preemptively manage expectations. This prevents vague or off-topic questions during the highly stressful Q&A period. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Too assertive, my research shows X. Appropriately hedged, the data strongly suggests that X is the case. In academia, outright certainty can sometimes be interpreted as lack of nuance. Using phrases like suggests or indicates shows scholarly caution and intellectual humility. Too informal, blunt, so basically the theory is wrong. Formally challenging, our findings challenge the established theory by demonstrating that never dismiss existing work too casually. You must always acknowledge the current academic consensus before presenting your critique, making your argument respectful yet disruptive. Minimizing scope. This is just a quick look at it. Setting future boundaries. While this presentation offers an initial overview, future work will delve deeper into. Do not downplay your own achievement. Instead of saying it's just a quick look, frame it as an initial step towards a much larger body of work. Here are 4 ways to practice. The signpost sandwich drill. Practice summarizing the preceding point and previewing the next point before discussing the main idea. This is a physical drill. Mentally sandwich every major section. This forces you to slow down and articulate your structure, transforming natural speech into precise academic discourse. The contrarian rebuttal drill. Take 3 popular ideas and practice presenting a counter-argument using sophisticated transitions. This drill trains you to handle intellectual opposition smoothly. You must use hedging language while maintaining confidence, which is key for advanced speakers. The time constraint outline. Give yourself a strict time limit for each section, e.g., exactly 3 minutes, and adhere to it rigorously. Time management is often the hardest part of academic talk. Practicing under artificial constraints forces you to be highly selective with your content, keeping only the most impactful points. Recording and analyzing tone. Record yourself giving a practice talk, then listen specifically for areas where your tone drops or becomes overly defensive. It is essential to self-critique how you sound, not just what you say. Pay attention to filler words, sudden shifts in volume, and monotone sections. These betray nerves. Attention drift is a natural cognitive process. It's when our focus wanders away from the material. To combat this, we need to move beyond simple listening and adopt deep engagement skills. This strategy involves actively predicting what the speaker will say next, rather than just passively receiving information. When you encounter unfamiliar terminology, pause momentarily in your mind and try to define it using context clues. By doing this, you force your brain into a continuous cycle of prediction and verification. This rigorous process keeps your mental faculties highly engaged throughout the entire passage. The key difference between surface listening and deep engagement is that one requires retention while the other demands interaction. Think of it like being a detective. Instead of just recording what you hear, you are constantly forming hypotheses about who said it and why they said it. This predictive element significantly boosts your focus. Here are 4 examples. Studies show that focused attention can be maintained for varying periods depending on the complexity of the task. Identifying the core controlling idea, topic sentence. Notice how this sentence acts as a powerful topic sentence. Always look for these structural anchors because they represent the author's main point. And knowing it early allows you to filter out secondary details that might cause your attention to drift. For instance, tasks involving complex problem solving required a sustained cognitive load. Recognizing transitional phrases, e.g., for instance. Transitional phrases are signposts. They tell you how the author is moving from one idea to the next. When preparing for a lecture, anticipating these transitions allows your mind to follow the logical path rather than getting lost between different concepts. Furthermore, research suggests that incorporating movement breaks can significantly improve long-term concentration. Identify supporting evidence and recommendations. This detail moves from theory to practical advice. When you see a word like furthermore or suggests, your job is to capture the actionable takeaway, the recommendation, because that is often the most important piece of information. Therefore, integrating mindfulness exercises into daily routines may optimize these benefits. Recognizing a conclusion or summary statement, signal word, therefore. The concluding sentence summarizes the entire passage. Always pay close attention to signal words like therefore, in conclusion, or overall. These are gold mines for quickly grasping the ultimate takeaway without having to recall every single detail. Let's compare 4 pairs. Listening to a narrative story, informal. Reading an academic thesis statement, formal. Emotional versus logical focus. A narrative story relies heavily on emotional context and tone, so your focus is often directed toward character motivation. Conversely, the thesis statement requires you to ignore emotion entirely and zero in solely on logical structure and argument boundaries. Skimming for main idea, speed. Deep listening for nuance, pacing. Breadth versus depth of processing. When skimming, you are building a mental map quickly. You don't stop to verify small details. But when deep listening for nuance, you must pause repeatedly to identify subtle shifts in meaning or tone that could change the entire message. Listening to a debate, multiple voices. Reading an expert interview, single voice. Tracking dialogue versus tracking argument flow. In a debate, your focus is split across multiple viewpoints and rebuttals. In contrast, the expert interview allows you to maintain intense concentration on one person's thought process, which simplifies tracking the main line of argument. Identifying key vocabulary, specific words. Summarizing an entire section, synthesis. Recall versus rephrasing. Vocabulary tasks test your ability to recognize a specific term, requiring pure recall. Summarizing requires synthesis. You must take several pieces of information and rephrase them into one cohesive idea in your own words. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To combat attention drift, effective learners should utilize active prediction techniques when listening to academic material. This process helps maintain a high level of mental SIE. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is engagement. Remember that the core goal isn't just hearing words, it is maintaining cognitive engagement. By anticipating what comes next, you are essentially keeping your brain busy, which is exactly how we keep attention drift at bay. When analyzing a passage, pay close attention to signal phrases such as therefore or consequently because they introduce key ISSS. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is conclusions. Signal words are crucial structural markers. If you can spot the author's signposting language, the transition from evidence to conclusion, you know exactly where the most important argument is located. Moving beyond surface-level comprehension requires that we practice synthesizing information, meaning we must be able to assire. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is rephrase. Synthesis means combining ideas. It's the difference between merely listing facts and creating a cohesive paragraph that explains the relationship between those facts. Always practice summarizing in your own unique voice. Furthermore, incorporating short physical movement breaks can help to refresh cognitive function and improve overall eye. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is concentration. Learning is not solely mental, it involves the whole body. If you feel your focus slipping, take a moment to stand up or stretch. This brief physical break actually helps reset your brain's ability to concentrate when you sit back down. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading, previewing the material. Before listening or reading, quickly scan headings and bolded text to anticipate topics. Don't dive straight into the content. Spend 30 seconds just surveying the landscape, the titles, subheadings, and images. This simple step builds a mental framework, giving your brain something concrete to anchor its attention to while listening. The why questioning method. For every major statement you hear or read, mentally ask yourself, why is this true? Or why does the speaker think that? Asking why shifts your role from passive receiver to active investigator. This forces critical thinking and greatly reduces drift because you are constantly trying to map out the causal relationships between ideas presented. Mental mapping and chunking. Break complex information into smaller, manageable groups of 3 or 4 related points. Our brains can only hold so much working memory at one time. By chunking large amounts of data, for example, grouping all the causes together, then all the effects together you prevent cognitive overload and make the material feel less overwhelming. Self-correction prompts. If you realize your mind has wandered, do not panic. Simply repeat the last key word or phrase you heard. Recognizing that attention drift is normal is the first step. The second is self-correction. When you catch yourself drifting, gently pulling your focus back to a single keyword acts like a mental reset button, allowing you to seamlessly rejoin the flow of information. Listening for specific vocabulary means more than simply recognizing a word. It requires activating your existing knowledge base and deducing the precise meaning based on surrounding words and phrases. This process is called lexical recognition in context, and it's essential because many advanced English words have multiple meanings, or polysemy. Instead of listening for just the definition, you must listen for how the speaker uses that word to paint a clear picture. Mastering this skill transforms your listening from passive hearing into active linguistic detective work. The biggest mistake learners make is trying to translate every single word they hear immediately. Instead, train yourself to anticipate. By focusing on the surrounding context first, you give your brain enough information to narrow down the potential meanings of that tricky vocabulary item. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The research team needs to refine its initial hypothesis before submitting it. Currently, the scope is too broad and lacks sufficient focus on measurable variables. We must pivot towards a more granular analysis of user behavior. Specifically, I suggest we integrate ethnographic data. The qualitative observations, though, complement the quantitative metrics we already possess. This will help us pinpoint genuine correlations rather than just surface-level trends. Furthermore, the methodology needs to be rigorously vetted by an external panel. Relying solely on internal assumptions carries significant risk. If we can establish a clearer causal link between A and B using this deeper dataset, our proposal will gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. Question 1. What specific action does the speaker suggest to improve the research scope? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they suggest integrating ethnographic data, qualitative observations. This question tests your ability to filter out general statements and pinpoint a concrete, specialized solution. When you hear phrases like complement or integrate, remember that they are suggesting combination, not replacement. Question 2. Why is the speaker concerned about relying solely on internal assumptions? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, because it carries significant risk and lacks external validation. The key phrase here is significant risk. Listen carefully for adjectives that modify nouns, as they often carry the most critical information regarding potential pitfalls or limitations. Question 3. What does the speaker hope to achieve by establishing a clearer causal link? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. This requires you to identify the ultimate goal, or the why. Often in academic discourse, the conclusion is tied directly back to the initial problem statement in this case. Gaining approval. Here are 5 examples. Refine its initial hypothesis. To make it clearer or more precise. Don't just change it, improve the detail. When a speaker asks you to refine, they are implying that something is already good but needs polish. Think of it like editing a first draft. You are tightening the argument, not starting over. Granular analysis. A very detailed or fine-grained level of examination. If something is described as granular, visualize it like sand. It means the analysis must be broken down into tiny, manageable components. It suggests depth over breadth. Ethnographic data. Qualitative information gathered through observation of people in their natural environment. Unlike numbers, quantitative data, ethnographic data tells you why someone behaves a certain way. It's the human story behind the chart data, which is why it's so valuable. Measurable variables. Factors that can be quantified or assigned a number. This phrase immediately directs you to objective data. If you can put a percentage or a count next to it, it's likely a measurable variable. This is the opposite of subjective opinion. Causal link. A definite and verifiable relationship showing that one thing causes another. The word causal suggests cause and effect. When you hear this phrase in a scientific setting, the speaker is moving beyond mere correlation. They are making a strong claim about direct influence. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The committee advised that we first need to test our assumptions before presenting them. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is refine. We often default to general verbs, but refine carries a much more academic weight here. It implies taking an existing idea and making it stronger through careful revision. To understand the users better, we must implement a R study that observes them in their daily routine. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ethnographic. Remember this modifier ethnographic. It immediately signals that the speaker is talking about culture and behavior, not just recorded metrics. It's a specialized term you need to catch. Our current report focuses too much on anecdotes. We need more variables. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is measurable. This contrast between anecdotes and measurable variables is key. It highlights the difference between compelling stories and statistically valid proof. The goal is not just to find a correlation, but to establish a firmer link. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is causal. This final blank tests your ability to grasp scientific certainty. You are moving from maybe related to definitely caused by, which requires strong evidence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-listening prediction. What information is most likely to be discussed? This primes your vocabulary. This technique tricks your brain into being ready for specific types of words. Instead of waiting for every word to make sense, you are already anticipating where the specialized vocabulary will land. King speech. Don't try to process the entire message at once. Break the audio into 3 or 4 second segments and focus intensely on those small chunks. Listening is a processing skill, not just an intake skill. By chunking, you give yourself micro pauses to process difficult vocabulary items before moving on to the next idea. Inferring meaning. If you miss a word or don't know a specific term, do not panic. Use the surrounding context to guess what the speaker meant. This is critical for fluency. Advanced listening often involves educated guessing. If one key vocabulary word is opaque, but the rest of the sentence makes sense, you can usually deduce the intended meaning and keep the main thread of comprehension intact. Post-listening summary. After hearing a passage, immediately summarize the core ideas aloud or in writing. This forces your brain to retrieve and organize the vocabulary used. Summarizing solidifies learning because it moves you from passive reception to active production. You are essentially proving to yourself that you truly understood the specialized language that was just presented. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. To finalize the Q3 rollout, we need to solidify our market penetration strategy. Our primary competitors are currently underestimating the demand for sustainable tech solutions. We must pivot away from just selling products and instead focus on offering integrated service packages. This will significantly boost our perceived value and establish us as thought leaders in the sector. Furthermore, we should allocate resources towards streamlining our supply chain logistics to mitigate potential bottlenecks. If we can demonstrate a robust operational framework combined with superior localized customer support, we will be perfectly positioned for rapid scaling next year. Question 1. What is the speaker's core strategic shift recommendation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to move from selling only products to offering integrated service packages. The key vocabulary here is pivot. It means making a major, deliberate change of direction. Recognizing this kind of high-level business jargon shows you are listening for strategy rather than just details. Question 2. Why should the company focus on streamlining its supply chain? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to mitigate potential bottlenecks and ensure robust operations. Operational vocabulary like mitigates, to lessen severity, and bottlenecks are crucial in a business context. Listening for these specialized terms helps you understand risk management within an industry. Simulated timed listening tests are challenging because they demand sustained focus under pressure. It's not just about understanding words, it's about maintaining concentration over an extended period while processing complex information. Our key strategy must be active, chunking, mentally breaking the long passage into smaller, manageable segments to prevent cognitive overload. Another vital technique is prediction. As soon as you hear a topic or phrase, predict what comes next. This shifts your listening from passive reception to active anticipation, allowing your brain to stay engaged even if a word is unclear. Finally, remember that pacing is everything. Don't panic if you miss one detail. Keep moving forward. The most common mistake students make in these simulations is trying to memorize every single piece of data, which leads to burnout. Instead, view the passage as a narrative arc. What is the main idea of this section, and how does it lead into the next? By focusing on structure rather than isolated facts, you manage your energy much more effectively. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The purpose of timed listening practice is to build stamina and confidence in high-pressure academic settings. Many test takers underestimate how quickly the pace accelerates once the simulation begins. To manage this, we recommend adopting a two-part strategy. First, listen for the general idea or main argument. Second, take quick notes, focusing only on key names, dates, and numerical data points that support the core claims. Remember to pay attention to transitions. Phrases like however or in addition signal shifts in thought, which are often crucial for understanding complex arguments. Furthermore, practice should simulate real-world conditions. This means using appropriate materials, maintaining a consistent time limit, and most importantly, treating every missed question as diagnostic feedback, not failure. Question 1. According to the speaker, what is the recommended two-pass strategy for test takers? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, first, listen for the general idea or main argument, and second, take quick notes focusing on key names, dates, and numerical data points. This question tests your ability to follow sequential instructions under pressure. When you hear a list of steps, try repeating them mentally as they are spoken. This dramatically boosts recall accuracy. Question 2. What function do transition words like however or in addition serve in complex arguments? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they signal shifts in thought which are often crucial for understanding the core arguments. These types of inference questions require you to understand the function of language, not just the meaning. Treat transition words as road signs guiding you through the speaker's logic. Question 3. Why does the speaker suggest treating missed questions as diagnostic feedback? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is because it shifts the focus from feeling failure to using the mistake constructively for improvement. This requires listening comprehension on a conceptual level. Don't just listen for facts, listen for advice and underlying philosophy behind the speaker's words. Here are 5 examples. Sustained focus. Maintaining concentration over a long period. Use this when talking about required mental effort. When you hear sustained, think of endurance. It suggests that the activity requires stamina, much like running a marathon rather than just jogging. Not cognitive overload. Meaning, when your brain receives too much information to process fully. This is excellent academic vocabulary. If you are struggling during a test and feel overwhelmed, recognizing that feeling as cognitive overload helps you name the problem and find a solution. Transition words. Meaning, words like however, therefore, that signal shifts between ideas or paragraphs. These are linguistic signposts. Mastering them allows you to predict the speaker's direction change before they even finish their thought. Diagnostic feedback, meaning information that helps identify strengths and weaknesses used in testing. Instead of thinking of a test score as a final grade, think of it as diagnostic data. This mindset shift makes failure less daunting because the goal is information gathering. Underestimate how quickly, meaning to wrongly assume that something will happen faster than it actually does. This phrase helps you understand common test-taking pitfalls. It advises recognizing the reality of increased speed when the actual exam starts. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To counteract test anxiety, students should learn to blank their physiological responses. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is manage. The verb manage here means handling or controlling. It suggests that managing anxiety is an active skill you must practice, not just something that magically disappears. Instead of panicking when a question is difficult, they should first blank for supporting evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is search. The preposition for tells us the direction of your search. You are actively looking for specific proof within the text to support your answer. Remember that poor time management often leads students to blank critical sections. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skip. This illustrates a common behavioral consequence in testing skipping questions due to panic. It highlights the need for pacing control throughout the entire exam. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening, the why. Don't just listen to the words, listen for the speaker's intent and purpose. Ask yourself, why is the speaker mentioning this? Before moving on. This technique elevates listening beyond comprehension into critical thinking. You are analyzing rhetoric, the art of persuasion which is vital in academic settings. Dictation practice. Transcribe short passages, focusing not just on words but on connecting sounds and pauses. This strengthens your muscle memory for English pronunciation. Dictation forces you to slow down the information stream artificially, allowing you time to verify grammar and subtle vocabulary usage that might otherwise rush past. Shadowing. Immediately repeat what a native speaker says after hearing it. Mimic their rhythm, intonation, and speed exactly. Shadowing is arguably the single best way to improve fluency and auditory processing. It trains your mouth muscles and ears simultaneously, making you sound more natural. After practice, don't just check answers. Review why you got them wrong. Was it vocabulary, speed, or misunderstanding context? This is the debriefing phase we talked about earlier. The true learning doesn't happen during the test. It happens when you analyze and correct your weak points immediately afterward. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A common concern among students preparing for high-stakes tests is managing performance anxiety. This stress often causes physical symptoms that disrupt concentration, such as rapid breathing or shallow focus. To combat this, it's vital to implement specific mental and physiological techniques right before the exam begins. Try deep diaphragmatic breathing. Inhale slowly through your nose while counting to 4 and exhale for a count of 6. Additionally, visualizing success can be powerful. Spend 5 minutes imagining yourself calmly reading an unseen passage and accurately recalling details. Remember that preparation isn't just about knowledge acquisition, it's equally about building mental resilience. Question 1. What physical symptoms are often caused by test anxiety? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is rapid breathing or shallow focus. Listen for the direct list of consequences. When a passage mentions causes and effects, make sure you clearly separate those 2 categories in your mind. Question 2. What is recommended as a mental tool to improve test-taking confidence? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is visualizing, success imagining, calmly reading an unseen passage. This question tests your ability to synthesize advice. The key takeaway isn't just relax, but specific, actionable mental exercises like visualization. Advanced reading skills require moving beyond simply identifying facts or summarizing points. The highest level of comprehension is synthesis, the ability to combine information from multiple sources or disparate sections of one text. When you synthesize, you are not just repeating ideas, you are creating a new understanding that the author may never have explicitly stated. This process involves inferring connections and evaluating the relationship between concepts. Think of it as building a mental model using all the pieces of evidence provided. Synthesis is arguably the most challenging reading skill because it requires you to become an active participant in generating knowledge, not just receiving it. Instead of asking, "What did the author say?" ask yourselves, "What does this information mean when combined with what I already know?" This shift from recall to connection is where true academic understanding begins. Here are 4 examples. The report noted the sudden decline in migratory bird populations last quarter. Crucially, it failed to mention any conservation efforts. Implied meaning, a lack of intervention is linked to the problem's severity. Notice how the text itself doesn't draw a conclusion, it just presents 2 facts, the decline and the omission. By annotating, we infer that the omission is significant because it suggests negligence or oversight in policy. The committee meeting was cancelled with only an hour's notice. No alternative arrangements were provided to the attendees. Inference. The cancellation may have been due to a lack of consensus or urgency. When authors provide logistical details like this, they are often providing emotional context. We infer poor planning or internal conflict because the suddenness and lack of effort suggest underlying issues. While the new policy promises efficiency improvements, early user feedback highlights a steep learning curve for all demographics. Synthesis. Efficiency gains are offset by practical implementation challenges. This sentence sets up a contrast. You can't just read efficiency and stop. You must synthesize it with the negative point about the steep learning curve. The main takeaway is that promise versus reality. Dr. Elena Reyes spent 2 decades researching deep-sea ecosystems before her groundbreaking discovery in bioluminescence. Inference, her current research credibility and expert authority are extremely high. We use prior knowledge here. If the text establishes a long, specialized career, it automatically builds trust with the reader. This is how authors establish expertise, and advanced readers must recognize that rhetorical tactic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading for main idea. Reading for argument structure. Focus on the core message versus tracking support. If you're looking for the main idea, you are summarizing the what. But if you are mapping the argument structure, your job is to identify the sequence. What premise leads to which evidence, and where does it pivot to a counterargument? It's about tracking the logic flow. Identifying theme. Identifying topic. Theme is abstract, topic is concrete. The difference here is subtle but crucial. The topic might be global warming, which is a physical subject. But the theme, the underlying message about it might be human responsibility. Always look for the deeper, moral or philosophical statement. First, summarizing. Compare it with paraphrasing. Summary is big picture. Paraphrase is detail replacement. A summary reduces scope, it covers many pages in a few sentences. Paraphrasing, however, keeps the same core idea but completely rewrites the sentence structure and vocabulary. Use paraphrasing when you want to incorporate specific ideas without plagiarizing. Identifying tone. Identifying bias. Tone is emotional coloring. Bias is slanted perspective. Bias tells you why the author might be favoring one side, often through selection or omission. Tone tells you how they feel about what they are writing. Are they skeptical? Self-explanatory? Analyzing both helps reveal the true reliability of the source. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Climate change is not merely a natural cycle. It represents a significant human-driven shift in global atmospheric composition. The primary source of concern involves excess greenhouse gases, specifically those released by industrial activities and burning fossil fuels. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anthropogenic. When blanks require highly specific academic terminology like anthropogenic, you must recognize that the author is elevating the discussion from general conversation to scientific discourse. These words imply a measured, objective approach. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged strategy focusing on technological innovation and mandatory policy shifts globally. Individual action is important, but systemic change demands coordinated efforts across nations and industries. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is systemic. The distinction between individual action and systemic change is key to the author's argument. Systemic implies that the problem needs a structural or institutional solution, not just better individual recycling habits. Furthermore, sustainable energy sources like geothermal and advanced solar power must be prioritized in infrastructure development worldwide. This transition cannot occur quickly enough without substantial governmental investment and deregulation of older, carbon-intensive models. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is deregulation. Identifying words like deregulation requires you to read the context surrounding the term. The author isn't just listing energy types, they are arguing for specific governmental mechanisms to enable that transition. Ultimately, mitigating these risks involves not only reducing emissions, but also fostering global cooperation and developing resilient economies capable of adapting to inevitable environmental shifts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is mitigating. When a word like mitigating is used, remember that the author isn't just solving the problem, they are discussing how to lessen or soften the impact. Advanced reading means understanding degrees of change rather than absolute fixes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Predictive reading, the journalist's mindset. Based on the introduction, anticipate what techniques or evidence the author will use next. Don't wait for the information to appear on the page, actively predict it. This forces your brain to engage with the material immediately, transforming passive reading into an active prediction exercise that vastly improves retention. Chunking information, mental grouping. Divide long paragraphs or complex arguments into 2 to 3 smaller conceptual units. Process one unit before moving to the next. When faced with dense academic writing, chunking prevents cognitive overload. Treat each paragraph not as a single block of text, but as a mini-argument that needs its own distinct label in your mind. Question-based reading. Before reading, formulate 23 specific questions based on the title and subheadings. Use the passage to answer only those questions. This technique acts like a laser focus for your comprehension. Instead of trying to absorb everything equally, you are strategically hunting for answers, which drastically improves efficiency and depth. Rereading for nuance, the deep dive. After an initial read, circle specific adjectives or adverbs that modify key claims. These often carry the author's true tone. Most people focus only on nouns and verbs. However, the modifiers, the how and the to what extent words share, where authors inject their bias or reveal subtle limitations in their own argument. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The transition to circular economy models presents unprecedented challenges for traditional manufacturing sectors. While the reduction of waste is desirable, implementing true material recapture requires massive infrastructural overhaul and a complete redesign of supply chains. Experts suggest that policy incentives must favor modular design and product longevity over cheap disposability. Furthermore, consumer behavior must shift from ownership towards service access, thereby valuing durability over novelty. Without this integrated approach combining regulation with cultural shifts, many promising initiatives risk remaining isolated pilot projects. Question 1. What is the central challenge outlined in the passage regarding circular economies? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the main challenge is that implementing material recapture requires massive infrastructural and systemic overhauls, making it more complex than simply reducing waste. This question forces synthesis. You cannot answer by pointing to one sentence. You must pull together infrastructural overhaul and redesign of supply chains to define the core obstacle. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means requiring significant change or improvement. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is overhaul. When tackling vocabulary, always check the surrounding context. The phrase massive infrastructural overhaul tells you exactly what the word means. How it's not just a minor fix, it's a massive reconstruction. Reading skills are not one size fits all. The most effective reader knows exactly what they need to find. Skimming is reading quickly to grasp the general overview or main idea of the text. Think of it like previewing an entire book chapter before diving into details. Scanning, on the other hand, involves moving your eyes rapidly down the page looking for one specific piece of data like a name, date, or keyword. To summarize, skimming covers the what and the why, while scanning finds the precise who or when. It's crucial to remember that these are not opposing skills, they are complementary tools in your reading toolkit. When you approach academic material, asking yourself, do I need the overall argument or a single fact, will immediately tell you whether to skim or scan first. Mastering this choice is what elevates you from a basic reader to an information retrieval specialist. Here are 4 examples. The core premise of quantum entanglement suggests a link between particles regardless of distance. Skimming for the central concept thesis statement. When skimming, you are looking for the topic sentence or the boldest claim. Notice how this first sentence immediately establishes the main idea without giving away supporting evidence. It's a high-level summary of the entire section. The initial research was conducted by Dr. Anya Sharma in 1985. Scanning for specific names and dates, who, when. If your assignment requires you to know who first studied quantum entanglement, skimming will waste time. Instead, your eye must jump quickly until it hits the target paterna name, followed by a date, which is the essence of efficient scanning. Because of these findings, global policy recommendations were revised in 2018. Skimming for cause and effect relationships. Main takeaway. A good skimmer doesn't read every word. They look for transition phrases like because, consequently, or due to. These signal the author's core argument, helping you grasp the logical flow of the passage quickly. The required temperature range is between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius. Scanning for numerical data, specific numbers ranges. When you are searching for quantitative information, a number, a percentage, or a measurement to your focus should narrow to those specific visual anchor points. Don't read the surrounding text. Let your eyes hunt only for that pattern. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming an editorial piece. Scanning a legal contract. Purpose mismatch, overview versus precision. If you skim a legal contract, you might miss a critical clause because your brain is looking for general meaning. Always use scanning when the stakes involve details, think fine print or medical instructions. Reading an academic abstract, skim. Reviewing footnotes and citations, scan. Focus shift, idea versus source. An abstract is meant to be skimmed for the thesis. It summarizes everything. However, if you are tracking which source supports a claim, you must scan those citation clusters specifically. Reading a news magazine article, skim. Retrieving flight times from a schedule board, scan. Context, broad narrative versus fixed data. The flow of a narrative article is unpredictable, requiring broad skimming strokes. Conversely, a timetable or manifest has predictable structures that allow for highly efficient scanning. Reading complex scientific theory, skim. Finding the definition of a key term in a glossary, scan. Goal clarity, understanding versus definition. If your goal is simply to understand what the theory means generally, skim the introduction and conclusion. If you need to know exactly what quantum means, scan the vocabulary section. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Skimming allows you to grasp the passage's overall blank, making it perfect for initial review. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist refers to the general meaning or core idea. If an author wants you to get the main point quickly, they want you to understand the gist without getting bogged down in subsidiary details. Effective scanning requires knowing exactly what specific blank you are looking for. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is data. We use data here because it is a general term that encompasses facts, figures, and names. The more specific your search parameter, whether it's a date or an acronym, the faster your scanning will be. Reading for the main idea requires focusing on topic sentences and the passage's central blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is argument. The central argument is the author's position, which they are trying to persuade you of. This is what skimming is designed to reveal. It helps you identify whether the article supports a thesis or presents multiple conflicting views. When seeking specific information, always maintain a disciplined search for keywords and blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is patterns. Recognizing patterns like the format of dates, MMCDDYYY, or currency symbols is key to scanning. It turns reading into a visual pattern matching game, allowing your brain to filter out irrelevant text. Here are 4 ways to practice. Time yourself consistently. Set a timer and force yourself to find 5 key points in 3 minutes. This builds speed and discipline. The best way to improve reading speed is through timed, focused practice. Always treat these drills like a simulated test environment. This builds the necessary mental resistance against distraction. Pre-read the source material. Before reading anything new, look at headings, subheadings, and conclusions first. This primes your brain for the information to come. This technique is called pre-reading or surveying. It's like creating a mental map of the text before you even start walking through it, giving your focus points a predictable structure. Use visual anchors. When skimming, physically underline or highlight potential topic sentences to force yourself to see the main idea. Don't rely only on passive comprehension. Engaging your hands by underlining or taking quick notes forces physical interaction with the text, which significantly boosts retention and focus. Vary your reading material. Practice skimming scientific papers one day and articles about arts history the next. This keeps your skills adaptable. A single technique doesn't solve every reading challenge. By exposing yourself to diverse subjects from chemistry to cultural critique, you train your brain to adjust its reading gears instantly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The shift toward decentralized finance, or DeFi, represents a major overhaul of traditional banking structures. Instead of relying on centralized institutions for trust and transaction validation, DeFi utilizes blockchain technology to create self-contained, transparent networks. This innovative approach allows users global access to lending, borrowing, and trading services without needing intermediaries. However, this autonomy is not without risk. The volatility of cryptocurrencies and regulatory uncertainties remain significant hurdles that must be addressed for mass adoption. Question 1. What is the overall main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, DeFi fundamentally changes banking by using blockchain to remove intermediaries, but it faces challenges regarding risk and regulation. Notice how we didn't get lost in jargon like self-contained networks. We captured the core conflict, massive opportunity countered by significant risks. This is a perfect example of successful skimming. Question 2. According to the text, what specific element allows users access without intermediaries? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is blockchain technology. Here, we ignored all the surrounding descriptive language and zeroed in on the key mechanism. When you need a single factual answer from a dense passage, your eyes should act like radar, searching only for keywords or phrases that answer the question. Paraphrasing is the process of restating someone else's ideas using your own words and structure. It demonstrates that you understand the original text deeply enough to explain it in a new way. In academic writing, this skill prevents plagiarism while also showcasing your advanced command of English grammar and vocabulary. For IELTS preparation, mastering paraphrasing is essential for both Task 1 descriptions and Task 2 introductions. Remember, effective paraphrasing requires two skills: recognizing semantic synonyms and performing structural shifts. When we talk about structural shifts, we are moving beyond simply replacing nouns or verbs with different words. We might change a simple sentence into a dependent clause, or shift the focus from an actor to the action itself using the passive voice. The goal is always to maintain the exact meaning while dramatically altering the linguistic appearance. Here are 4 examples. Original: the rapid growth of renewable energy sources has significantly impacted global carbon emissions. Shifted noun phrase and adverbial clause. Focus on process. Here, we transformed the original sentence by turning rapid growth into a descriptive phrase and shifting the focus to the effect. This technique is useful for breaking up repetitive noun usages in your own writing. Original: because people consume too much plastic, pollution levels are rising dramatically. Structural change: cause-effect reversal, inversion. Instead of starting with the cause and following with because, we inverted the structure. By beginning with a statement about the effect, the rising pollution immediately grabs the reader's attention while conveying the same causal relationship. Original: governments should invest more money in public transportation to reduce traffic congestion. Active to passive voice shift: focus on the action. The original focused on governments doing something. But by using the passive voice, more funds must be directed, we shift the emphasis entirely onto the necessity of the investment itself, which sounds more objective. Original: it is clear that social media platforms contribute to feelings of inadequacy among young adults. Using nominalization and phrasal verbs. Abstracting the concept. Nominalization means turning verbs or adjectives into nouns. Instead of saying platforms make people feel, we use abstract nouns like contribution and feelings. This academic tone is highly valued in formal essay writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Global warming is a serious issue that must be addressed by all nations. Addressing global warming necessitates urgent action from every nation on Earth. Structural shift and stronger verbs, e.g., necessitates instead of is. The weak version is merely a word swap, which doesn't help your vocabulary score. The strong version rearranges the entire sentence structure while upgrading the verb choice, making it sound much more sophisticated. Many students find that studying late at night makes them tired. The fatigue resulting from late-night study sessions is often reported by students. Nominalization, turning makes, and tired into abstract nouns. Notice how we turned the entire concept, the action of being tired, into a single noun: fatigue. This process, nominalization, is one of the most powerful tools for elevating your academic writing tone. We should recycle more glass and plastic to help protect our environment. To safeguard the natural world, enhancing recycling efforts for materials like glass and plastic must be prioritized. Reordering the sentence, starting with purpose, goal. By starting the sentence with "to safeguard," we immediately establish a sense of urgency and purpose. We also replace simple verbs like protects with more formal academic equivalents. If the government does nothing, the problem will get worse. Should the government fail to intervene, the existing problem is projected to escalate significantly. Using inversion and modal verbs, e.g., should. The use of conditional structures like should X happen is a high-level grammatical technique that immediately signals advanced proficiency. It allows you to make complex predictions in a formal academic tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Big synonym swap. The invention of the car changed how people traveled. Strong structural shift. The advent of the automobile fundamentally altered global modes of transportation. Many students stop at merely swapping words, like changing cars to automobile. To move past this, always try to change the grammatical structure, for instance, turning a simple verb phrase into an abstract noun. Weak, vague language. Nowadays, people are using technology too much. Strong formal register and precision. The excessive reliance on modern technology has become prevalent in contemporary society. The weak version is vague, too much, and nowadays are conversational fillers. The strong version replaces these with precise, academic vocabulary like excessive reliance and contemporary society, instantly elevating the tone. Weak, maintaining simple core structure. Because climate change is bad, we must reduce carbon emissions. Strong, focus shift and nominalization. A reduction in carbon emissions is necessary given the detrimental effects of climate change. The mistake here was keeping the simple cause effect because X, Y structure. By placing the action, the reduction at the beginning and making it a noun phrase, you create a more sophisticated flow that emphasizes the required solution. Here are 4 ways to practice. The synonym bank method. Don't just look up synonyms. Find different parts of speech but the same root word. If you see a verb, think about its corresponding noun or adjective form. When analyzing a text, circle all the key verbs and nouns. Then, force yourself to rewrite those words using their related grammatical forms. For example, if the source uses analyze, try using analysis or analytical. The structural blueprint. When you read a sentence, mentally label its components, subject, verb, object. Then, practice reordering them, e.g., object, subject, verb, while maintaining the meaning. This is an excellent way to train your brain for structural shifts. Always identify who is doing what and to whom before you start rewriting. This prevents you from losing the core relationship between the elements. The thematic paraphrase. After paraphrasing a paragraph, summarize its main theme or argument in one single, complex sentence. This forces you to grasp the content's essence. If you can successfully condense an entire passage into one powerful sentence using high-level English, you have mastered both comprehension and advanced rewording techniques simultaneously. Read aloud for flow. Always read your paraphrase text aloud. If it sounds clumsy or unnatural when spoken, it will sound awkward in an essay. Reading aloud is the ultimate proofreader for natural flow. It helps you catch run-on sentences and overly academic phrasing that might confuse a native reader. Your writing should sound authoritative and effortless. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern urban life often leads to high levels of pollution and stress. Many residents rely heavily on private vehicles for their daily commutes. Authorities must therefore improve public transport options and implement policies that discourage car use in city centers. Question 1. What is the core argument presented in this short passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the reliance on private cars causes pollution, requiring governmental policy changes to boost public transit. When answering a paraphrasing prompt, do not quote or change the key vocabulary of the source text. Instead, synthesize the main idea into your own cohesive statement that shows you understand the relationship between these concepts. Question 2. How should you begin this answer to demonstrate high proficiency? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, by restructuring the sentence using a formal introductory phrase or an inversion structure. To score highly, start with a complex grammatical opener, such as, it is undeniable that, or given the trend of, bomb, which immediately demonstrates your mastery over advanced syntax and elevates the reading experience. Analyzing argumentative structure means going beyond summarizing what the text says. It involves mapping out the core claims, identifying the evidence used to support them, and recognizing any counterclaims or opposing views. A claim is the main point an author wants you to accept as true. Counter-arguments are objections presented by others that challenge that main idea. Understanding this structure allows us to evaluate the writer's overall credibility and strength of reasoning. For IELTS writing, especially Task 2, examiners want to see that you can analyze relationships between ideas, not just list them. High scores require sophisticated evaluation skills. Think of yourself as a detective reading a report. Your job isn't just to record the facts, it's to figure out who is arguing what and how strong their evidence is. When you map these elements, you demonstrate critical thinking, which is exactly what top-scoring essays demand. Here are 4 examples. While some critics argue that remote work diminishes team cohesion, the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that flexibility increases job satisfaction and overall productivity. This shift allows employees to manage personal needs alongside professional duties. Effective because it uses a concession, while some critics argue before presenting its refutation with strong evidence keywords. Notice how this paragraph doesn't ignore the opposition, it acknowledges it first. This technique, known as concessive writing, makes your own rebuttal much more convincing and balanced for the reader. The primary argument hinges on economic necessity, that global supply chains require immediate governmental intervention to prevent widespread shortages. Therefore, subsidies are not merely helpful, they are critical infrastructure support. Clear topic sentence and strong linkage of cause, shortages, to effect, subsidies. This example is powerful because it builds a logical chain from one premise to the next. When you see, therefore, or, consequently, take a moment to verify that the conclusion logically follows the stated evidence. Proponents often overlook the long-term environmental cost of fossil fuels, focusing only on short-term energy stability. However, scientific consensus confirms that transitioning to renewable sources is both economically viable and environmentally imperative. Highlights a specific flaw in the opponent's focus, overlook before stating the stronger, scientifically backed claim. This shows analysis by identifying an assumption or a blind spot in the original argument. A strong writer doesn't just disagree, they pinpoint why the opposing view is incomplete. Although investment in public transport faces budgetary resistance, its impact on reducing urban congestion and improving air quality far outweighs the initial capital expenditure. It represents a long-term societal return. Uses comparative language, far outweighs, to quantify the benefit against the cost, making the argument quantifiable. When you can compare costs versus benefits, or short-term gains versus long-term impacts, you are providing deep analysis. This structure moves your essay from simple description to genuine evaluation. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think that cars are bad for the environment because they create pollution. While vehicular emissions undoubtedly contribute to atmospheric pollutants, focusing solely on this ignores the economic benefits of personal mobility in sprawling suburbs. The strong version uses concession and shifts focus from simple agreement to nuanced evaluation. The weak version is too simplistic, it just states a fact. The improved version, however, adds complexity by acknowledging the opposition while expanding the scope to include economic factors. Online learning is good because students can study from home and save money on travel. The flexibility of online education offers unprecedented access to specialized knowledge, particularly valuable for individuals constrained by geographical location or rigid work schedules. Replaces simple listing good because with sophisticated structure that defines why the benefit is profound, access to knowledge. Strong writing uses precise vocabulary and academic phrasing. Notice how save money on travel becomes constrained by geographical location, elevating the entire tone of the passage. Governments should spend more on green energy because fossil fuels are bad. To mitigate global warming, governmental investment must urgently pivot toward renewable energy infrastructure. This is not only an environmental necessity, but also a source of future economic growth. Elevates the tone by using formal language and framing the solution as both ethical and economically beneficial. A strong argument never presents its solution as just one benefit, always connects it to multiple positive outcomes. Here, the writer links environmentalism to job creation and economic stability. Some people argue that education is too expensive for poor families. Although educational costs pose a significant barrier for low-income families, viewing knowledge as a fundamental human right mandates greater public investment and subsidized access. Frames the issue as a conflict between economic reality and moral necessity, offering a structural critique of the system. This comparison teaches you to move beyond simply stating an opinion. Instead, articulate it as a tension between two powerful forces in this case, economics versus human rights. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak. Students often make generalizations by saying that all people feel this way. Strong. It is more accurate to state that a significant proportion of the population believes this, or that many demographics support this view. Never use absolute words like all, never, or always unless you can provide overwhelming proof. These generalizations are easy to disprove and immediately weaken your credibility as a writer. Weak. They claim that because X is expensive, it must be unimportant. Strong. The cost of X does not necessarily dictate its importance. Rather, the value proposition needs thorough analysis in relation to other priorities. This mistake is called faulty reasoning. When you encounter correlation means causation errors, always challenge the link between two ideas and demand a deeper explanation for that causal relationship. Weak. The essay just lists points without showing how one idea affects the next. Strong. By implementing policy A, we can achieve outcome B. Furthermore, this success in B will then enable us to tackle challenge C. Good argumentation is like a logical domino effect. You must use cohesive devices like consequently, furthermore, or thus to explicitly show the chain of dependency between your points. Here are 4 ways to practice. The PEEEE method for body paragraphs. Point, topic, sentence, evidence. Example, explanation, analysis, link back to the main thesis, link back to the main thesis. Remember that explanation is where your unique critical voice must shine. Don't just present a fact, explain why that fact matters in the context of the debate. The thesis statement test. Ensure your thesis does more than state an opinion. It should outline the structure, although X, Y is true because A, B, and C. A powerful thesis acts as a roadmap for both you and the reader. By mapping out 3 specific points in your introduction, you signal to the grader exactly what argumentative path you intend to take. The concession sandwich technique. Structure paragraphs like this. 1. Acknowledge opposition, intro. 2. Refute it, body, radio, free. Conclude with reinforced thesis, exit. This structure is highly sophisticated and academic. By sandwiching your primary point between 2 levels of concession, you appear balanced yet firmly biased towards your main claim. Use conceptual language. Instead of simple words, use phrases like underpins the belief that, mandates a re-evaluation of, or is contingent upon. Elevated vocabulary helps elevate your analysis. These academic connectors don't just make you sound smarter, they force your writing into a more formal, evaluative register. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that since most developed nations rely on technology for their economy, massive investment in digital infrastructure is the only way forward. They believe this focus will solve all issues from healthcare to transport. However, others caution that such over-reliance creates new vulnerabilities and ignores fundamental human needs. Question 1. What is the key requirement of analyzing this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is identify the core claim, technology investment, the supporting evidence, solving all issues, and the counter-argument, vulnerabilities, human needs. When answering questions about structure, don't just paraphrase. You must use academic language to label the parts. The primary thesis is, or this viewpoint is directly challenged by a counterclaim regarding. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is establishing balance and nuance by fully articulating both sides of the debate before offering a highly qualified third-way conclusion. A top-tier essay doesn't pick Team A or Team B. It synthesizes them, arguing that a combination of technology and foundational human needs is required for true progress. When reading an academic report, we cannot simply read for general understanding. We must employ active reading methods that treat the text like a structured puzzle. Our goal is not just to know what it says, but how it proves its claims and what boundaries it sets. Focus on identifying the core evidence presented, recognizing the defined scope of the study, and pinpointing the ultimate conclusion drawn by the authors. This systematic approach transforms reading from passive reception into critical analysis. Think of this process as being a detective. You aren't just collecting facts, you are analyzing the chain of custody for those facts. By intentionally looking for evidence markers, scope limitations, and conclusions, you move beyond simple summarization to true scholarly understanding. Here are 4 examples. Our findings are based exclusively on data collected in the Northeast region over a 5-year period. Identifying scope limitations. Notice how this phrase immediately restricts our understanding. The authors are performing due diligence by telling us exactly where their research ends. Recognizing these limitations is crucial because it tells you what the article cannot speak to. Table 3 demonstrates a statistically significant correlation, PW1, between carbon output and temperature rise. Pinpointing specific evidence. This is hard evidence. It's quantifiable and references specific data points like p-values. When you see phrases referencing tables, statistics, or numerical coefficients, treat them as the core proof that must be cited. Therefore, existing policy frameworks require immediate structural overhauls to mitigate future risks. Identifying the conclusion implication. The word therefore is a classic signal word. When you encounter it preceding a strong statement, that is almost certainly the main conclusion or the strongest implication the authors want you to take away. While preliminary models suggest economic viability, further longitudinal studies are warranted, recognizing nuance and future research. Good reports rarely offer absolute certainty. Phrases like preliminary models or are warranted signal that the findings are suggestive but incomplete. This teaches you to read with intellectual caution. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion helps you communicate more effectively. When you master academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 2 common mistakes. Some learners say, I am confused about academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion. The better way to say this is, I'm confused about academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion. The adjective needs the -ed ending here because it describes how you feel, not what you are. Some learners say, she don't know academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion. The better way to say this is, she doesn't know academic report reading, identifying evidence, scope, and conclusion. With she, we must use doesn't instead of don't. This is one of the most common errors in English. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading the article. Before diving into the text, read the abstract, introduction, and conclusion first. This provides a mental framework for the information to come. Treat this step like building a scaffold around your reading. Knowing the general argument before you start allows your brain to actively search for supporting evidence as you read through the body paragraphs. Annotation strategies. Don't just highlight everything. Use different colored markers or symbols, yellow for evidence, blue for scope limits, and green for conclusions. Visual cues are incredibly helpful here. Assigning a function to every piece of information you mark makes your reading systematic, ensuring you capture all the necessary components. Questioning continuously. As you read each section, ask yourself, what proof is offered? Are there counterarguments? Is the scope too narrow? the most important habit to build is skepticism. Don't accept a claim at face value. Always challenge it by asking, how do we know this? This turns reading into an intellectual dialogue. Mapping key concepts. After reading, draw a simple visual map connecting the main variables. A affects B under condition C. This helps you recall complex relationships. Conceptual mapping forces you to see the relationship between ideas, not just list them. Instead of writing X and Y, try illustrating how X causes sex Y in this specific context. Inference is essentially reading between the lines. It means taking the clues provided by the text and combining them with what you already know to form a logical conclusion. We are not looking for an answer explicitly stated. We are building that answer ourselves using evidence. Think of it like being a detective. You collect scattered pieces of information and piece together the full picture. This skill moves us from simple comprehension to deep understanding. Many students confuse inference with guessing. Remember, an inference is not random speculation. It must be grounded in textual evidence. If you cannot point to a specific clue that supports your conclusion, it's just a wild guess. We are building logical arguments, not just forming opinions. Here are 4 examples. The classroom was eerily silent. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of afternoon sunlight. Clues about atmosphere time. By noting the dust and the single shaft of light, we can infer that it is likely late afternoon, perhaps on a quiet day. The silence combined with dust suggests nobody has been cleaning this space recently. She quickly grabbed her raincoat, even though the sky was completely blue. Action versus setting. The conflict between the blue skies and the need for a raincoat tells us something important. We can logically infer that she might be anticipating weather changes or perhaps is heading somewhere where rain is common. The old engine coughed once, sputtered twice, and then finally died with a puff of smoke. Descriptive sequence. This detailed description tells us the machine is failing. We can infer that the car or vehicle needs immediate mechanical attention because it cannot sustain operation. He arrived at the event wearing brand new hiking boots and carrying a water purification kit, attire and gear. These items are specialized for outdoor survival. The text clues point strongly toward an activity that takes place far from civilization, such as camping or trekking. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Deeper comprehension. Inference moves you past surface-level reading. If you stop at the explicit words, you only grasp the literal meaning. Inference allows you to understand implied themes, authorial intent, and subtextual messages, which is critical for advanced study. Contextualizing knowledge. It connects new information to your existing knowledge base. Our background knowledge acts as the second half of the inference equation. When you encounter unfamiliar vocabulary, linking it to something you already know is a key use of this skill. Critical thinking skill. It mimics how humans solve real-world problems. Life rarely presents us with fully labeled options. Most situations require us to look at the available facts and deduce the most probable course of action, which is exactly what strong inference skills train. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Jumping to emotion, the author must be sad because they only used blue colors in the poem. Making a cautious suggestion, the pervasive use of cool tones might suggest melancholy or quiet reflection. It is tempting to label an author's emotional state based on color choices. Instead, we should stick to describing the effect of those colors or suggesting possible interpretations rather than stating them as definitive fact. Overinterpreting motive. The character left home because he was running away from his responsibilities. Identifying the tension, the sudden departure suggests a feeling of urgency, perhaps related to unresolved issues at home. We must be careful not to assign deep psychological motives that are never mentioned. Focus instead on identifying the tension or the least likelihood of a problem, leaving the full interpretation up to the reader. Forcing the topic, the poem is about war. Identifying thematic resonance. The imagery of broken objects and muted colors evokes feelings associated with conflict or loss. Never let yourself be trapped by a single, definitive label. Instead, look for recurring themes like decay, travel, or grief and use those broader concepts to guide your conclusion. Here are 4 ways to practice. Always cite your evidence. Before forming a conclusion, underline the 3 key phrases that support it. This is the single most important habit you can build. When you are asked for an inference, do not just write the answer. Show your work by quoting the text that led you there. This makes your argument undeniable. Use conditional language. Replace definitive statements with phrases like "it suggests" or "the author may intend." Because inferences are interpretations, they should always be phrased as possibilities. Using hedging words like might, suggests, or could shows that you recognize the limits of your knowledge based on the text. Combine skills: read, identify, connect. First, read for facts. Second, identify the gap in information. Third, connect it to outside context. This 3-step process is your mental checklist every time you approach a complex text. It forces deliberation and prevents you from rushing straight to an answer before fully analyzing the clues. Read challenging genres regularly. Fiction, poetry, and historical accounts are excellent sources for inference practice. The more diverse your reading material is, the wider your pool of background knowledge will become. This strengthens your ability to connect seemingly unrelated ideas into a coherent conclusion. Academic writing demands a tone of objective neutrality. This means presenting information dispassionately without injecting personal feelings or strong opinions. Recognizing bias involves identifying when an author uses loaded language to favor one perspective over another. Instead of simply summarizing facts, you must analyze how the source reports those facts. Mastering this skill allows you to become a critical interpreter, not just a passive reporter. Think of tone as the emotional coloring of the writing. When we discuss bias, we are looking for subtle linguistic cues, words like shocking or clearly that suggest judgment. Your goal is always to strip away that color and report only the verifiable evidence presented. Here are 4 examples. The study confirmed that the rise in plastic waste was directly attributable to unchecked consumer demand. Effective uses cautious attribution, confirmed, attributable, rather than claiming absolute certainty. Notice how this example uses measured language. It doesn't scream, "this is the cause." Instead, it frames the relationship as a finding from the study. Always prioritize verbs that suggest evidence or correlation over those suggesting definitive proof. Critics argue this policy is detrimental to small businesses and overlooks rural economic stability. Effective attributes the criticism critics argue rather than stating it as objective truth. This maintains critical distance. This technique of attributing disagreement is key to academic neutrality. You are allowing the source's argument to stand on its own merits without letting your essay adopt that viewpoint. It's summarizing a perspective, not endorsing it. Data suggests a strong correlation between increased sunlight exposure and improved mood metrics. Effective uses hedging language, suggests correlation to avoid overgeneralization. It is purely data-driven. Never mistake correlation for causation in your writing. Even if the source implies a direct link, you must report it using cautious phrasing like "may be linked to's" or "is associated with." This shows sophisticated academic caution. While some initial reports were inconclusive, subsequent research provided clearer insights into the process. Effective acknowledges ambiguity, inconclusive, while pivoting to stronger evidence. This shows balanced analysis. A strong academic writer doesn't ignore conflicting data, they manage it. By noting that initial reports were inconclusive, you demonstrate a nuanced understanding of the complexity and evolution of research findings. Let's compare 4 pairs. The devastating effects of climate change are undeniable. Scientific data indicates that climate change is contributing to significant environmental shifts. Replaces emotional absolute statements with measurable, cautious language. The word devastating carries immense emotion and isn't academically rigorous. By swapping it for significant environmental shifts, you are describing the phenomenon using a neutral, research-oriented vocabulary. Opponents wrongly claim this law is unnecessary. Some opponents argue that the necessity of this law should be re-evaluated. removes judgmental verbs, wrongly, and vague accusations, focusing solely on the stated argument. Academic writing must assume good faith from its sources. When you remove wrongly, you eliminate your personal judgment about the source's credibility. You are reporting what they say, not judging if it is true. It is obvious that sustainable farming methods are superior. Multiple case studies demonstrate that sustainable farming methods often yield comparable results to conventional practices. Replaces absolute claims, obvious, superior, with evidence-based comparisons, e.g., demonstrate, comparable. The word superior is a subjective ranking. A better approach is comparison, showing how or under what conditions one method might perform well relative to another. This makes your argument much more nuanced. Only the wealthy can afford these advanced educational resources. The cost of these advanced educational resources may present a barrier for low-income families. Shifts focus from definitive judgment only to potential systemic issues and economic limitations. This shift is crucial because it reframes the problem from a moral failing that some people are poor to an objective, measurable resource issue. It maintains academic concern without accusatory language. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak reporting feeling. According to the report, people feel that climate change is a major threat. Strong reporting data. The report indicates that survey respondents expressed concerns regarding climate change's potential impact. Do not simply summarize emotional language. Instead, paraphrase the type of data collected. Was it a survey? Was it anecdotal evidence? By specifying survey respondents, you ground your statement in measurable research methodology. Weak overstatement. The article proves that solar energy is better for the planet. Strong qualified claim. Analysis of various sources indicates that solar energy possesses certain environmental benefits compared to fossil fuels. The word proves is almost never appropriate in academic writing, as scientific proof is rarely absolute. Use qualifying verbs like indicates, suggests, or may show to maintain intellectual humility. Weak false consensus. Since most experts agree that automation will improve jobs, the policy should pass. Strong, balanced, and cautious, while consensus among some experts suggests automation could enhance productivity. Further investigation into job displacement is warranted before a policy decision. Never assume universal agreement just because you read most experts. Academic writing requires acknowledging counter-arguments, even if briefly. This shows mastery of the topic's complexity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The emotive vocabulary scan. Read through the source specifically looking for adjectives or adverbs that evoke strong feelings like disastrous, heroic, or shocking. Circle these words. This is a physical, active step you can take while reading. By highlighting emotionally charged language, you force yourself to pause and ask, what neutral word could replace this? This builds your critical muscle memory. Identify the source's stakeholder bias. Ask, who benefits if I believe this source? Is the author funded by a specific industry or political group? Always apply yourself like an investigative journalist. Understanding who has invested in the research is crucial for spotting vested interests. This moves beyond textual analysis into real-world critical thinking. The 3-source cross-check. When you find a major claim, immediately search for at least 2 other sources that report on the same topic to see if they use similar language or metrics. If every source uses slightly different terminology, it suggests there isn't one single accepted truth. This technique teaches you to compare and synthesize evidence across multiple varying viewpoints. Paraphrase into a question format. Instead of writing, the article claims X, try framing the idea as an inquiry. This finding raises questions about whether X is always true. By phrasing it as a question, you are inherently introducing academic skepticism. It shows the marker that you understand the topic's ambiguity and are ready to explore multiple dimensions of the debate. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Task type, essay, academic. Prompt. Some sources argue that technology is inherently beneficial and drives progress. Others warn of its negative impacts on human mental health and social connection. Discuss both sides, making sure to analyze the tone of any source material you reference. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task regarding sources? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain neutrality by fairly representing opposing views while critically analyzing how those viewpoints are presented, i.e., their underlying tone or bias. The critical component here is not just summarizing both sides, but acknowledging the way they argue it. If one source sounds overly dramatic and another is highly academic, that contrast must be highlighted in your writing. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is establishing an objective framework by defining technologies broadly, then structuring the body paragraphs to analyze specific claims from opposing sources using cautious and balanced language. A high-scoring response will resist the urge to take a firm stance too early. Instead, it builds its argument around managing complexity and demonstrating that you can hold multiple conflicting ideas in your academic framework. When tackling complex academic texts, relying solely on a dictionary can be inefficient. The key skill we are developing today is contextual vocabulary acquisition. This means using the surrounding words and structure to deduce the meaning of an unfamiliar term. We focus less on memorizing definitions and more on understanding how language builds meaning piece by piece. Remember, English proficiency isn't about knowing every word, but about being able to decode the message efficiently. Think of context clues as linguistic detective tools. They help you gather enough evidence from the surrounding text to make an educated guess about a difficult word's function and meaning. Here are 4 examples. Despite the initial enthusiasm of the committee, the new policy proved to be highly restrictive and counterproductive. The phrase highly restrictives combined with counterproductives suggests a negative evaluation. Notice how the pair of words immediately signals disagreement. If you were unsure about restrictive, seeing it paired with counterproductives tells you that the word means limiting or hindering progress, which is crucial for accurate comprehension. The scientists hypothesized that an alternative approach could significantly mitigate the existing environmental damage. Mitigate is placed within a discussion of environmental damage, suggesting a lessening or reduction. Here we use topic clues. When the passage discusses ecological harm, any unknown verb related to fixing it must mean something like reducing or easing that harm. This shifts your focus from defining the word generally to understanding its specific function in this scientific context. Furthermore, the economic indicators revealed a troubling divergence between predicted growth and actual market performance. Divergence is contrasted with predicted growth, indicating a separation or deviation from an expected line. Sometimes context provides an antonym clue. The word divergence is placed in opposition to the expectation of growth. Understanding that it signifies moving apart rather than simply being different helps you grasp its precise meaning within economic reporting. The archaeological side provided ample evidence, thus validating the historians' long-held theories on ancient trade routes. Validating means proving true, which is confirmed by ample evidence. The structure of cause and effect helps us here. The phrase, thus validating, indicates that the evidence caused the confirmation of the theory. If you can identify the relationship cause or result, you are much closer to understanding the precise lexical meaning. Let's compare 4 pairs. Vocabulary, acquisition, contextual, rote memorization, list-based. Focus on usage, not just definition. The biggest difference is that contextual learning embeds the word into a functional sentence structure. Rote memorization gives you isolated facts. Context gives you usable knowledge that you can apply in various real-world scenarios. Academic text, formal. Journalistic report, informal. Expect specialized terminology and complex syntax. In academic writing, the vocabulary is often abstract, dealing with concepts like paradigm shifts or epistemology. Journalistic reports might use similar words, but frame them in a more accessible, narrative style. First, synonym. Compare it with definition. Look for contrasting or explanatory terms. If the text says X is similar to Y, look for synonym clues. If it says X is different from Z, you are looking at an antonym clue. Knowing which type of hint structure appears helps predict how you should interpret the unknown word. Scanning for keywords. Skimming for main idea. Use different skills for different objectives. When scanning, your goal is speed and detail retrieval, finding where something specific was said. When skimming, however, you are pausing to catch the overall narrative arc or argument structure of the entire passage. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Although initial attempts at renewable energy were slow, subsequent advancements allowed technology to finally fossil fuel dependence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is curb. The blank requires a verb that suggests control or reduction. Since the passage is about improvement and progress away from something negative, curbs fits perfectly by meaning to restrain or limit. Researchers must consider various ecological factors when determining if a new development will truly local biodiversity. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is jeopardize. Here, the context of ecological factors and biodiversities points to an action that could cause harm. Jeopardize, meaning to put at risk, is the only word that fits this scientific concern. The study suggests that consumer habits are not always dictated by price alone, but also by deep-seated social. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is norms. When discussing human behavior and markets, if the text mentions things beyond money like cultural expectations or group behavior citus is likely referring to norms. This signals a move from economics into sociology. To accurately assess the impact of climate change, scientists recommend looking at longitudinal data rather than just short-term YM. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is fluctuations. The passage contrasts longitudinals, meaning over a long time, with something short. This opposition suggests rapid changes or variations in measurement, making fluctuations the most precise word choice. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading anticipation. Quickly survey headings and bold terms to activate existing knowledge. Before you even read the first sentence, glance at the title, subheadings, and any emphasized vocabulary. This pre-reading strategy primes your brain for the types of words and concepts you are about to encounter, making them less intimidating. Annotating in context. When reading, actively label unknown words with a guess or potential meaning. Don't just skip the word, engage with it. Write down what you think it means based on its neighbors. This forces your brain to build that immediate connection between context and definition, strengthening retention. Vocabulary mapping. Group new words by related themes or academic fields. Instead of creating massive lists, organize your new vocabulary thematically. For example, group all the environmental words together and then practice using only those 10 words in a single paragraph to build fluency. The 3-tier review method. Reviewing words. Day 1, context. Day 2, definition. Day 3, usage. True mastery requires spaced repetition, and this 3-tier method ensures comprehensive recall. You first grasp the meaning from context, then solidify it with a dictionary definition, and finally cement it by producing your own sentence. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The accelerating rate of global warming demands immediate scientific attention. Current models suggest that human emissions are fundamentally altering atmospheric chemistry, leading to unprecedented ocean acidification. To mitigate these changes, a drastic shift away from fossil fuels is necessary. Furthermore, international cooperation must establish stringent carbon quotas, thereby ensuring sustainable practices across all industrial sectors. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, human activity demands urgent global action to mitigate climate change impacts. When asked for the main idea, do not pick out a single key word. Instead, synthesize the core message, what problem is presented, and what is the necessary solution. The entire passage builds toward this call for drastic shifts and international cooperation. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means requiring immediate attention. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is demands. Notice how the context of accelerating rate of global warming provides the pressure. The word demands here is not just asking for attention, it suggests a critical, non-negotiable need, which strengthens its meaning in this academic setting. Heading matching is a core reading skill that requires you to capture the main idea of an entire passage in just a few seconds. It's not enough to simply find keywords, you must understand the central theme or argument presented by the author. These tasks ask you to summarize what the paragraph is about rather than recalling specific facts within it. Think of each paragraph as having one single overarching message that the heading needs to represent perfectly. Many students fall into the trap of reading for keywords and then selecting a heading that contains those same words. Remember, while keywords are helpful signposts, your goal is synthesis. You need to read with an accumulator's mindset, constantly asking yourself, if I had to give this section one title, what would it be? Here are 5 examples. The initial development of the railway was primarily driven by industrial demand for efficient transport. Focus on cause and effect. Notice how this sentence doesn't just state a fact, it establishes a direct relationship between industry and necessity. When you see phrases like driven by or consequently, they act as powerful signals pointing toward the paragraph's main point. Later advancements saw the integration of steam power, which revolutionized speed and capacity. Highlighting a shift. The word later is your friend here. It signals that the paragraph is discussing a change or an evolution from what was mentioned previously in the text. This tells you where to focus your attention for the core shift in topic. However, global political instability meant that these technological gains could not be fully utilized. Identifying a restriction. The word, however, is the most critical signal in this example. It immediately tells you that the paragraph will introduce a limitation or a counter-argument to what was previously discussed, and your heading must reflect that tension. Ultimately, these changes paved the way for modern global trade networks. The concluding thought. Look for conclusive language like ultimately or. In conclusion, these phrases usually introduce the paragraph's final takeaway, the broad significance of everything discussed before it. This is often your best candidate for a general heading. The initial challenge was funding, but sustained government subsidies proved crucial to its survival. Focusing on solutions. This example shifts the focus from the problem, the initial lack of funds, to the solution. When a paragraph discusses overcoming obstacles, your heading should always reflect that theme of resolution or support. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Distraction via keywords. Headings often contain words that appear in the paragraph, creating false confirmation. The biggest trap here is assuming proximity equals relevance. Just because a heading uses 2 nouns present in the text does not mean it captures this idea. You must read for meaning, not just matching vocabulary. The too broad trap. Some headings are so general they could fit anywhere and therefore describe nothing accurately. Avoid choosing super broad titles like Modern Lives or Historical Changes. If the heading is too vague, it fails to tell you what the specific paragraph was actually about. Aim for specificity. The misdirection principle. Sometimes the best heading summarizes a point that was only mentioned briefly, ignoring the main flow. This requires active reading and skimming for the core argument. If you find yourself getting stuck between 2 headings, reread the paragraph one last time to isolate the single most important concept being discussed. Let's explore the topic of timed practice set 1, matching headings to paragraphs under pressure, R3. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding timed practice. Set 1. Matching headings to paragraphs under pressure, R3 deeply, will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading the headings. Spend 30 seconds skimming all the headings before you read the paragraphs. This activates your mind and gives you a framework for what to listen for. Treat this like an outline. By seeing the potential headings first, you prime your brain to look specifically for those main concepts as you read. It turns reading into a targeted search rather than passive absorption. The 2-pass method. First pass. Read through every paragraph quickly just to understand the general flow. Second pass. Go back and match headings, pausing only when you are sure of your answer. This technique prevents rushing. By reading for comprehension first, you build a mental map. The second pass is then dedicated solely to analytical matching, which reduces cognitive load and improves accuracy. Eliminate the obvious wrong answer. If you are stuck between 2 headings, try to prove why one of them cannot be correct. Sometimes elimination is easier than selection. Don't get stuck trying to prove the perfect fit. Instead, aggressively challenge the most attractive but incorrect options. If a heading fails on just one key point in the paragraph, that is your exit signal. Manage anxiety and time. If you feel overwhelmed, take 3 deep breaths. Remember that speed comes from strategy, not panic. Crucially, if you spend more than 45 seconds on one paragraph, move on. Flag it as difficult, make your best guess based on context, and come back later. Maintaining momentum is far more valuable than perfection on a single question. Advanced skimming goes far beyond just reading quickly. It is the strategic process of mapping a document's architecture to locate generalized arguments and main themes efficiently. Instead of absorbing every detail, you are learning to identify the structural bones of the text. We focus on the relationship between paragraphs rather than the individual words within them. This method allows us to rapidly determine if a passage supports a hypothesis or presents a complex counter-argument. Remember that advanced skimming is an analytical skill, not just a speed technique. Think of yourself like an architect reviewing blueprints. You aren't concerned with the paint color. You are concerned with the load-bearing walls and the overall structure. Our goal here is to capture the what rather than the how. This structural awareness will greatly enhance your ability to synthesize information. Here are 4 examples. The primary driver of demographic shifts is the economic viability of urban centers. Topic sentence. Introduction of main idea. Focus on the subject and verb structure. Notice how this sentence immediately establishes the core argument. When you spot a strong declarative topic sentence like this, pause briefly. It usually contains the thesis for the paragraph that follows, giving you enough context to move quickly without losing the central point. Consequently, many outlying regions are experiencing an exodus of skilled labor. Transitional phrase, consequently, signaling impact. Look for cause and effect markers. Words like consequently, therefore, or as a result are navigational signs in dense academic writing. They act as signposts, telling you the directional flow of logic that what comes next is an effect of what was just mentioned. This trend necessitates novel policy interventions focusing on rural infrastructure development. The proposed solution or implication. This often marks a shift from problem to action. When you reach the point where the text shifts from describing a problem to suggesting a solution, that is critical information. This transition signals a major pivot in the author's argument, and it's worth spending just a second more time on. In conclusion, sustainable growth demands policy alignment across both urban and rural sectors. Concluding sentence, summary statement, captures the ultimate takeaway point. Always check the concluding or summarizing statements. Authors frequently restate their main argument in slightly different words here. This is often the clearest, most distilled version of the entire passage's core message. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages helps you communicate more effectively. When you master advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages. You'll start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these two common mistakes. Some learners say, "I am confused about advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages." The better way to say this is, "I am confused about advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages." The adjective needs the ed ending here because it describes how you feel, not what you are. Some learners say, "She don't know advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages." The better way to say this is, "She doesn't know advanced skimming techniques, extracting core ideas from dense passages." With she, we must use doesn't instead of don't. This is one of the most common errors in English. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading questioning. Before skimming, always review the headings and questions. This activates your brain's search filters. Do not start reading until you know why you are reading. If you have a clear question in mind like, "What is the author's biggest criticism?" your eyes will automatically filter out irrelevant details, making skimming highly efficient. Pacing and pausing. Speed up over known material, slow down dramatically at transitions or summaries. Treat the text like a physical journey. You can move quickly through familiar terrain, but when you hit a junction, a transition word, or a conclusion, you must pause your internal speed to process the directional change. Identifying authorial intent. Ask, is the author trying to inform, persuade, or entertain? This dictates reading focus. Knowing the intent changes everything. If you suspect persuasion, look for emotionally charged language. If it's informational, focus on definitions and evidence cited. The one-sentence rule. If you can only remember one sentence from a long passage, make sure it captures the entire scope. This is your ultimate goal. If you can summarize the core argument in one grammatically complete sentence, you have successfully mastered advanced skimming and synthesis. Recognizing rhetorical devices means understanding that language is never purely descriptive, it's always persuasive. These aren't just fancy words, they are structural tools authors use to guide the reader's emotions and logic. When you analyze a text, you must ask, why did the author choose this word or this structure? Rhetoric helps us move past simply summarizing information to actually critiquing how that information is presented. Mastering this skill shows depth of understanding, a critical component for achieving higher scores in academic writing tasks. Remember, recognizing a device like parallelism isn't just naming it, it's explaining its effect on the reader. Instead of telling yourself, "This uses anaphora," tell yourself, "The repeated structure here builds momentum and emphasizes urgency." This shift from identification to functional analysis is what elevates your writing skills. Here are 4 examples. The decline in literacy rates cannot be viewed as a simple failure of policy. Rather, it reflects deep-seated socioeconomic inequities that undermine educational infrastructure. Use of contrast not, but rather to shift focus from singular cause to complex systemic issue. This immediately elevates the argument's scope. Notice how the phrase "not a simple failure," but rather functions as an intellectual pivot point. It forces the reader to pause and adjust their understanding of the problem. Always look for these explicit structural shifts in formal writing as they signal a major change in perspective. From policy debates to community action, from legislative halls to neighborhood initiatives, the true solution lies at the intersection of both. Parallelism, parallel structure, lists related concepts using similar grammatical forms. This creates rhythm and balance, making the conclusion feel inevitable and comprehensive. When an author uses parallelism like this, the goal is to build momentum towards a central thesis. The repetitive rhythm mimics speaking, lending the academic text a persuasive oratorical quality that captures attention. Use this technique when you want your reader to feel swept up in the breadth of ideas. To suggest that technology alone can solve these complex issues is, perhaps, to vastly underestimate human complexity. Using understatement and rhetorical irony, the seemingly gentle tone delivers a powerful critique without sounding aggressive or overly dramatic. Understatement is incredibly sophisticated because it allows the author to appear measured while still delivering a pointed criticism. It makes the argument feel more authoritative than outright condemnation would. When you need to politely disagree with a strong claim, this device gives you room to maneuver. If we do not fundamentally rethink our approach to resource allocation, what future truly awaits the next generation? Rhetorical question. This is a question asked merely for effect, prompting contemplation rather than requiring an answer. The rhetorical question does three things. It engages the reader directly, and it implies that the only acceptable answer is, "We must change." It forces buy-in before the author even presents their evidence. Use these sparingly in your writing to maximize impact. Let's compare four pairs. Many people think that climate change is a big problem and needs to be fixed. The undeniable gravity of the climate crisis necessitates immediate global policy restructuring. Weakly stated idea upgraded with formal vocabulary and strong conviction. The shift from big problem to undeniable gravities instantly raises the academic tone. The strength here comes from replacing vague modifiers like bigs or needs to be fixed with precise high-level nouns and verbs. Academic writing favors declarative, assertive language that leaves no room for doubt regarding its stance. Because people are doing too much consumption, the environment gets damaged. The pervasive cycle of unsustainable consumerism places an irreversible strain upon planetary ecosystems. Replace simple cause-effect with elevated jargon and structural complexity. This makes the link between action and consequence sound inevitable. When you want to establish a clear, undeniable relationship, a cause leading to an effective academic phrasing like places strain upon is much more powerful than simply saying gets damaged. It demonstrates mastery of complex nominalization. Some experts suggest that education is the way forward for developing economies. While some scholars advocate for educational reform, it fails to account for the necessary infrastructural overhaul required by local governance. Uses concession, while some scholars followed immediately by a counter-argument. This shows nuanced thinking and avoids sounding one-sided. A hallmark of advanced academic writing is acknowledging opposing viewpoints before dismantling them. By starting with, while some suggest, you earn the right to challenge their idea, making your eventual critique much more persuasive. If we don't change things, bad stuff will happen. Unless substantive shifts are implemented immediately, the global trajectory points toward irreversible systemic instability. Replaced vague warnings with powerful metaphorical language, trajectory, systemic instabilities. This raises the stakes and makes the warning sound highly researched. Notice how bad stuff is replaced by irreversible systemic instability. Academic writing dislikes emotional descriptors. It prefers abstract, technical nouns. Using these specialized terms grounds your argument in objective analysis. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak. The research shows that students feel bad when they write a lot, too casual and vague. Strong, empirical evidence suggests that prolonged writing tasks correlate with increased student fatigue and reduced cognitive retention. The primary fix here is replacing common verbs and adjectives with formal, discipline-specific terminology. Feel bad should become correlate with fatigue. This immediately signals that your writing belongs in an academic journal. Weak. Global warming is a really serious issue because of pollution. Strong. The accelerating concentration of atmospheric pollutants has critically exacerbated the global warming phenomenon. This mistake often involves weak linking verbs and casual intensifiers like really. To improve, use a stronger academic connector that shows causality, such as has critically exacerbated or is fundamentally driven by. Weak. Everyone knows that money is important for society to function. Strong. While economic stability is undeniably crucial, defining its necessity solely through material metrics overlooks vital social capital. The error here is making an overly broad generalization that sounds like common knowledge. A strong academic piece must anticipate and counteract the reader's assumption by adding nuance, such as acknowledging the limitation of solely through material metrics. Here are 4 ways to practice. Annotation mapping. When reading, don't just underline key ideas. Use a specific color or symbol to mark the rhetorical tools being used in a comparison, a dramatic example, a counter-argument. This active annotation method changes you from a passive reader into an analyst. By physically tagging the rhetorical move, you train your brain to see structure rather than just content. This is the single most effective way to prepare for this type of analysis. Deconstruct sample paragraphs. Take any academic article and write a mini report on it that only identifies rhetorical devices. Don't summarize, analyze structure. If you practice deconstructing existing texts, you build a deep library of successful language patterns. You start to internalize the rhythm and flow of highly persuasive writing without even realizing it. This builds analytical muscle memory. The "so what" test. After reading any paragraph, immediately ask yourself, so what does this passage want me to believe or feel? The answer reveals the author's underlying rhetorical goal. This is a metacognitive techniquing about how you think. It moves beyond literal comprehension and focuses on argumentative intent. If you can determine the author's ultimate emotional appeal, you understand their rhetoric. Model your own devices. When drafting, don't just write your ideas. Intentionally build a sentence or paragraph using parallelism, rhetorical questions, or contrast to enhance impact. The best way to master these tools is through deliberate practice. Don't wait until the end of your essay to consider style. From your first draft, actively try to elevate weak statements by injecting structure and rhythm. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The recent push for universal basic income is often praised as a revolutionary economic fix. However, critics correctly point out that such sweeping policies ignore the fundamental role of personal responsibility and market incentives. To embrace UBI wholesale is to fundamentally misunderstand human motivation. Question 1. What rhetorical device does the author use in the first sentence? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a concession followed by a pivot, the however structure. When answering, you must identify both the device and its function. The phrase, often praised as, however, immediately sets up a contrast. This signals that the author is about to challenge widely held belief, which makes their subsequent argument seem more authoritative. Question 2. What is the key requirement for writing an effective response? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the answer must name the device and explain how it shapes the meaning. It cannot just summarize. Remember, simply stating that there is contrast doesn't earn points. Explaining that the contrast creates intellectual tension between praise and critiques does. Focus on the mechanism of persuasion itself. Reading comprehension often moves beyond simple extraction. Synthesis is the skill of pulling together information from disparate parts of a text to form a new understanding or conclusion that was never explicitly stated. It requires you to act less like a detective finding clues and more like an architect building a structure using those pieces. You are not just summarizing what is said, you are defining what the authors imply by connecting their ideas. Mastering this technique helps you tackle those tougher questions that require deep intellectual engagement with the material. Remember that synthesizing isn't about finding one perfect sentence, it's about establishing relationships between sentences, even if they appear in different paragraphs. When tackling a question requiring synthesis, mentally label which core ideas the text presents, and then visualize how those ideas intersect. This process forces you to move from passive reading to active intellectual participation. Here are 4 examples. Climate models suggest a nonlinear relationship between atmospheric CO2 levels and rising sea temperatures. Establishes the core scientific premise, CO2 temperature link. This initial sentence sets up the fundamental problem or fact. When you see strong technical language like nonlinear, it signals that the explanation to follow will be complex and requires careful attention. However, localized oceanic currents can mitigate these effects by altering thermal distribution patterns. Presents a counterpoint or mitigating factor, local currents. Notice the transition word, however. This signals that the author is about to challenge the initial premise. A successful synthesis requires you to hold both this general rule and this specific exception in your mind simultaneously. This suggests a need for localized predictive models rather than global averages alone. The author's recommendation implication based on the previous conflict, global versus local. Here is where synthesis happens. The text didn't say, use local models, but by contrasting points 1 and 2, the author implies that global averages are insufficient. Your job is to catch this implied conclusion. Therefore, future policy must integrate both macro-level atmospheric data and micro-regional oceanographic measurements. The final action step, linking the scientific problem, 1 with the solution, 2, 3. This conclusion ties everything together. It takes the complex interplay of global science, local forces, and model limitations and distills it into a clear policy recommendation. This is the ultimate goal of advanced reading comprehension. Let's compare 4 pairs. Direct retrieval, finding facts. Synthesis, drawing conclusions. Focus on the question's nature. If a comprehension question asks, what is, you are looking for direct retrieval. But if it asks, why does this happen? Or what must therefore be true? You need synthesis. Always check the verbs in the prompt to guide your approach. Reading main idea, general theme. Error analysis, identifying gaps. Look for shifts in tone. When finding the main idea, you are summarizing the author's core message. When performing error analysis, your job is to act as a critic. You must look specifically for contradictions or points of weakness in the argument presented. Analyzing scientific data, objective. Analyzing social commentary, subjective. Identify emotional language. Scientific texts rely on measured evidence and quantifiable data. In contrast, social commentary often uses evocative adjectives or adverbs to sway your opinion. Be mindful of the register. Is the author stating a fact or expressing an urgent view? Annotating, definitions, vocabulary focus. Annotating relationships, causal links. Look for structure markers. When you see words like consequently, due to, or therefore, immediately stop and ask yourself, what caused this? What is the result? These structural signposts are key indicators of cause and effect relationships that form the backbone of synthesized understanding. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The initial study found a clear correlation between urban density and increased air particulate matter levels, suggesting that city growth was detrimental to local health. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is correlation. This blank requires you to recall the primary finding. You aren't just remembering high pollution, you are recalling the natures of the relationship, that it was a measurable connection or correlation. However, subsequent research indicated that green infrastructure and mandated public transport could potentially mitigate these negative effects. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is mitigate. The word mitigate means to lessen or alleviate. It signals a shift in the argument from pure problem description to actionable solutions. Always pay attention to whether the text presents a warning or suggests a remedy. Therefore, experts recommend policymakers adopt integrated strategies that combine ecological preservation with controlled urban expansion. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is integrated. The concept of integrated means combining separate elements into one cohesive whole. This is pure synthesis. Author is taking the problem, pollution, and the solution components, green spaces, transit, and telling you they must be combined. Failure to adopt such a holistic approach risks accelerating public health crises in burgeoning metropolitan areas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is accelerating. This final warning uses strong verbs like risks and accelerating. These signal the high stakes of the topic. When you finish summarizing, always identify the ultimate consequence or takeaway that provides context to all the preceding details. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading prediction. Activate prior knowledge before reading to create mental hooks for the text. Before even starting a passage, take 30 seconds to look at the title and subheadings. What do you already know about this topic? By activating your existing knowledge base, you give your brain something specific to search for, making the reading process much more targeted. The zoom out technique. After every paragraph, pause and ask yourself, what is the one sentence that summarizes everything I just read? This metacognitive pause forces you out of the weeds of detail and up to the forest canopy. It's an immediate self-test for synthesis, ensuring you didn't get lost in supporting examples or definitions. Question mapping. Break down complex questions into smaller components, keyword plus action verb. If a question asks, what is the implication of X regarding Y, immediately circle those 3 parts. You are looking for the connection, implication, between 2 specific elements, X and Y, not just facts about them separately. Dealing with ambiguity. If a passage seems unclear, flag it and read the adjacent paragraphs. The answer is often clarified by context. Don't panic when you hit a confusing sentence or paragraph. Think of it as a temporary roadblock. By reading forward or backward slightly, you give your brain more data points to use for contextual clues, which is key to interpreting complex academic language. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The shift toward decentralized energy grids presents a massive opportunity for grid stability. By integrating localized sources like rooftop solar and small wind turbines, the systemic reliance on colossal central power plants can be significantly reduced. This fragmentation is not merely an environmental preference, it improves resilience against physical attacks or natural disasters that could compromise a single point of failure. However, effective implementation requires substantial regulatory overhauls regarding interconnection standards and grid management software. Therefore, policy must evolve dynamically to accommodate the fluctuating nature of distributed generation. Question 1. What is the primary argument supported by this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, decentralization improves resilience but requires urgent regulatory updates. The main idea isn't just that solar power is good, nor is it just about regulations. The core message synthesizes these 2 parts. Decentralization is beneficial for stability and resilience, but its benefits cannot be realized without corresponding systemic policy changes. You must combine the benefits and the conditions into one answer. Question 2. Identify a word that suggests vulnerability or weakness in a system. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is compromise the single point of failure. The phrase single point of failure is an academic idiom, but the root concept relates to vulnerability. When you see words like vulnerability, compromised, or risk, they are all signaling a break in function or weakness that needs to be analyzed and addressed in your comprehension. The core skill here is synthesis. You must move past simply reporting the data and instead synthesize it to create an overarching analytical overview. This means identifying patterns, relationships, or significant deviations across the entire dataset. Your goal is not just to describe what happened, but to explain the most prominent story the data tells. Always look for the major trends, the highest points, the steepest declines, or consistent correlations between different variables. Remember that a strong analytical overview acts as your argument, setting the stage for the detailed body paragraphs. When we talk about synthesis, we mean combining multiple pieces of evidence to support one single, powerful claim. Think less like a reporter listing facts and more like a detective connecting clues. This elevated level of thinking is what separates a Band 6 from a Band 7 or higher score in the IELTS exam. Here are 4 examples. Overall, while sales for product A showed steady growth throughout the period, they were significantly overshadowed by the dramatic surge in demand for product B, indicating a clear market shift towards newer technologies. Identifies both an overall trend and suggests a causal conclusion, market shift. This example is effective because it doesn't just state that product B increased. It interprets why the increased Mattersight signals a market shift. This interpretative language elevates the writing from reporting to analysis. Notably, the correlation between leisure spending and local employment rates appears inverse. As job numbers rose steadily in Q1 and Q2, discretionary consumer spending remained stagnant, suggesting underlying economic caution. Highlights an unexpected or counterintuitive relationship, inverse correlation. Good analytical writing often points out what is unexpected. By flagging the inverse correlation, the writer shows they are thinking critically about the data, not just reading it linearly. The most striking pattern observed across all regions is the consistent upward trajectory of renewable energy investment. This suggests a systemic policy change or growing global commitment to sustainability. Focuses on a major, sustained trend and hypothesizes its cause, policy change. Notice how the language here moves from factual observation, upward trajectory, to plausible explanation, systemic policy change. This is the key move, suggesting the underlying reasons for the data. Although global oil prices fluctuate wildly quarter to quarter, the sustained investment in alternative fuels demonstrates a long-term structural realignment of the energy sector. Uses contrast, fluctuation versus sustainability, to support a powerful conclusion. This writer uses contrast effectively. They acknowledge short-term noise the price dips and spikes but immediately dismiss it in favor of discussing the larger, more stable structural trend. Let's compare 4 pairs. In January, the sales were high at 10,000 units. By June, they dropped dramatically to 3,000 units. Sales experienced a sharp decline from its peak in January, falling by 2/3 to reach a low of 3,000 units by June. Quantification and sophisticated phrasing. The strong version is superior because it uses more precise academic vocabulary like sharp decline and 2/3. It doesn't just list the numbers. It frames them within a narrative of change. Education spending increased slightly between 2010 and 2020. Healthcare money also went up during that time. Both education and healthcare budgets saw steady increases over the decade, suggesting growing governmental prioritization in these 2 sectors. Interpreting correlation into meaning. The weak version is just listing facts. The strong version interprets those co-occurring facts. The increase suggests growing governmental prioritization, which is an analytical jump only the overview should make. Most people traveled by car in 1980, but this changed to mostly trains by 2010. The shift from automobile dominance in 1980 to increased rail usage by 2010 indicates a public preference for greener or more efficient travel options. Avoiding simplistic statements and suggesting causes. Instead of just saying it changed, the strong version suggests potential reasons greener or efficient. This critical thinking is what examiners look for when assessing analytical ability. The highest point was in 2015. After that, everything dropped rapidly until 2020. Peak activity occurred in 2015. However, the subsequent period saw a steep and sustained decline, stabilizing at a much lower level by 2020. Using complex comparative language, however, subsequently, the use of sophisticated linking phrases like subsequently and conjunctions such as however makes the writing flow naturally. It guides the reader through your analysis without sounding choppy. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, sales increased rapidly from January to March. Also, they increased again in May. Strong, overall, sales showed a general upward trend throughout the first half of the year, with particular acceleration observed between January and March. The weak version is just listing observations. The improved version synthesizes these points into one cohesive statement by using general upward trends and acceleration. It summarizes the pattern, rather than detailing every instance. Weak It was clearly due to the new policy that people started shopping more. Strong, the observed rise in consumer spending could potentially be attributed to recent governmental policies aimed at stimulating local markets. Never state causation as absolute fact unless the data proves it. The strong version uses cautious language like could potentially be attributed, which shows academic humility while still making a sophisticated, educated guess. Weak. The chart is complicated to explain because there are so many lines. Strong. Despite the complexity of variables presented in the graph, three major trends become apparent: the steady rise in X, the decline in Y, and the stable plateau for Z. Never include commentary about the data itself. The strong version completely ignores the difficulty of the chart's presentation and instead focuses solely on guiding the reader to the three most important takeaways. Here are 4 ways to practice. Ask, so what? After stating a trend, e.g., rates fell, immediately ask yourself, so what? Why did it fall? This forces you to think about the implications. The so what question is your best friend for moving from description to analysis. It pushes you past merely summarizing numbers and into interpreting the data's potential meaning. Identify outliers and anomalies. Don't just report averages, specifically point out any single year, quarter, or variable that deviates significantly from the general trend. These anomalies are often where the most interesting insights lie. Anomalies exceptions to the rule are gold mines for high band scores because they demonstrate careful observation and analytical depth. Make sure you frame them as unusual events that warrant specific mention. Focus on rate of change, not just levels. Instead of saying A was 10 units and B was 20 units, describe the rate. B grew at twice the speed of A. This shows a comparative analysis. Comparing rates is much more analytical than comparing absolute levels. By focusing on how fast something changed, you are showing a deeper understanding of momentum and economic forces. Structure your overview as an argument. Do not write the overview as a list of facts. Structure it like a thesis statement, state the main point, then briefly mention the 2 or 3 supporting pieces of evidence that prove your point. Treating your introduction paragraph like a mini essay structure your main claim, followed by brief supporting, pillars elevates its academic tone significantly and makes your argument feel structured and conclusive. The overview is arguably the most critical paragraph in an academic writing task. It is your chance to immediately impress the examiner by demonstrating high-level structural control and analytical ability. This section requires you to synthesize the main trends, features, or patterns evident across the entire dataset. You should not include any specific data points, numbers, or percentages here. That detail belongs later in the body paragraphs. Essentially, your overview must answer this question: if I only had 15 seconds to tell someone what this graph is about, what would I say? It provides a roadmap for your reader and signals that you have grasped the core meaning of the visual information. Remember, when examiners read an essay like yours, they are looking for evidence of structural coherence. By placing a flawless overview early on, you instantly signal that you can organize complex ideas logically. Think of it as your thesis statement for the entire report. It sets the expectation for everything that follows. Here are 4 examples. Generally speaking, the data clearly indicates a downward trend for both sectors during the period shown. While Sector A started highest, its gradual decline was paralleled by a steady increase in Sector B. Identifies 2 opposing trends and their general direction. This example is effective because it uses comparative language while maintaining extreme generality. Notice how downward trends and gradual decline are used instead of specific yearly percentages, keeping the focus on the overall pattern. Overall, resource allocation shifted significantly over time, with renewable energy sources gaining prominence while reliance on fossil fuels steadily diminished. Focuses on shifts in proportion and relative importance, e.g., percentage changes. Here, the writer successfully uses abstract nouns like prominence and reliance. This elevates the language beyond simple description, showing that you are analyzing why the shift matters in a broader context. The map reveals the population density was highest along the coastal areas. Furthermore, industrial development appears to have concentrated primarily in the southern quadrant. Uses spatial language and directional adverbs for geographical data, maps. When dealing with maps or processes, your structure must be physical. This overview uses locational phrases like along the coastal areas and in the southern quadrant, which are essential tools for describing geography effectively. In summation, while all three variables increased from 2000 to 2010, the rate of growth was uneven. Variable C experienced the most dramatic rise, significantly outpacing both A and B. Highlights magnitude differences, relative rates, rather than just listing increase-decrease. The key takeaway here is rate of growth. By stating that growth was uneven and focusing on which variable outpaced the others, you are synthesizing a conclusion about speed. Just size. Let's compare 4 pairs. In 2010, the sales of product X were 50 units, and in 2020, they reached 150 units. Overall, there was a marked increase in sales for product X over the 10-year period shown. Focus on the trend, not the data points. The weak version is too specific. It gives numbers which belong later. The strong version generalizes by using phrases like marked increase and focuses solely on the directional movement across time. Some people moved to cities and some built factories in the West. The primary trend shows a clear shift of population towards urban centers coupled with industrial growth spreading westward. Use academic vocabulary, e.g., shift, coupled. We need to elevate our language from simple statements like some people move to formal analysis like shift of population. This transition shows your command over advanced. Academic discourse. The pie chart is about 3 things: food, power, and transport. Overall, the data indicates that energy consumption is overwhelmingly dominated by transportation needs, followed closely by domestic heating. Identify relative dominance, the biggest, smallest share. Never just list what's present. You must synthesize which category holds the most weight or has the least. Using overwhelmingly dominated is a sophisticated way to point out disproportionate shares. The lines show that both types of cars increased sales, but one was better than the other. It is evident that while both car models saw growth trajectories, Model A maintained significantly higher market share throughout the entire period. Compare patterns and magnitudes using precise adverbs, adjectives. Replacing vague words like better or more's with academic modifiers such as significantly, consistently, or markedly's is key to achieving a Band 7 grade. It adds precision and formal tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Listing data points, the graph shows that A is high and B is low. Also, C went up. Synthesizing trends, overall, the data illustrates a divergence in trends, with sector A remaining at peak levels while both B and C showed varied growth patterns. The biggest mistake is listing facts. An overview must synthesize the relationship between those facts. Instead of saying A is high, use comparative language to describe its relative position. Making recommendations. This means that climate change is bad and we need better policies. Remaining objective data-driven. Overall, the data suggests a strong correlation between rising global temperatures and increased levels of extreme weather events. You are writing an academic report describing data. You are not writing an opinion essay. Always keep your language objective, avoiding words like should, must, or expressing outright judgment. Vague generalizations. In conclusion, there were lots of changes in the first quarter. Precise academic language. Overall, the initial period was characterized by rapid volatility across all measured indicators. Avoid vague intensifiers like lots of or general words like changes. Use precise vocabulary that accurately describes the natures of the change, such as volatility, fluctuation, or plateauing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-point rule. Identify the 3 most dominant features, highest lowest points, biggest changes, and key comparisons. Before you write a single word of your overview, physically highlight these 3 areas on the graph. This forces you to pull out only the truly dominant patterns, ensuring your overview remains focused and highly selective. The "so what" test? After identifying a trend, ask yourself, so what does this mean for the overall picture? This pushes you toward analysis. This simple question helps move your thinking from mere description to actual analysis. Instead of just noting that sales increased, asking so what leads you to state, the talk of the market was rapidly expanding. Drafting in bullet points. Do not write sentences first. List 3 to 4 key phrases and transitional adverbs, e.g., conversely, significantly, overall. Use bullet points as a scaffolding tool during your planning phase. By listing phrases rather than full sentences, you keep the overview brief, powerful, and highly condense the perfect length for an introduction. The non-number check. Review your draft to ensure absolutely no specific numbers or dates slipped in. If a number is present, remove it. This final self-check is crucial for maintaining the appropriate tone. You must confirm that every single piece of information you share represents a general trend, not a precise measurement. When analyzing data in IELTS writing, simply stating that a number went up or down is not enough. You must describe the rate and manner of change. Key academic verbs include soared, plummeted, peaked at, and plateaued. We need to move beyond simple vocabulary and discuss the trajectory. Was it steady, rapid, volatile, or gradual? Understanding these nuanced descriptors is crucial for achieving a high band score. Remember that academic description requires precision. Instead of saying it went up quickly, use strong verbs like accelerated or surged. This level of descriptive vocabulary elevates your writing from mere reporting to sophisticated analysis, which examiners look for. Here are 4 examples. Between 2000 and 2010, renewable energy sources saw a steady ascent, rising from a modest 2% to nearly 25%. Effective use of adverbs, steadily, and precise figures shows control over the data narrative. Notice how this example combines steady with temporal markers like between X and Y. This structure anchors your reader in time while providing a clear, calculated sense of growth. Following the initial peak in Q3, expenditure began to decline sharply, falling by over 12% within the subsequent 6 months. Using sharply and specific percentages over 12% adds immediate impact and academic rigor. When describing a decrease, always quantify it. Using phrases like declined sharply by X% is much stronger than just saying it went down. Quantification makes your analysis trustworthy. The data for global oil prices exhibited extreme volatility throughout the decade, fluctuating wildly between 40 and 120 per barrel. This handles fluctuation by defining its range between X and U rather than just saying it changed. When describing fluctuation, don't use weak words like changed a lot. Define the boundaries of that change. Focusing on the peak-to-trough spread is much more analytical. By the end of the period, the rate of increase slowed considerably, reaching a plateau around 85 units for the final quarter. Identifying when growth stops or slows down, plateaued, slowed considerably, is key to comprehensive analysis. Recognizing points of stability or plateau is often as important as describing rapid change. This shows that you are reading the entire picture, not just the dramatic parts. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding, analyzing trends, describing rates of change, increase, decrease, fluctuation effectively helps you communicate more effectively. When you master analyzing trends, describing rates of change, increase, decrease, fluctuation effectively, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter analyzing trends, describing rates of change, increase, decrease, fluctuation effectively frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use analyzing trends, describing rates of change, increase, decrease, fluctuation effectively. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Sales increased sharply from 20% to 80%. Strong. Sales increased sharply, rising from 20 to 80%. The error here is using from to when describing a continuous rate of change. Using rising from X to Y's creates better flow and grammatical accuracy for trends. Weak by 2015, the figure has reached its highest point. Strong by 2015, the figure had reached its highest point. When describing trends that occurred entirely in the past, like historical data, always use the past perfect tense. This keeps your narrative grammatically consistent. Weak, fluctuations were visible due to global events. Strong, global events resulted in noticeable fluctuations within the dataset. Avoid vague causality statements like due to. Instead, use active verbs that show a direct relationship, such as resulted in, contributing to, or owing to. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use comparative phrasing. Instead of listing data points sequentially, compare them directly. For example, while X rose sharply, Y remained stable. Comparing trends allows you to analyze the relationship between 2 variables simultaneously. This immediately boosts your analytical depth and complexity score. Structure your analysis by phase. Divide the time period into distinct phases. The initial decade was marked by growth, followed by a plateau, and finally a decline. Grouping data points into narrative segments helps organize your writing and gives it a clear structure. This is much more engaging for the reader than a simple chronological list. Master connective phrases. Use advanced signposting words, conversely, in contrast, similarly, or nevertheless. These linking phrases are your structural glue. They don't just connect sentences, they signal the relationship between ideas, whether that relationship is opposition, similarity, or sequence. The general trend statement. Always conclude by summarizing the overall story. Overall, while volatile in the mid-period, the trend showed a net upward movement. This is your final interpretive touch. Never just report, always interpret. By stating the net trend, you show that you can draw conclusions beyond what is explicitly stated. Comparing and contrasting multiple datasets is a crucial skill in academic writing, especially when analyzing reports or scientific findings. At its heart, this process means identifying similarities, differences, and relationships between distinct pieces of information. We move beyond simply describing each set separately. Instead, we group them to show how they interact. Think of it as creating a conversation between the data points themselves. The goal is always synthesis, weaving individual observations into a cohesive overall narrative. The key linguistic shift here is moving from listing facts to analyzing relationships. When you use comparison language, you are doing more than just reporting. You are arguing that a relationship exists. Always ask yourself, what does the overlap or divergence between these 2 sets mean? That meaning is what elevates your writing. Here are 5 examples. While country A saw a steep decline in sales, country B remained stable and even increased slightly. Contrast, using while. Notice how starting with the contrastive conjunction, while immediately sets up an opposition. This structure is highly efficient because it presents both data points simultaneously, keeping the reader engaged in the tension between the 2 figures. Both datasets reveal a general upward trend over the last decade, particularly visible from 2015 onward. Comparison, using both. When you use words like both or similarly, your focus is solely on the shared patterns. This approach builds momentum and establishes a clear consensus among the variables being discussed. In contrast to the initial findings, the subsequent survey data provided entirely different conclusions regarding public satisfaction. Contrast, using in contrast to. Phrases like in contrast to are great for signposting shifts in argument. They don't just point out a difference. They signal that you are about to pivot the reader's understanding based on new evidence. The variables of age and income show a positive correlation. As one increases, the other tends to increase as well. Relationship, using correlation. Focusing on correlations or relationships elevates your writing from simple description to analytical insight. Instead of saying 2 things happened, you are suggesting they influenced each other. Although Sector X outperformed expectations, it still lagged behind the growth rates observed in Sector Y. Concession, using although. This structure acknowledges a strength while immediately pivoting to a comparative weakness. It's a sophisticated way of presenting data that avoids sounding overly positive or overly negative. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Whoa, moving beyond description to analysis. A simple description lists facts. An analysis explains the implications of those facts. Remember, test markers are looking for your analytical depth, not just your ability to summarize data points. You must show that you understand why these differences or similarities matter in a broader context. Identifying patterns and trends. Comparison helps readers see the big picture by grouping related variables together. When you compare multiple datasets, you are naturally looking for overarching patterns, the big trends. Highlighting these connections demonstrates a sophisticated grasp of the material, creating cohesive flow and argumentation. Good comparative language acts as linguistic glue, making your writing smooth and persuasive. In academic writing, flow is paramount. By mastering transition words that compare or contrast, you guide the reader logically from one piece of data to the next without any jarring stops. Let's explore the topic of comparing and contrasting, handling multiple datasets and variables. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding comparing and contrasting, handling multiple datasets and variables deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-write a comparison grid. Before writing your report, create a simple table mapping out all variables and their key similarities differences. Treat this grid as your structural blueprint. It forces you to categorize the relationships before you even begin drafting sentences, ensuring nothing is missed. Draft an overview paragraph first. Write your summary overview paragraph before the detailed body paragraphs describing the datasets. By stating your main comparative conclusion up front, you give yourself a guiding star. Every piece of evidence you present later must then serve to prove or elaborate on that initial thesis. Vary your connective vocabulary. Do not overuse, however, or similarly, keep a list of advanced comparative phrases ready. Repetition weakens your prose. If you have 10 options for showing contrast, using 3 or 4 different types demonstrates a mastery of register and vocabulary. Summarize. Data in concepts, not numbers. Instead of saying X increased by 5% while Y increased by 7%, say both X and Y showed robust growth. This is the final expert trick. Always aim to generalize your findings into conceptual statements. This moves you from being a mere reporter of numbers to an insightful analyst. When you encounter a flowchart or cycle diagram in Task 1, your job is not just to describe what is present. You must narrate the movement, the sequence of actions from beginning to end. These diagrams show processes that are linear, cyclical, or sequential. The key rule here is maintaining absolute clarity of time and order. Always use directional language to guide the reader through the steps. Unlike describing simple data changes, process writing requires you to be a storyteller who uses structure as their backbone. Think of your essay as guiding someone by hand through an assembly line. The focus must remain on what happens next to build a cohesive narrative flow. Here are 4 examples. The process begins with raw cotton being harvested and then transported to the spinning mill. Subsequently, the fibers undergo cleaning before they are spun into yarn. Uses clear chronological markers, begins, subsequently, and sequential verbs. Notice how this phrasing avoids simply listing steps. It builds a chain reaction using precise transition words. These connectors act as signposts for your reader, ensuring the flow is never interrupted. Following initial smelting, the iron ore is refined through multiple stages of purification until molten metal is available. This liquid metal is then cast into various molds. Uses strong causal linkages following until to show dependency between steps. Here, the writer successfully links cause and effect, the need for purification before casting. High-level writing doesn't just list events, it explains why one event must follow another. The cycle continues when processed materials are utilized by consumers, which subsequently generates waste that is then collected and subjected to recycling processes. Effectively handles a cyclical structure. A leads back to A rather than a straight line. When describing cycles, you must signal the return to the start point. Using phrases like completes the loops or re-enters the cycles helps the grader understand the diagram's continuous nature. After initial filtration, the contaminated water moves into a secondary treatment phase where biological agents break down pollutants. Finally, the purified effluent is released back into rivers. Uses spatial or directional verbs, moves into, released back, appropriate for environmental processes. Because this process involves movement through a physical space, using prepositional phrases that imply direction like into or through adds precision and vividness to your description. Let's compare 4 pairs. The water gets heated. Next, it goes to a cooler. First, the water is subjected to intense heating. Subsequently, it is channeled into a cooling unit. Replaces simple verbs and sequencing with formal structure, subjected to, subsequently. The biggest improvement here lies in lexical resource. Replacing basic words like gets or goes with academic collocations immediately elevates your overall tone and formality. After step 1, the metal is cut, then it is painted. Having completed initial cutting, the metal components are subsequently prepared by being coated in protective paint. Uses sophisticated linking structures, having completed, to combine ideas smoothly. Using participle phrases, like having completed, allows you to compress 2 simple sentences into one complex structure. This demonstrates advanced grammatical control and improves flow significantly. The cycle starts when people use the product, then it becomes waste. The process is continually reinforced by consumer use, which eventually generates discarded materials for recycling. Shifts from simple description to summarizing the underlying mechanism, continual reinforcement. A strong report doesn't just parrot the diagram, it explains the implications of the cycle. Highlighting the concept of reinforcement shows true analytical depth, not merely descriptive ability. Many chemicals are used in this process. They mix together and then go out. The procedure involves several chemical agents that interact to facilitate a reaction, culminating in the discharge of treated effluent. Uses technical vocabulary, agents, culminate, and formal terminology. Adopting subject-specific vocabulary, like effluents instead of waste, is crucial. It proves you are using language accurately for the academic context, which examiners notice immediately. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, simple sequencing. The first stage happens. Next, the machines work on it. Strong, sophisticated structure. Initially, the process commences with stage 1. Following this, sophisticated machinery processes the material. The mistake here is over-reliance on basic sequence markers like next. Strong writing uses varied transition signals following this, or subsequently, to keep the rhythm academic and sophisticated. Weak, active voice. Informal. People collect the materials. They sort them by hand. Strong, passive voice object focus. The collected raw materials are then manually sorted to categorize different types of waste products. When describing a process, sometimes the action or material is more important than who performs it. Using the passive voice helps keep the focus on the flow itself, maintaining objectivity. Weak fake conclusion. This leads to the final product which can be sold. Strong, formal synthesis conclusion. The culmination of these steps yields a marketable end product, thereby completing the industrial cycle. Never just state that something can be sold. Instead, use powerful verbs and nominalizations like culmination or yields. This elevates the conclusion from a simple statement to an analytical summary. Here are 4 ways to practice. The keyword map strategy. Before writing, list all directional verbs and transition words associated with the steps, e.g., initializes, subsequently culminating. This is your linguistic toolkit. By pre-selecting these high-level connectors, you ensure that even if your description falters slightly, the language surrounding it remains fluent and academically structured. The chronology outline. Structure your planning in 3 blocks. Start A, middle B to C, end S cycle D, back to A. Do not write in one continuous list. Thinking in segments helps you manage complexity. Treat the beginning, middle sequence, and final outcome as distinct structural units within your essay's flow. Identifying causal links. For every step, ask, why does step B happen after step A? The answer is your critical analytical point. This moves you past mere description and into analysis. By identifying cause and effect relationships, you provide deeper insight that examiners look for in top-band responses. Grouping similar actions. If 3 steps involve cleaning or filtration, group them together using a single overarching phrase. This technique of generalization is highly efficient. Instead of writing step 1, cleanse it. Step 2 filters it. You write, the initial phase involves multiple stages of purification. It saves words and boosts complexity. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Diagrams often illustrate the process of turning recycled plastic bottles into new furniture. The diagram shows collection and cleaning, followed by shredding the plastic into flakes. These flakes are then melted down using high heat and finally molded into various household items. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must write a coherent, multi-stage process description that emphasizes sequence and transformation. Remember that you are describing a physical change. Use verbs that reflect this transformation, shredding, melting, or molding. The plastic isn't just moved, it changes state. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is identifying the initial raw material, the collected bottles, and structuring the process through clear sequential markers. A top score starts with mapping out the entire journey from waste to finished product. Use sophisticated linking phrases in your opening sentence, immediately setting an analytical and academic tone for the reader. Describing maps requires more than just listing facts. You must narrate a story of change and narrative that moves across space or through time. Start by identifying the main subject and the overall time frame covered. Then, structure your description logically, perhaps moving from north to south or following historical development step by step. Use signposting language to guide the reader through these transitions. Always begin with a clear overview before diving into details. When writing about maps, remember that a description is actually storytelling. Think of yourself as a tour guide leading someone through an evolving landscape or urban area. The key is establishing a strong organizational framework so your listener doesn't get lost in the facts. Here are 5 examples. Initially, this area was characterized by agricultural fields, but by the late 20th century, it had been replaced by industrial housing. Time progression, past to present. Using initially and contrasting it with a definitive endpoint like by the late 20th century provides clear temporal boundaries. This phrasing immediately signals that a transformation has taken place over time, giving your description high academic flow. Moving eastward from the central river, we observe a cluster of residential buildings developing alongside commercial zones. Spatial movement, directional change. Phrases like moving eastwards or to the northeast quadrants are highly effective spatial markers. They anchor your listener's attention and ensure they can mentally map out exactly where you are pointing them on the physical map. The rapid expansion of the railway network significantly altered the original layout, connecting previously isolated villages. Impact causation, changes effect. Linking change to its cause helps elevate your writing from simple reporting to analysis. By stating that something significantly altered another element, you demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between the variables on the map. While the river remained constant throughout the period, feeder canals were constructed, improving trade accessibility. Contrast and focus what stays versus what changes. It is just as important to note what hasn't changed as it is to note what has. Phrases like "while X remained constant" help manage the scope of the change, giving the description a balanced and detailed quality. The area that was once farmland now features a substantial university campus situated directly adjacent to the historical city center. Location and transformation. Combining location descriptors like situated directly adjacent with clear transformation language was once farmland is very powerful. It paints a precise picture confirming both the starting point and the final state. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Clarity over detail. Advanced language prevents ambiguity and keeps the description flowing smoothly. In an academic context, precision is key. Using vague verbs or weak connectors makes your report seem hesitant or disorganized. Strong linking phrases build confidence in your overall descriptive ability. Demonstrating syntactic range. Using varied sentence structures shows advanced grammatical control and vocabulary depth. The goal is not just to use complex words, but to vary the structure itself. Mixing active voice statements with more formal dependent clauses creates a much richer rhythm for your spoken presentation. Achieving cohesion and flow. Effective transitions ensure that the listener feels guided seamlessly from one point or time period to the next. Think of cohesion as glue. Without it, your points feel like isolated facts dumped together. By mastering transition words related to space, e.g. nearby, opposite, and time, e.g. subsequently, you create a coherent academic narrative. When describing changes, we must simultaneously manage the dimensions of time and space. Never treat them as separate concepts, they interact. For example, a change in land use is both a spatial shift from field to building and a temporal one over decades. Always structure your description around this interaction. Use phrases that emphasize duration and process. This segment addresses the core difficulty, integrating 2 independent variables, time and space, into one unified narrative. If you focus too heavily on time, you lose the geographical context. If you only describe location, you miss the story of change. The best descriptions manage this dynamic interplay perfectly. Here are 4 ways to practice. Sketching and annotating. When practicing, don't just read the map, physically annotate it, drawing arrows to guide your speech. The physical act of marking a path or an area helps solidify spatial memory and planning. It forces you to pre-plan your narrative arc before speaking, which is excellent preparation for time tests. Role-playing the guide. Practice describing maps out loud to a friend, pretending they are completely unfamiliar with the location. Speaking aloud immediately highlights where your language breaks down or becomes awkward. Treat it like an oral presentation. Focus on maintaining a consistent, authoritative speaking rhythm throughout. Focusing on verbs of change. Build flashcards containing strong verbs related to transformation, decline, expand, replace, or emerge. Verbs are the engine of your description. Instead of saying the area got bigger, use stronger, more academic phrasing like the settlement subsequently expanded or the district rapidly enlarged. This elevates your vocabulary immediately. The outline method. Before writing anything, create a 3-point outline: overview, key change 1, time space, summary of impact. Adopting an outline structure ensures you hit all the necessary components without rambling. This method guarantees that your description is both comprehensive and highly organized, which examiners look for. Task achievement is fundamentally about fulfilling every single requirement the prompt sets out. It goes far beyond simply writing grammatically correct sentences or using advanced vocabulary. You must demonstrate to the reader that you have addressed all aspects of the original question. Think of it as a contract. If the prompt asks for 3 things, your response needs to contain evidence and discussion of those 3 distinct points. Never assume that addressing one part automatically satisfies another. The key takeaway here is viewing the prompt as an explicit checklist itself. Most students focus too much on how well they write the vocabulary or grammar and forget to check if they answered what was asked. Always read the instructions slowly, underlining every verb and conjunction that indicates a distinct topic or action. Here are 5 examples. Discuss the rise of remote work. and analyze its impact on urban infrastructure. Dual requirement, discussion plus analysis. Here you see two distinct tasks. You cannot just discuss remote work. You must also dedicate a section to analyzing the physical implications for cities. Treat "and" as a mandatory breakpoint in your writing. Compare and contrast traditional learning models with modern blended environments. Comparative structure, compare plus contrast. When you see compare and contrast, it signals that your body paragraphs must be structured around direct juxtaposition. Don't dedicate one paragraph to each. Instead, use points of comparison throughout the text. Evaluate the ethical implications of AI in healthcare and propose 3 regulatory changes. Evaluation plus action items. This prompt requires 2 actions. First, a deep critical evaluation which involves identifying pros and cons. Second, you must move into a prescriptive mode by offering concrete solutions. Don't just complain about the ethics, suggest fixes. Explain how globalization affects developing economies and provide examples from Asia. Causality plus specific scope. The first part asks for a mechanism, the how. This requires explanatory language like due to or consequently leading to. The second part limits your scope. So, ensure all evidence you use is geographically relevant. Analyze the shift in consumer spending from physical goods to digital services. Analytical focus, shift. The word analyze demands depth. Merely describing the change isn't enough. You need to explore the underlying causes and potential long-term effects of that pivot, identifying the driving forces behind the trend. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Holistic assessment criteria. Task achievement is often the largest weighted component of your overall score. Academic assessment models are holistic, meaning they grade not just parts but the whole package. If you only scratch a B+ on grammar but fail to address all 3 prompts, the failure in task coverage will significantly drag down your final mark. Avoiding partial credit pitfalls. Simply touching upon every topic is insufficient. Each must be developed thoroughly. Many students believe that mentioning a point once is enough. However, if the prompt requires you to discuss or evaluate, your response needs depth supported by evidence, and sustained analysis to earn full credit for that required section. Demonstrating critical reading. Successfully hitting every requirement proves you understood the assignment fully. Good performance in these tests is not just about writing skill, it's a measure of comprehension. By covering all points, you are proving to the examiner that your reading and understanding of the prompt were flawless. Let's explore the topic of task achievement checklist, ensuring all prompt requirements are met fully. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding task achievement checklist, ensuring all prompt requirements are met fully, deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 3 ways to practice. Pre-writing outline verification. Before writing the first sentence, list every required element from the prompt and dedicate a bullet point to it in your outline. Treat your outline not just as a sequence of ideas, but as a contractual agreement with the marker. If you cannot map the 3rd required concept into your planned structure, you know you need more research or development time. The post-writing prompt check. After finishing the draft, print the original prompt and use it like an interrogation tool against your own essay. Don't just read your finished work, actively cross-reference. Put the original question on one side of a piece of paper and physically draw lines connecting each key phrase to the corresponding paragraph in your essay. Focusing on connectors. Use transitional phrases that signal structural fulfillment, such as in addition or furthermore concerning X. These sophisticated transition words don't just smooth out reading, they explicitly guide the reader through different required sections. They act like signposts, reminding both you and the examiner that you are moving from point A to mandatory point B. Cohesion in Task 1 refers to how smoothly your ideas flow together. It is the glue that connects one piece of data to the next, making your writing feel unified and logical. Instead of simply listing facts, you must guide the reader through a narrative path across the graph or chart. Effective linking phrases show relationships like contrast, addition, cause, or sequence between different points. This technique elevates your writing from mere description to sophisticated analytical reporting. Remember that cohesion is more than just inserting, however, or in conclusion. It's about establishing a clear relationship between the ideas you are presenting. Think of linking phrases as directional signs. They tell the reader why you are moving from one statistic to another. Using these advanced cohesive devices demonstrates a strong command of academic English structure. Here are 4 examples. While the sales of smartphones peaked dramatically in Q3, demonstrating strong market growth, this surge was subsequently tempered by a noticeable decline in laptop unit sales over the same period. Using while and subsequently establishes immediate contrast followed by chronological sequence. Notice how the writer doesn't just list 2 facts. They use while to set up an initial claim and then subsequently acts as a powerful time marker. This structure tells the reader that the second fact is a direct follow-up or counterpoint to the first. Furthermore, while the costs of energy increased yearly, transportation remained relatively stable in its expenditure profile. The use of furthermore signals that this point adds weight and importance to the previous discussion. When you see transition words like furthermore, it usually means the writer is adding a parallel argument or supporting piece of evidence. It elevates your writing by suggesting that the added detail is equally important to the main topic. Conversely, while most nations saw an uptick in tourism spending, only island economies experienced a significant drop. Using conversely sets up a direct and immediate contrast with the preceding data or general trend. If you are comparing 2 groups or categories of data, using strong contrast markers like converselys is much more impactful than simply starting a new sentence. It immediately draws the reader's attention to the divergence. Despite this initial increase, which suggests robust consumer demand, figures for organic produce gradually leveled out towards the end of the year. The phrase, despite this, acknowledges a trend while pivoting to discuss an underlying contrary movement. This shows advanced critical thinking. You are not just describing an increase, you are acknowledging that initial success and then using despite to introduce the complicating factoring effect. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding cohesion for task 1. Using linking phrases to connect data points smoothly, W2, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master cohesion for task 1, using linking phrases to connect data points smoothly, W2, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter cohesion for task 1 using linking phrases to connect data points smoothly, W2, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use cohesion for task 1 using linking phrases to connect data points smoothly, W2. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, the number of students increased. Also, the spending on materials rose. Strong, not only did the number of students increase, but so did the associated expenditure on learning materials. The original version is a list. The improvement uses correlative conjunctions like not only, but also, which forces both ideas into a single, perfectly structured sentence. This shows advanced grammatical control. Weak, although the oil price fell, it was still high compared to last year. Strong, despite the fall in oil prices, they remained elevated when compared to figures from the previous year. The mistake here is redundancy. You don't need both although and still. By switching to a prepositional phrase like despite, you eliminate unnecessary words while keeping the sophisticated tone. Weak, in addition, the UK saw growth. For example, German exports also grew. Strong. Further evidence of this trend can be seen in Germany, whose exports mirrored the growth observed across the United Kingdom. The weak version uses 2 simple sequential markers. The correction integrates the second example by making it an explanatory clause, whose exports, which is much more fluid and sophisticated writing. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline the narrative flow. Before drafting, mentally map your transitions, contrast, addition, sequence. Don't just list points, plan the story of the data. Decide where you want to pivot for. Example, moving from a peak performance section into a decline challenge section. This pre-planning determines which cohesive device you need. Categorize data points. Group related facts, e.g., all increases together before writing them down. Grouping data prevents the jarring effects of jumping randomly across the chart. By processing data in logical blocks, you ensure that your linking phrase naturally supports the internal logic of that block. Build a linking word bank. Keep specific categories handy: contrast, conversely, addition, furthermore, time, subsequently. Memorizing these functional groups is more useful than memorizing single words. When you see a contrast in the data, your brain should automatically recall converselys or by comparison. This creates instant retrieval. Use relative clauses. Instead of creating two sentences, e.g., the car market grew, the growth was strong, combine them using which or whose. Relative clauses are phenomenal for cohesion because they allow you to embed extra, detailed information without breaking the sentence's primary flow. They make your writing dense with meaning yet beautifully smooth. Writing a high-scoring Task 2 essay requires moving beyond simply stating an opinion. You must develop sophisticated arguments that explore complexity. This means anticipating counter-arguments and integrating them into your discussion. Advanced writing uses concession acknowledging points of opposition before refuting them. Furthermore, every point needs deep support explaining the why and the how, not just the what. Remember, Band 8 and above demand intellectual engagement with the topic itself. Don't just list reasons, connect them using causality. Think of your essay as a conversation where you challenge assumptions, making your ideas feel well-researched and deeply considered. Here are 4 examples. While proponents argue that remote work increases flexibility, the erosion of institutional culture and spontaneous collaboration severely hinders long-term corporate cohesion. Effective use of concessive language, while XY remains true. This sentence is powerful because it doesn't ignore the opposition, it incorporates it. By using while, you show nuance, making your final critique the erosion of culture much more credible. To mitigate these risks, governments should implement targeted subsidies for localized infrastructure, ensuring that economic activity remains decentralized and sustainable. Provides a specific, actionable solution with clear scope. Excellent problem solution writing requires more than just saying solve it. This example specifies who must act, governments, and how they should act, targeted subsidies. Giving the argument weight. The primary fault in this assumption is that correlation often masks true causation. Improved funding may simply coincide with better academic results, not cause them. Highlights logical fallacy critique, correlation versus causation. This demonstrates critical thinking by challenging the premise itself. Instead of merely disagreeing, you educate the reader on why the original argument is flawed logically. Therefore, while technological advancements offer undeniable efficiencies, they must be paired with comprehensive retraining programs to prevent widening socioeconomic divides. Synthesis. Balancing pros and cons into a balanced conclusion recommendation. This is the ultimate sign of maturity in writing. You avoid taking an extreme stance, instead advocating for a necessary balancier nuanced middle ground that shows comprehensive understanding. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding Phase 5. Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, WW3, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, W23, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, W2, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, W2 You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Because climate change is happening, we must stop all cars immediately. Strong. While the severity of climate change necessitates action, a complete ban on personal vehicles would cause severe economic disruption and fail to address underlying industrial issues. The initial mistake is presenting an oversimplified either-or choice. The correction uses concession to avoid extremes, suggesting a more balanced policy approach that acknowledges real-world constraints. Weak. Many people argue for mandatory vaccinations because they are good for the community. Strong. Advocates for mandatory vaccination primarily cite herd immunity and public health stability, arguments which carry significant weight in epidemiological planning. The weakness here is repetition. The strong version replaces vague phrases like good for with sophisticated technical language such as herd immunities and epidemiological planning. This demonstrates subject-specific knowledge. Weak. Money problems are bad, so governments should print more money. Strong. Inflationary measures, while addressing immediate cash shortages, risk devaluing currency and exacerbating long-term economic instability. This is a classic mistake, suggesting an obvious solution without considering the consequences. The improved version introduces counter-evidence, the risk of inflation, which shows you understand complex economic trade-offs. Here are 4 ways to practice. The warranting technique. For every point you make, ask, what evidence proves this? Don't just state the idea, provide a supporting mechanism or example. This is crucial for moving beyond personal opinion. When planning, physically write down the specific piece of data, statistic, or conceptual link that backs up your main point. The counter-argument map. Dedicate a section during outlining to list 2-3 opposing views. Then, dedicate equal time to refuting them. Do not wait until the conclusion to address opposition. Mapping these counterpoints early ensures they are integrated smoothly into your body paragraphs, giving your essay intellectual momentum. The impact chain method. Don't stop at point A. Ask, what is the consequence of point A and what is the consequence of that consequence? This forces you to build depth through causality chains. Instead of just stating a problem, trace its ripple effects across social, economic, and environmental spheres for maximum impact. Academic vocabulary register. Keep a list of sophisticated transition phrases related to disagreement, e.g., conversely, nevertheless, albeit. These are not just linking words, they signal a shift in intellectual perspective. Using them correctly demonstrates high proficiency and sophistication in argument structure. Advanced essay mapping is not just outlining, it's about creating a logical escalation of ideas across 3 tiers, the macro-level structure, the micro-level topic sentence, and the supporting evidence. The key rule here is maintaining argumentative momentum. Your introduction must clearly establish your scope. The body paragraphs must each tackle one distinct point while linking back to the main thesis. And the conclusion must synthesize these points without introducing new information. For IELTS, mapping ensures you achieve high coherence scores by demonstrating structural mastery. When we talk about logical escalation, think of it like a funnel. Your introduction is broad, narrowing down to your specific argument. Your body paragraphs maintain this focused intensity, and the conclusion widens out again to leave the reader with a final overarching thought. Use transitional phrases that signal these shifts in focus to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. The rapid rise of remote work has fundamentally altered urban planning. Firstly, it reduces the need for centralized office spaces. Secondly, it disperses economic activity into residential areas. Consequently, cities must reevaluate infrastructure to support localized commerce and community hubs. Effective cause-effect mapping. Clear progression from problem, remote work to immediate effect, reduced offices to ultimate solution, revising infrastructure. Notice how this example doesn't just list points, it shows a chain reaction. The transition words, firstly, secondly, consequently are doing heavy lifting by guiding the reader through the logical sequence of causes and effects. While some argue that mandatory uniforms stifle individuality, others point out the significant financial relief for parents. Moreover, standardized dress codes eliminate status symbols based on expensive fashion trends, promoting equity among students. Balanced comparison mapping, it acknowledges the counter-argument but pivots smoothly to reinforce the primary thesis using moreover. This is a perfect model for concession and rebuttal. The structure allows you to show complexity. You acknowledge one side, then immediately use strong transitional markers like moreovers to deepen your own argument. Addressing climate change requires global cooperation across multiple sectors. Governments must enforce stricter emission standards, while industries need to invest heavily in green technology. Ultimately, individual behavioral changes, such as reducing consumption, reinforce these systemic shifts. Layered solution mapping. It systematically addresses different levels of action, government, industry, individual, demonstrating a comprehensive scope. The strength here is the systematic approach. By moving from macros policy changes to micros behavioral ones, you demonstrate that your argument is holistic and considers all necessary stakeholders. Digital literacy has become indispensable in modern society. It enables economic participation through online markets and facilitates educational access previously limited by geography. Therefore, mandatory digital education must be integrated into primary curricula worldwide. Thesis-driven mapping. The argument builds a cumulative case for a single required outcome, mandatory curriculum. This is highly persuasive because the evidence accumulates steadily. Each sentence provides a reason why digital literacy matters, building pressure until the conclusion. The mandatory curriculum feels like the only logical step. Let's compare four pairs. The government should spend money on public transport. It is good for the environment and it helps people get to work. Investing in robust public transportation networks offers multifaceted environmental and economic benefits, substantially reducing individual carbon footprints while enhancing workforce mobility across major urban centers. Using precise vocabulary and expanding general points into specific claims enhances academic tone. The difference here is moving from stating an opinion to providing a detailed, specialized claim. Strong writing uses sophisticated verbs and nouns to make the argument sound authoritative. Students should read more books because it makes them smarter. Engaging with diverse literature nurtures critical thinking skills by exposing students to varied perspectives, thereby significantly expanding their intellectual vocabulary and depth of understanding. Focusing on the mechanism, how an idea works, rather than just stating a benefit. Don't just say something is good, explain why it is good. Instead of smarter, we specified nurturing critical thinking skills. This shows depth of knowledge. Traffic congestion is bad because people are late and the air gets dirty. Severe traffic congestion represents a cascading problem, impeding productivity by causing significant delays while simultaneously contributing to dangerous levels of airborne pollutants in metropolitan areas. Connecting two separate ideas, lateness and pollution, into one single complex cause and effect claim. The key structural improvement is linking the negative impact of congestion. It's not just slow. It's a cascading problem. This elevates the writing from simple observation to sophisticated analysis. Technology has changed how we communicate, and this is good because we can talk to people far away. While technology has dramatically globalized communication channels, allowing instantaneous connection across geographical boundaries, it simultaneously necessitates a re-evaluation of face-to-face interaction quality, using while or although to introduce nuance and complexity rather than simple agreement. The strongest academic writing rarely takes an absolute stance. By using the word simultaneously, you show that your argument is nuance edit, has both positive outcomes and critical drawbacks. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak, too definitive. Many people believe that physical exercise is the best way to improve mood. It releases endorphins and makes you feel happy. Strong, balanced, nuanced. While physical activity, such as jogging or swimming, stimulates the release of endorphins, leading to measurable improvements in mood regulation. Other factors like structured sleep also play a vital role. The common mistake here is being too dogmatic. Instead of making an absolute claim that exercise is the best, where a strong essay acknowledges other contributing elements, creating a more balanced and complex argument. Weak, overly simplistic. To solve poverty, we need money from governments. We must give handouts to the poor people. Strong, systemic structural focus. Addressing systemic poverty requires not only governmental financial aid, but also structural reforms in education and job creation, ensuring self-sustainability rather than dependency. This correction moves the argument away from quick fixes or charity. By using words like systemic and structural reforms, you show that your proposed solutions are deep, lasting changes rather than mere remedies. Weak, vague, emotional. Global warming is bad for us because it causes floods and raises sea levels. We must do something about it. Strong, formal, impactful. The accelerating phenomenon of global warming poses severe existential threats, manifested through intensified extreme weather events and irreversible sea level rise, demanding immediate and concerted international policy action. Notice the shift in tone. Replacing emotive words like bad with academic phrases like poses severe existential threats immediately raises your lexical resource score and makes the argument sound more objective. Here are 4 ways to practice. The thesis statement funnel. Draft the general statement first, the funnel opening, then narrow it down to your precise, debatable claim, the bottleneck. This ensures focus. When drafting your thesis, visualize the argument as having 3 essential components: the topic, your stance, and the scope. If you can't include all 3, your statement is likely too vague or too broad. Mapping into paragraph links. Before writing, write down 3 to 4 explicit transitional topics, T1, T2, T3. These are the internal subjects that link one body paragraph to the next. Don't wait until you start writing to think about transitions. By pre-mapping these pivots, you force yourself to maintain a continuous line of reasoning throughout your entire essay. The "so what?" test. After writing any point, ask, "So what does this prove about my main thesis?" If the answer is unclear, the paragraph needs structural tightening. This critical self-check ensures that every single sentence serves a direct purpose. It prevents digressions and keeps your argument razor-sharp and highly focused. Conclusion, synthesis, mapping. Do not summarize, synthesize. Instead, map out the 3 main takeaways or implications of your argument that haven't been stated yet. Synthesis means showing how your points interact with each other. It's the big picture. Think about what happens next after your arguments are proven true. A strong argument isn't just a statement, it's a structure. To build that structure, we rely on 3 major support pillars: specific examples, verifiable evidence, and logical hypotheticals. Examples ground your claims in relatable situations. Evidence provides the necessary factual weight, such as statistics or expert quotes. Finally, hypotheticals allow you to test boundaries by asking, what if? This combination moves your argument from mere opinion to compelling reasoning. Think of these 3 tools not as separate items, but as interlocking gears in a machine. An isolated claim is weak, but when you show how an example relates to evidence and then extrapolate that relationship using a hypothetical scenario, you build an undeniable logical chain for your listener or reader. Here are 5 examples. For instance, when implementing remote work policies, many companies reported a measurable increase in employee morale. Using specific examples. Notice how the phrase, for instance, immediately signals to the reader that you are moving from a general idea to a concrete, real-world scenario. This is much stronger than simply saying like, because it establishes a formal argumentative tone. According to a 2022 World Economic Forum report, the global market for renewable energy grew by 15% last year. Presenting verifiable evidence. The key here is citation. You must tell your audience where that statistic came from, even if you only mention the source generally. Credibility hinges entirely on the apparent reliability of your supporting data. If we were to restrict access to public libraries, what would happen to community education resources? Posing a hypothetical scenario. Hypotheticals are powerful because they force the audience to think critically and engage with possibilities. Always frame them as questions or conditional statements using if or were. This engages their intellectual curiosity. The shift in agricultural practices toward vertical farming is a prime example of sustainable development. blending examples and techniques. Excellent argumentation often blends these tools. Here, vertical farming acts as the concrete example, which then supports your larger claim about sustainability. Look for opportunities to combine two techniques in one single thought. Should a country not invest heavily in public transport infrastructure, the economic consequences could include chronic traffic congestion and lost productivity. Hypothetical consequence. This example uses negative framing, which is highly persuasive. Instead of just saying what should happen, you warn them about what will go wrong if they don't adopt your viewpoint, creating a sense of urgency. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Adds credibility and weight. Facts supersede opinions. When you provide evidence, you are essentially borrowing the credibility of a third party, a reputable study, an expert body, or verifiable dataset. This makes your argument feel objective rather than merely subjective. Increases audience engagement. Relatable scenarios keep readers hooked. People remember stories and vivid images much better than abstract ideas. Using a well-placed example allows your audience to visualize the concept, making them emotional and intellectual participants in your argument. Preempts counter-arguments. Thinking several steps ahead. By introducing hypotheticals or potential challenges before your opponent does, you show that you have considered the topic from every angle. This positions you as a thought leader and makes your final conclusion much harder to refute. Let's explore the topic of argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline first, elaborate second. Before writing a single sentence, map out where your evidence and examples will go. Do not write in a free-flowing manner. Treat your essay outline like a blueprint. Each section must clearly label which techniques or will be used to support that specific point. Use signposting language. Employ clear transition phrases, for instance, this is corroborated by, and consider the case where. Signposting language acts like road signs for your reader. Phrases such as furthermore or to illustrate this point guide them smoothly through your complex logical arguments, ensuring they never get lost. The rule of specificity. Avoid vague qualifiers, names, dates, and numbers add power. Instead of saying many people, try to say urban workers in North America. Instead of some data, name the study or the year. The more specific you are, the more trustworthy your argument sounds. Practice combining techniques. Challenge yourself to support one core idea using all 3 methods. The ultimate goal is integration. Take a simple claim and write 3 supporting sentences, 1 example, 1 piece of evidence, and 1 hypothetical conclusion. This deep practice will make the techniques second nature. Grammatical variety means avoiding a repetitive sentence pattern. For high scores in IELTS writing, you must demonstrate control over multiple complex structures. This involves skillfully using relative clauses, subordinating conjunctions, and participial phrases. The goal is to make your writing flow seamlessly while maintaining academic sophistication. Think of it as building an elaborate house with varied architectural styles. When examiners assess grammatical range, they are looking for evidence that you can manipulate structures naturally. Don't just throw in a complex word, use a complex S-sentence structure to carry the meaning. Varying your sentence beginnings, starting with conjunctions or prepositional phrases, an immediate way to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. Although renewable energy sources have greatly improved, the reliance on fossil fuels remains a significant global challenge. Effective use of subordinating conjunctions, although this immediately establishes a nuanced contrast. Notice how although sets up a concession. By structuring your sentence this way, you show that 2 things coexist, the improvement and the ongoing problem adding depth to your argument. Students who dedicate time to reading varied literature often develop a deeper understanding of complex social dynamics. Using who relative clauses. This allows you to provide descriptive information about the subject without starting a new sentence. Relative clauses are excellent for adding detail and academic weight. They allow you to condense two simpler thoughts into one sophisticated, flowing unit. Having witnessed rapid urbanization, many agricultural communities struggle with maintaining their traditional livelihoods. Beginning with the participial phrase, having witnessed. This opens the sentence dynamically by setting up the cause or circumstance first. Starting with a participle like having immediately makes your writing sound proactive and sophisticated. It foregrounds the context before presenting the main subject and verb. The government must intervene in unregulated markets, thereby ensuring fair opportunities for small businesses. Using a resultative phrase, thereby ensuring. This shows clear cause and effect relationships within a single sentence. When you use phrases like therebys or consequently, you are not just stating two facts, you are establishing a logical link between them. This elevates the rhetorical power of your writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. The population increased last year. This is due to better medical care. Due to improvements in global medical care, the population saw a noticeable increase last year. Starting with a cause-reason phrase, prepositional phrase, this immediately shifts the focus and improves flow. Compare how much stronger the second sentence feels. By front-loading the reason using due to, you guide the reader's attention right away, creating an academic, analytical tone. Governments should invest in education. Education is key for future economic growth. Investing heavily in education is crucial because it forms the foundation of sustained economic growth. Using because to combine 2 simple sentences into one strong cohesive structure. But in pressed, the weak version presents 2 separate statements. The strong version uses a subordinating conjunction like because, which grammatically links the ideas and makes the writing feel much more integrated. Pollution is bad for health. This affects many citizens who live near factories. Citizens living near industrial complexes who are frequently exposed to pollution face significant health risks. Using a relative clause who to embed descriptive details about the subject. The key here is embedding. Instead of making citizens the topic and then starting a new sentence with them, we use a relative clause to describe them within the main flow. People need to change habits. Changing habits requires education. Changing detrimental habits necessitates widespread public awareness campaigns that educate the general populace. Using advanced vocabulary and complex noun phrasing, nominalization. This shows lexical resource alongside grammatical range. Sometimes, complexity comes not just from grammar, but from word choice. Transforming simple verbs into nouns like changing to necessitates campaigns, greatly boosts your academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Comma splice choppy logic. The economy grew rapidly. It was because of technological advances. Single, integrated sentence. Technological advancements were the primary driver behind the economy's rapid growth. A common mistake is using 2 separate sentences when a single structure would be more elegant. By embedding because of into the main sentence, you create a causal link that reads much more smoothly. Comma splice, faulty coordination. Many students studied hard for the exam, they still found it difficult. Subordinating conjunction phrase. Despite studying diligently for the exam, many students found the difficulty level overwhelming. A comma splice is one of the most frequent errors. Remember that you cannot simply join 2 independent clauses with only a comma. You need a strong subordinating structure like despite or although. Vague phrasing. The government plans to improve infrastructure, which will help reduce traffic jams. Resultative adverbial phrase therebys. The government plans to improve infrastructure, thereby helping to mitigate severe urban congestion. Using which will helps is grammatically acceptable but weak. Replacing it with a phrase like thereby helping to mitigate immediately sounds more formal and authoritative, boosting your vocabulary range. Here are 4 ways to practice. The front load technique. Start sentences with a prepositional phrase or an adverbial clause. This immediately signals complexity and advanced structure. When revising your draft, specifically look at the first 5 words of every paragraph. Can you start them differently? Beginning phrases like, in contrast to, or following recent studies, instantly elevate the tone. The structure swap. Identify simple statements and manually convert them into complex ones using subordinators, e.g., because, while, or though. This is a targeted revision exercise. Take any 2 related ideas you wrote, say, rain fell, the traffic stopped, and force yourself to combine them using because the rain was falling, the traffic stopped. The participial phrase, draft. Review your body paragraphs and look for areas where a preceding action can be condensed into a participle phrase. Think about actions that happen concurrently with the main subject. Instead of saying, he analyzed the data and he found, try streamlining it to, analyzing the data, he found. This makes your writing sharper. The parallelism check. Ensure any list or sequence of related ideas maintains perfect grammatical balance, noun-verb gerund. While parallelism is about consistency, it also contributes to structural variety. If you use studying, the next item should not suddenly be and writing, it must be and writing in a parallel form. Sophistication in vocabulary doesn't mean using the longest words, it means choosing the most precise word for your intended meaning. When writing or speaking at an advanced level, precision is paramount. We must move beyond general adjectives like goods or basic nouns that lack specific scope. Learning these nuanced terms will allow you to paint a much clearer and more academic picture with every sentence. The key takeaway here is precision over sheer length. Instead of saying something was really bad, for example, an advanced vocabulary choice might let you explain why it was bad. Was it chaotic? Was it detrimental? Focus on understanding the subtle shades of meaning these new words carry. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. Think of ubiquitous when you feel something is impossible to avoid. It's everywhere, all the time. A common mistake is using this word for just common. It implies a sense of inescapable presence across a wide area or context. The word is ambiguous. Say it again, ambiguous. If something is vague, it might just be poorly worded. But ambiguous suggests the text or situation allows for multiple interpretations, even if those meanings are equally plausible. This is crucial in legal and academic writing. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. When you use mitigate, remember that it's always about reducing severity or impact. You don't eliminate something entirely, you lessen its force. This is a perfect verb for discussions on policy and environmental science. The word is dichotomy. Say it again, dichotomy. A dichotomy is more than just a difference. It specifically refers to 2 opposing elements that form a single, contrasting whole. You often see this in literature when examining contrasts like good versus evil. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. While ubiquitous means being everywhere, pervasive often describes something abstract, like a feeling, smell, or influence that slowly spreads through an atmosphere. It has a slightly more intangible quality. The word is conundrum. Say it again, conundrum. Use conundrum when the solution isn't just hard, but seems logically impossible to solve with current knowledge. It carries a sense of intellectual puzzle or perplexing mystery. Here are 5 examples. The influence of social media is now so ubiquitous that it shapes daily communication patterns. Ubiquitous, adjective. Notice how ubiquitous immediately establishes the scope. It's not just present sometimes, it defines modern life. This phrasing elevates your descriptive writing instantly. The politician's statement was highly ambiguous, leading reporters to debate its true meaning for hours. Ambiguous, adjective. Using highly ambiguous suggests the ambiguity is significant and difficult to parse. When writing about rhetoric or politics, this word shows you understand the layers of implied meaning. New legislation was passed specifically to mitigate the severe economic fallout predicted by experts. Mitigate, verb. Remember that mitigate is an action taken against the negative force. You are actively working to lessen damage, which makes it perfect for policy discussions. The film explores the dichotomy between nature and technology in contemporary society. Dichotomy, noun. If you were writing an essay, framing your argument around a dichotomy immediately gives your paper structure and academic weight. It tells the reader exactly what opposing forces you are analyzing. A pervasive sense of urgency gripped the committee as they faced the sustainability conundrum. Pervasive, ajay sheikh, conundrum, noun. Here we see two words working together. The pervasive feeling builds tension around the difficult conundrum, creating a highly sophisticated image for your reader. Let's compare four pairs. First, ambiguous. Compare it with vague. Source of unclear meaning. While both mean unclear, vague usually means the information is simply lacking detail. However, if a statement is deliberately or structurally open to multiple readings, ambiguous is the much stronger and more academic choice. First, mitigate. Alleviate or alleviate. Type of lessening, physical versus abstract. Both mean to ease something, but mitigate often applies to risks, damage, or negative conditions. Alleviate, however, is frequently associated with physical pain, suffering, or emotional distress. First, ubiquitous. Compare it with pervasive. Scope of spread, physical versus atmospheric. This pair is tricky. Ubiquitous suggests physical presence like plastic bottles everywhere. Pervasive describes an invisible reach, like the pervasive influence of debt or media. First, dichotomy. Compare it with spectrum. Opposite ends versus gradual range. Never use a spectrum when the contrast is absolute. That implies gradation. Use dichotomy only when you are arguing between two mutually exclusive opposing poles. Here are 4 ways to practice. Location mapping. Grouping words that naturally go together. Example, pervasive anxieties or mitigate risk. Don't just memorize single definitions, memorize the natural pairings. When you learn a word like mitigate, immediately write down things it collocates with, such as risk, damage, and impact. This makes your speech sound much more native. Contextual guessing. Predicting the meaning based on surrounding text. Ask, what kind of word is needed here? Noun, verb. When you encounter an unknown sophisticated word, don't panic and look it up immediately. Instead, read the entire sentence and try to predict its function. Is it causing something? Is it describing a state? This deepens your understanding of usage. Repetition. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals over time. This is the most effective memory technique. Don't cram definitions the night before a test. Review these 6 words today, then again in 3 days, and finally next week to truly cement them into your active vocabulary. Active replacement. Intentionally swapping basic words for advanced ones during writing. When you write a draft, highlight every simple word like big, bad, or many. Your goal is to force yourself to replace those common fillers with the more sophisticated options we learned today. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The debate over artificial intelligence presents a profound conundrum. While the potential benefits are undeniable and increasingly ubiquitous in our daily lives, there is also a pervasive fear of job displacement. Governments must act quickly to mitigate this risk, acknowledging that the dichotomy between technological advancement and human employment requires careful legislative thought. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a confusing problem. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conundrum. If you can identify conundrum here, it shows you grasp the overall tone of intellectual difficulty. It perfectly frames the seriousness of AI governance. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing a modern issue. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the pervasive use of deepfakes is an ethical conundrum that lawmakers have yet to fully address. Notice how I combine pervasive and conundrum. This practice technique forces you to build complex ideas using the new vocabulary, moving beyond simple definition recall. Cohesive devices are the linguistic tools that act like glue in your writing. They don't just link sentences, they establish a precise relationship between ideas. Understanding these transitions helps you guide your reader smoothly from one thought to the next. Mastering them moves your writing beyond simple description and into sophisticated argumentation. Instead of viewing linking words as mere punctuation, think of them as intellectual signposts for your reader. They tell the writer's voice where they are going. Logically, are we adding information? Are we stating a contradiction? This level of precision is what elevates writing from competent to truly academic. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, moreover. Say it again, moreover. This word is perfect for adding supporting evidence without sounding repetitive. It signals that you are building upon an existing point. Remember that moreover generally adds support, not contrast. The word is, consequently. Say it again, consequently. Consequently establishes a clear chain of cause and effect. If you can identify the primary cause in your argument, using this word will demonstrate that specific logical connection to the outcome. The word is, furthermore. Say it again, furthermore. While similar to moreover, furthermore sometimes carries a slightly more formal academic weight. Both are used for additive support, but using them interchangeably can make your prose sound less varied. The word is, hence. Say it again, hence. Use hence when you are summarizing premises and then stating the undeniable conclusion. It implies that the preceding evidence necessitates the next statement, giving your argument a strong sense of finality. The word is, nevertheless. Say it again, nevertheless. Nevertheless is excellent for acknowledging a weakness but pivoting back to your main point. It shows sophisticated critical thinking by recognizing counterarguments and then overcoming them. The word is, conversely. Say it again, conversely. Conversely requires you to have 2 directly opposing ideas or scenarios. It's not just saying but, it demands a structural switch in perspective for maximum impact. Here are 5 examples. The market was saturated with similar products. Moreover, the marketing budget proved insufficient. Moreover, additive support. Notice how moreovers doesn't just add a fact, it adds a reason why the initial problem is even worse. This strengthens the overall narrative by layering problems. The study found significant correlation between diet and sleep quality. Consequently, changes in routine are necessary. Consequently, cause-effect. This structure perfectly mirrors a scientific finding. Cause A leads directly to effect B. Always ensure that the second clause is genuinely a direct result of the first. The initial research was promising. Furthermore, subsequent trials confirmed these early findings. Furthermore, additive support. When furthermore connects 2 related facts, it suggests mounting evidence. It builds momentum and convinces the reader that your point is backed by multiple sources. The critics panned the film. Nevertheless, the audience responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. Nevertheless, contradiction. This contrast creates drama in the text. By using nevertheless, you are signaling that the counter-argument is strong, but your point remains dominant and true. The industrial north was reliant on coal power. Conversely, the coastal areas utilized geothermal energy. Conversely, opposite comparison. This example demands a careful balance. You must set up 2 parallel structures, A versus band. Use this word to pivot cleanly between them. Let's compare 4 pairs. Therefore, formal. Causal. Focused on direct, logical necessity. Both show results, but therefore often feels like a conclusion drawn from premises listed right before it. Consequently, tends to describe the observable outcome that followed an action. First, however, nevertheless, advanced. Difference in force and formality. however, is versatile but can be casual. Nevertheless, elevates your writing, implying a greater struggle or difficulty before stating the conclusion despite it. First, moreover. Compare it with, furthermore. Use for additive support, subtle difference. While interchangeable in many cases, vary their use to prevent monotony. If you use moreovers early on, try saving furthermores for a stronger point later in the paragraph. First, conversely. In contrast, structural opposition versus balanced comparison. Conversely is best when comparing two mirror image situations or two sides of an equation. In contrast works well when highlighting differences between two distinct groups or categories. Here are 4 ways to practice. The idea flows map. Map your arguments before writing. Before you write a single sentence, physically map out the logical progression of your ideas using these connectors. This prevents you from simply listing facts and ensures every transition serves a clear argumentative purpose. The collocation bank. Write down common pairings. Don't just memorize consequently. Instead, build collocations like heavy traffic consequently delays flights or limited funds furthermore restrict research. Pairing the connector with strong nouns and verbs makes it sound native. The substitution rule. Replace weak conjunctions. If you catch yourself writing too many times, and or but, pause. Force yourself to replace those basic words with one of these advanced connectors like nevertheless or moreover. This single change instantly boosts your vocabulary score. Strategic placement. Don't overuse them. The biggest trap is over-reliance. Treat cohesive devices as punctuation. Marks use them only when the logical relationship between two distinct clauses must be explicitly stated for maximum clarity and impact. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The initial survey showed that the new policy was well received by most demographics. Moreover, early adoption rates were surprisingly high across all sectors. The financial models predicted moderate growth. Consequently, investment in infrastructure increased rapidly. However, a key geographical area lagged significantly behind this trend. Conversely, regions with established rail links saw exponential growth, indicating a strong correlation between existing transport and economic vitality. Question 1. Find the word meaning in additions or further supports. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is moreover. In this context, moreovers is used to stack evidence. It suggests that not only was the policy good, but additionally, the adoption rates were high. This builds urgency and confidence in the claim. Question 2. Use one of the target words, e.g., consequently, in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the heavy rainfall, consequently, caused minor flooding downtown. When constructing your own sentences, think about building a simple cause and effect chain, cause plus, comma plus, connector plus, result. This forces you to maintain the precise logical relationship that consequently describes. A concession clause allows you to acknowledge a point of view that is valid or plausible, even if it ultimately contradicts your main argument. It shows intellectual maturity and balance in your writing. These clauses often begin with phrases like, while it is true that, or, although some people argue that. They are not simply stating an opponent's view. They are conceding a point before pivoting back to reinforce your own stronger position. For IELTS, mastering this technique elevates your coherence score significantly because it demonstrates nuanced critical thinking. The key here is the structure of the pivot. You must never just state a counterargument and stop there. Your goal is always to concede, then immediately use sophisticated language to explain why your main point still holds true despite that acknowledged weakness. Here are 4 examples. While increased screen time offers undeniable benefits for remote learning flexibility, the corresponding decline in face-to-face social skills presents a more significant educational risk. The effectiveness lies in the balanced while but structure which acknowledges benefit before pivoting to the greater concern. Notice how we didn't just say screen time is bad. We gave credit for its flexibility first. This measured approach makes your conclusion feel authoritative and trustworthy to the reader. Although some argue that private car ownership reduces emissions by offering personal convenience, public transport infrastructure ultimately mitigates this issue more efficiently on a large scale. Using although and focusing on systemic solutions shifts the debate from individual actions to macro-level policy. This example moves beyond simple disagreement. It systematically critiques the premise of the counter-argument by suggesting an alternative, superior solution. It is undeniable that economic growth drives job creation. Nevertheless, this focus often neglects environmental sustainability, leading to long-term resource depletion. Using nevertheless creates a strong formal break. It signals a pivot from acknowledging an undisputed fact to highlighting its flaw. The conjunction nevertheless is extremely powerful for IELTS writing because it establishes a clear contrast between two ideas, giving your argument weight. To concede that initial investment in renewable energy can be prohibitive, one must recognize the long-term cost savings and reduced reliance on volatile fossil fuel markets. This structure uses concession to introduce a counterfact, prohibitive, only to immediately dismantle it with deeper evidence, long-term savings. Here, you are not just arguing, you are reframing the economic perspective. You acknowledge the short-term hurdle but prove that the long-term payoff is worth ignoring that initial obstacle. Let's compare four pairs. Homework is hard because students have to do it at home. While homework can be burdensome for students, structured assignments are crucial for reinforcing classroom concepts and promoting independent study habits. The strong version elevates the discussion from a complaint, hard, to an academic benefit, reinforcing concepts. The first sentence is too simplistic. The improved version maintains a formal tone while simultaneously shifting focus from the negative feeling of difficulty to the measurable educational gain. Some people think cars are bad for pollution, but public transport also causes emissions. Although it is true that both private vehicles and buses contribute to air pollution, urban planning must prioritize cycling infrastructure to provide a zero-emission alternative. The strong version avoids circular arguments by introducing a third, superior solution, cycling. If you only list two problems, your essay feels stuck in an argument loop. A high-scoring response needs to break the cycle by proposing or identifying a better system. Reading books is good, but watching movies is fun and easier. Although cinematic films offer immediate entertainment value, the sustained depth of literature allows for unparalleled exploration of complex human psychology and narrative nuance. The strong version uses elevated vocabulary, sustained depth, unparalleled, to make the counterargument irrelevant compared to its own focus. Never let your concession clause simply list merits. You must use that space to set up a qualitative comparison, proving that intellectual depth outweighs simple enjoyment. Technology changes things fast, so people struggle to keep up. While rapid technological advancement certainly presents challenges in workforce adaptation, proactive government retraining programs are necessary to ensure societal resilience and employment stability. The strong version moves beyond stating a problem, struggle, to proposing a high-level policy solution, retraining programs. When tackling social issues like technology change, your answer must be structural. Pointing to the government or institutional level shows you are thinking at an advanced macro scale. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak, informal. But I think education is important because it helps people get jobs. Strong, formal. While access to quality education is never guaranteed, its fundamental role in individual empowerment remains undeniable. The primary mistake here is the overuse of but, which is too conversational for academic writing. Always replace simple conjunctions with formal transitional phrases like however or nevertheless. Weak, choppy. It can be argued that cars are necessary, but pollution is bad. Strong, flowing. The necessity of personal vehicles is often cited. Nonetheless, the detrimental impact of fossil fuel emissions demands immediate and comprehensive policy intervention. A choppy structure reads like a list of disconnected thoughts. The improved version uses semicolons and sophisticated linking words, binding the counter-argument to the main point dramatically. Weak uneven weight. Not everyone agrees that diet is key. Some people prefer exercise only. Strong balanced authority. Although physical activity is widely promoted for health benefits, nutritional intake remains a foundational pillar of wellness. Demanding equal consideration. This mistake occurs when you treat all counter-arguments equally. A strong essay not only mentions the opposing view but explains why that opposition is less significant or incomplete. Here are 4 ways to practice. The acknowledge refutes method. Start by fully acknowledging the strongest point of opposition, the concession. Then spend more time dismantling it than you did discussing it. This is a strategic way to build credibility. By giving the counter-argument full weight and then explaining where its logic fails, you make your own position seem meticulously researched. Use concession pairs. Practice pairing a strong positive idea with an equally strong negative caveat. Example, benefit X is true, but only if condition Y is met. Don't just argue one thing. Show that you understand the complexities of the topic by identifying necessary preconditions or limitations on any given solution. Signal phrases, inventory. Keep a list of advanced signal phrases, admittedly, whilst it is true that, despite the fact that, or granted that, varying these boosts vocabulary score. Memorizing 5 to 6 sophisticated signposts and integrating them naturally into your writing will instantly make your language sound more academic and proficient. The scope narrowing technique. If the counter-argument is too broad, e.g., all technology is bad, narrow its scope down to a specific facet you can demolish. Never let an opponent drag your argument into their general field of attack. By narrowing the focus, you bring the discussion back to a precise point where your unique expertise shines through. Academic writing demands a specific voice, one that is formal, objective, and measured. This register requires us to elevate our vocabulary and syntax beyond casual conversation. Crucially, objectivity means presenting arguments based on evidence or analysis rather than personal feelings or beliefs. We must adopt a detached, scholarly viewpoint throughout the entire essay. Remember, your goal is not to convince the reader that you are right. It is to present a well-researched argument for consideration. The difference between an academic and informal register often comes down to perspective. Instead of saying, "I believe," which centers the writer's opinion, try phrasing it impersonally. It can be argued that this immediate shift moves the focus from you, the student, to the idea itself, establishing a genuinely scholarly distance. Here are 4 examples. The correlation between increased screen time and diminished attention spans has been extensively documented by neuroscientists worldwide. Use a strong academic terminology, correlation, diminished, neuroscientists, and passive voice to maintain distance. Notice the use of nominalization, where we turn verbs into nouns like documentation or correlation. This technique makes your prose sound more abstract, scholarly, and less conversational. It signals that you are discussing concepts, not telling a story. Furthermore, the economic implications suggest that policy adjustments regarding carbon emissions must be prioritized globally. Employs formal transition words, furthermore, and focuses on analytical consequences rather than simple facts. Effective academic writing always moves beyond mere description. The use of implications forces you to analyze the meaning or the potential fallout of an idea, which is a higher level of critical thinking. Analysis indicates that while initial market resistance was evident, consumer behavior subsequently adapted to sustainable alternatives. Uses measured verbs, indicates, adapted, and sophisticated phrasing to describe observational data objectively. When describing trends or findings, always use hedging language. Words like suggests, indicates, or appears to be are more accurate than making absolute claims, which strengthens your credibility. The prevailing consensus among educational experts is that integrating practical simulations enhances learning retention across diverse age groups. Focuses on consensus and uses generalized academic sources, educational experts, rather than citing a single unverified source. By referencing the prevailing consensus, you demonstrate familiarity with the broader academic conversation surrounding the topic. This shows breadth of knowledge, which is crucial for achieving high band scores. Let's compare forebears. I think that climate change is a huge problem for the planet. The escalating frequency of extreme weather events necessitates immediate global policy intervention. Replacing personal pronouns I and emotional adjectives huge with objective nouns and formal verbs. The biggest shift here is eliminating, I think. Academic writing must sound like a reasoned argument, not an opinion piece. By focusing on the events and policy, you maintain scholarly distance. If people don't use public transport, it will make traffic really bad. A decline in reliance upon public transportation infrastructure is projected to exacerbate urban congestion exponentially. Elevating vocabulary, exacerbate, decline in reliance, and using sophisticated grammatical structures. Notice how the casual conditional, if people don't use, becomes a formal projection about a decline in reliance. This shows capability with complex sentence structures while keeping the tone academic. Lots of research says that education is really important for poor kids. Empirical evidence consistently suggests that educational access significantly mitigates socioeconomic disadvantages among vulnerable populations. Using precise academic terminology, empirical evidence mitigates socioeconomic instead of vague colloquialisms, lots of research, poor kids. We are upgrading the vocabulary to sound more specialized. Instead of saying something is important for poor kids, we use significantly mitigates socioeconomic disadvantages. This precision is key to academic writing. This proves that technology changes everything about how we live. Technological advancements have irrevocably altered the fundamental paradigms of modern human existence. Replacing informal linking phrases, this proves, with formal transition phrasing and using powerful abstract nouns. The shift from proves to have irreversibly altered adds weight and academic gravitas. The word paradigms is a high-level term that signals deep understanding of the subject matter. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, emotional, informal. It's really clear that warming the globe is bad for animals. Strong, objective, formal. The continued rise in global temperatures presents verifiable threats to various faunal species. First, avoid emotive language like reallys or bad. These words are subjective. By substituting them with neutral verbs and nouns, such as presents, verifiable threats, the tone remains scholarly. Weak, colloquial, vague. Basically, if governments don't step up their game, nothing will change. Strong, formal, precise, insufficient governmental commitment is likely to impede meaningful progress towards sustainable policy goals. The phrase step up their game is completely conversational. We need technical, formal verbs and nouns like impede, commitment, and progress. This demonstrates a mature grasp of the topic. Weak, sweeping generalization. Everybody knows that eating vegetables helps you stay healthy. Strong, qualified objective, scientific literature consistently suggests that increased vegetable intake correlates positively with improved overall physiological health outcomes. The biggest mistake here is, everybody knows, never make sweeping generalizations. Instead, reference evidence scientific literature suggests to ground your claim in verifiable sources, maintaining objectivity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The depersonalization scan. Read your draft specifically looking for first-person pronouns I, we, and personal adverbs. Simply, obviously. Replace these with impersonal structures. When revisioning, treat this scan like a checklist. If you find we argue, immediately rewrite it as, it is argued that, pasta, or the evidence suggests. This systematic approach quickly pulls your essay back into the academic register. Formal vocabulary upgrade. Keep a list of high-frequency informal words, e.g., big, good, a lot, and their 3 strongest synonyms in an academic context. Don't just use big words for the sake of it. Choose precise ones. If you are struggling with vocabulary, ask yourself, is there a single specialized noun or verb that means what I am trying to say? Precision always beats complexity. The evidence anchors rule. After every major claim, pause and mentally check if you have an implicit or explicit reference point, e.g., data, expert consensus, study. If not, hedge the statement. This strategy forces objectivity. Instead of stating a fact as absolute truth, frame it as a potential finding. It appears that, or research suggests. This manages expectations and strengthens your argument. Varying sentence openings. Avoid starting consecutive sentences with the same subject or transition phrase. Use participial phrases or introductory clauses. Varied syntax prevents monotony and makes you sound more fluent and sophisticated. Instead of listing simple subject-verb-object structures, try leading with a dependent clause to add depth immediately. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that mandatory national service contributes positively to civic responsibility. Others claim it infringes upon individual liberties and career choices. Discuss both views and give your own perspective on the merits of such a policy. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain absolute neutrality when discussing both views before presenting an objective. Well-reasoned personal conclusion. The tone must be balanced and academic throughout all sections. Remember that because you are discussing two opposing viewpoints, your language needs to be incredibly careful. You cannot take a side too early. You must use impartial framing devices when summarizing the opposition's arguments. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring the introduction and body paragraphs using sophisticated concession clauses, e.g., while proponents argue X. It is equally necessary to consider Y. A strong attempt immediately establishes this tension with high-level language. By acknowledging the counter-argument's validity before minimizing it, you showcase intellectual maturity, hallmark of academic discourse. Writing an argument under time pressure requires more than just good vocabulary. It demands structural discipline. The key skill here is rapid planning and maintaining argumentative focus from the first sentence to the last. You must allocate time not only for writing, but also for reviewing your overall coherence in a limited window. In IELTS, this means producing an essay that meets all criteria: task response, coherence, lexical resource, and grammatical range while operating on a strict clock. It's about maximizing the quality of your sustained argument rather than simply filling space. When you are under time constraints, the biggest mistake is often sacrificing structure for ideas. Instead, focus immediately on building a strong essay skeleton first. By dedicating 3 minutes solely to outlining your 4 main points and transitions, you save yourself valuable writing time later. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology fosters isolation, the documented rise in virtual communities proves otherwise. These platforms allow individuals with niche interests to form deep connections previously impossible due to geography. This example immediately tackles a counter-argument before pivoting to its own strong evidence, showing nuanced thinking in quick transition. Notice how quickly this paragraph moves beyond the simple statement of disagreement. It uses, while some argue, to acknowledge the opposition respectfully, which demonstrates high-level academic discourse management. Furthermore, implementing mandatory recycling programs generates an immediate economic benefit by reducing landfill waste and creating new local markets for recyclables. The use of furthermore signals a clear expansion of the argument, adding concrete details, economic benefits to support the main claim. Excellent academic writing doesn't just state an opinion, it presents actionable evidence. By linking environmental concerns directly to economic gains, the student makes their argument highly sophisticated and multifaceted. To conclude, while behavioral changes are necessary, governmental oversight remains paramount in regulating these complex sectors. The conclusion summarizes without repeating. It synthesizes previous points, behavior change, plus government role into a final, decisive statement. A strong conclusion rarely just restates the introduction. Instead, it provides a sense of closure by synthesizing the main arguments and offering a slightly broader final thought or recommendation. For instance, studies tracking coastal erosion in Southeast Asia show that localized planting efforts yielded significantly better results than large-scale concrete barriers. This example uses specific geographical and scientific details, coastal erosion, Southeast Asia, to ground the argument in reality. Academic writing thrives on specificity. Using proper nouns, regions, or quantifiable data instantly boosts your lexical resource score because it shows you are drawing from specialized knowledge. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding timed practice. Set 1. Argumentative essay construction. Under pressure, W6 helps you communicate more effectively. When you master timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use timed practice. Set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak oversimplification. If we reduce carbon emissions, then the climate will get better. Strong academic tone precision. A verifiable reduction in industrial carbon emissions is statistically correlated with a measurable stabilization of global temperature averages. The weakest mistake is making causal claims too easily. True academic writing requires you to use qualifiers like is correlated with or tends to suggest instead of definite statements. Weak, vague linking. Also, many people agree that we should teach coding in schools. Strong, specific topic focus. Moreover, the integration of computational thinking into primary curricula is increasingly supported by educational research and industry demand. Never use vague linking phrases like alsos or many people agree. Instead, name the specific group or concept you are referencing to. Maintain your authoritative tone. Weak, repetitive, unconvincing. In conclusion, I think that technology is good and we should keep using it. Strong, synthesizing, and nuanced conclusion. Ultimately, while technological advancements present ethical challenges, their unparalleled capacity for global connectivity solidifies their necessity in modern society. A poor conclusion simply restates the thesis. A strong one synthesizes your points by acknowledging complexity. The although or while structure works wonderfully here. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline. After writing a full draft, read it and write down the main idea of every paragraph. This immediately exposes any section that wanders off topic. This is your most powerful editing tool when time is short because it forces you to check for structural integrity. If a paragraph doesn't support the essay's core thesis, cut it ruthlessly. Pre-select vocabulary banks. Before writing practice, write down 10 advanced words and 5 complex phrases related to common topics, e.g., environment, education. Don't try to remember vocabulary during the test. Prime your brain. Keep these banks handy for quick reference during preparation time so they are accessible when you need them most. Focus on topic sentences first. Write only your first sentence of every body paragraph. This ensures that each supporting idea has a clear, argumentative roadmap. The topic sentence is the pillar of your argument. By mastering this, you guarantee to the grader exactly what point that entire paragraph will make, improving clarity immensely. Use time markers for flow. Incorporate sophisticated transitional phrases like consequently, conversely, or notwithstanding frequently. These connectors don't just link sentences, they signal the logical relationship between ideas' cause and effect, contrast, or addition. This dramatically boosts your cohesion score. Self-correction is not just proofreading, it's a metacognitive process. It means viewing your first draft with the critical eye of an examiner. We are moving past simply structuring arguments and focusing on refining tone, precision, and complexity in every sentence. Identifying weaknesses allows you to upgrade general statements into academic insights. The goal here is to develop a habit of scholarly skepticism towards your own writing. When you review your essay, don't just check for commas, challenge the core ideas. Ask yourself, is this claim too broad? Am I using passive language when active voice would be stronger? This critical distance is what elevates a Band 6 effort into a high Band 7 performance. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology erodes social ties, it is more accurate to say that these tools simply necessitate a redefinition of what social interaction means in the modern era. Effective hedging and nuanced language. This avoids absolute statements. Notice how this sentence uses phrases like, "it is more accurate to say." Instead of taking a hard stance, the writer hedges their argument. Hedging shows academic maturity because it acknowledges complexity rather than offering simple binary truths. The economic ramifications stem predominantly from regulatory inertia, suggesting that policymakers must preemptively adapt to market shifts. High-level vocabulary and nominalization, ramifications, inertia. This example showcases strong academic register by using abstract nouns. Remember that nominalizing verbs turning actions into concepts, a powerful way to keep your writing formal and intellectual. A failure to invest in green infrastructure will inevitably result in heightened vulnerability to climate-induced economic instability. Strong causal link established with will inevitably result in. When writing about causality, never use weak linking words like because or so. Use strong phrasal verbs and transitional structures such as consequently or. This will invariably lead to for maximum impact. Furthermore, the educational sector should prioritize experiential learning models over rote memorization to truly foster critical thinking skills. Clarity of purpose and strong recommendation using should prioritize. This provides a clear call to action within an academic context. When you make recommendations, don't just say what is wrong, clearly articulate what the solution must look like for the reader to understand your scope. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think cars are bad for the environment because they pollute. Concerns surrounding vehicular emissions suggest that personal transportation contributes significantly to air pollution levels. Replacing colloquialisms with formal, objective phrasing. The key difference here is formality. We replaced many people think with concerns surrounding, which immediately elevates the tone. Always aim to sound like you are reporting on an issue rather than giving your personal opinion. If governments did nothing about pollution, the air quality will get really worse. Should governing bodies fail to implement robust environmental policies, ambient air quality is projected to decline significantly. Using conditional structures and sophisticated verbs for prediction. Look at how will get really worse was changed. We used is projected to decline. This shift from simple future tense to academic predictions sounds much more authoritative and objective. It is important that we teach kids about money so they know how to save. Integrating financial literacy into the curriculum would empower young learners with necessary economic management skills. Focusing on impact, empowerment, rather than just stating importance. Instead of telling a reader something is crows, show them the positive outcome. Using verbs that describe benefit like empowers or foster makes your arguments feel more grounded in policy and theory. Saving time at work is good for companies because they make money. Optimizing workplace efficiency could potentially enhance corporate profitability by streamlining operational processes. Adopting technical, academic jargon related to the field of study. This segment demonstrates how using precise subject-specific vocabulary like operational processes or profitability shows the examiner that you are operating within an expert academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, redundancy, clunky. The reason we need to change is because it is important. Strong, concise, academic. The necessity for change stems from its crucial importance. Students often over-rely on linking phrases like the reason is because. This structure is technically redundant. Aim to combine the concepts into a single, sophisticated noun phrase. Weak, vague, subject overuse noun. Many people feel that global warming is an issue. Strong, precise terminology, objectivity. The perceived severity of anthropogenic climate change remains a subject of widespread public debate. Stop using general terms like global warming or issue. Use precise, established scientific terminology instead. This instantly boosts your lexical resource score and shows depth of knowledge. Weak, general, unspecific. This idea suggests that we should make things better for everyone. Strong, specific action, academic tone. Consequently, a paradigm shift towards equitable resource management is warranted. The biggest fix here is specificity. Instead of make things better, name the mechanism of improvement: equitable resource management. Academic writing thrives on measurable concepts, not vague good intentions. Here are 4 ways to practice. The scope check macro. Did I answer ALL parts of the prompt? Circle every key word in the question and ensure your essay addresses them explicitly. This is where many students lose points, even if their grammar is perfect. Always treat the prompt like a checklist. If it asks for causes and solutions, you must dedicate space to both equally. The idea depth audit mid-level. For every claim, ask yourself, what is the real evidence? Can I provide an example or a counter-argument? Don't let your body paragraphs just list facts. You need depth. If you state a problem exists, immediately follow up by suggesting how we could measure its impact or who would be most affected. The vocabulary swap sentence level. Identify 5 common words like good, bad, important, and challenge yourself to replace them with 3 higher-level synonyms. This is simple but high impact. Keep a running list of low-frequency academic alternatives for the basic adjectives you overuse. Swapping out just a few key words makes your entire essay sound more sophisticated. The flow test paragraph level. Read only the first sentence of every paragraph and the last sentence of every paragraph. Do they create a smooth, logical narrative progression? This test ensures that your essay flows like a conversation between ideas, not just a series of disconnected points. Strong topic sentences are crucial because they act as miniature thesis statements for each paragraph. Beyond just knowing advanced vocabulary and complex grammar structures, success in speaking hinges on how you deliver your ideas. Examiners are listening for a seamless flow, what we call fluency. This doesn't mean never pausing, it means managing those pauses effectively. Sophistication involves deploying discourse markers that signal to the listener precisely how certain or unsure you are about your statement, making you sound thoughtful and nuanced. Remember, true confidence isn't just speaking loudly, it's speaking with measured authority. We want you to move past simple statements and into complex, well-structured arguments. When we discuss fluency here, we aren't talking about speed. Think of it more like rhythm. Our goal is to sound natural, as if you were an educated native speaker giving a thoughtful presentation. Practice linking your ideas not just with "and", but by creating logical bridges between points in your argument. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective, I believe that. Say it again. From my perspective, I believe that. This phrase immediately elevates your contribution by framing it as a personal viewpoint rather than absolute fact. It's useful when you need to sound authoritative but also open to debate. Use this instead of simply saying, I think. The word is, while I appreciate that point, I must argue that. Say it again. While I appreciate that point, I must argue that. This is a powerhouse phrase for academic discussion. It allows you to acknowledge the speaker's intelligence before pivoting to your opposing view. By validating their point first, your counter-argument feels respectful yet firm. The word is, to elaborate on that dimension. Say it again. To elaborate on that dimension. Instead of just saying, and also, this phrase signals a shift in focus and promises deeper analysis. It tells the listener, wait, I'm not going to stop at my surface level point, prepare for more detail. This is excellent for expanding your discussion. The word is, if I understand correctly, you are suggesting that. Say it again. If I understand correctly, you are suggesting that. This technique is a masterclass in confidence building. It buys you time to think while making the speaker feel heard and understood. It shows excellent listening skills and helps prevent you from answering a question that wasn't actually asked. The word is, it might be worth considering whether. Say it again. It might be worth considering whether. Academic discourse often involves uncertainty. Using it might be worth considering, or similar phrases helps you sound intellectual by acknowledging complexity rather than just presenting a single definitive answer. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's kind of hard to say. It is challenging to make a definitive assessment. Using precise vocabulary, notice the shift from vague fillers like kinda and simple adjectives. Academic language requires substituting these shortcuts with specific, high-level vocabulary that precisely captures your meaning. I guess it's a big problem. Essentially, this issue presents considerable challenges. Formalizing qualifiers and intensifiers. Replacing weak fillers like I guess with stronger adverbs or nouns gives your argument weight. We are aiming to make every word count and sound deliberate. Because of that, we gotta change things. Consequently, it would be imperative that we implement changes. Shifting from contractions and colloquial verbs. Contractions like gotta are fine in casual chat, but in an academic setting, fully spelling out words like must or will maintains a steady formal rhythm. This signals high competence. Yeah, that's true enough. I wholeheartedly concur with that assessment. Demonstrating measured agreement. Instead of simple affirmative agreement, using phrases like I concur or I agree entirely shows a more sophisticated command of the language. It elevates your response from conversational to persuasive. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid filler reliance. So I think that maybe technology is good. Better, immediate focus. I would argue that while technology presents some risks, its potential benefits are undeniable. The biggest mistake is letting hesitation fillers like or take over your thought process. Instead of filling the pause with a filler sound, replace it with a sophisticated phrase that buys you thoughtful time. Avoid simple conjunctions vocabulary. It's about money and also food, because people need these things. Better nominalization and precision. The core requirements are economic stability and adequate sustenance in order to maintain a viable lifestyle. We need to elevate basic nouns and verbs. Instead of just saying money or food, try nominalizing them, turning them into abstract concepts like economic stability. This is a hallmark of advanced speech. Avoid topic drift wandering. I talked about the environment and then I also mentioned cars, but really it's about pollution. Better refocusing and summarizing. While my initial points touched upon environmental degradation and vehicular emissions, the central theme remains global air quality. When you realize you've wandered off topic, do not apologize or draw attention to it. Instead, use a strong transitional phrase that gracefully steers the conversation back to your main argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and analysis. Record yourself answering a prompt. Then listen back specifically for your filler words and moments of hesitation. Treat this like an audit. You are the examiner, listening only for weak spots. Don't focus on vocabulary. Focus solely on smooth transitions between your main ideas. This metacognitive practice is incredibly powerful. IELTS Part 2, Timed Practice. Use a full 2 minutes to describe something complex, focusing only on maintaining linguistic flow and varied structures. This exercise forces you to speak under the time pressure of an actual test. When time is short, your tendency is to revert to comfort zones. Push yourself to use advanced phrasing even when nervous. Advanced shadowing technique. Listen to academic TED Talks or podcasts and repeat not just the words, but the rhythm and intonation of the speaker. Shadowing is excellent for mastering natural speech patterns. Pay close attention to where native speakers pause for emphasis. These are often much shorter than the you might use. Mimicking their rapid pace builds fluency. The 3-point expansion drill. Take any random topic and structure your spontaneous speech around 3 distinct complex points. This forces structural discipline in improvisation. Instead of listing ideas, you must develop point A fully, then use a sophisticated connector to transition smoothly into developing point B. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe the ideal role of technology in modern education. You should cover its impact on accessibility, how it changes traditional teaching methods, and whether personal devices are helpful or distracting. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced view that avoids absolute statements. You must acknowledge both the incredible potential and the inherent drawbacks of technology. The key here is balance. Do not take a side completely. Instead, use concession clauses and nuanced language to show you understand complexity. This demonstrates critical thinking alongside your fluency. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional tenses. If this happens, then it would lead to and modals should, might, could. Using conditionals is the perfect way to sound sophisticated because it allows you to discuss hypothetical outcomes. This demonstrates a structural control over the language that goes far beyond simple statements of fact. Thinking out loud is the practice of verbalizing your internal thought process as you speak. It means that instead of pausing completely when you need a moment to gather your next point, you use conversational phrases to bridge that gap. These phrases are known as discourse markers. Their purpose isn't just to fill silence, they structure your thoughts for your listener. They make your speech sound more spontaneous and thoughtful. Think of these markers less as filler words and more as signposts on a roadmap. They signal to the listener that you are still actively processing information and guiding them through your logic. Mastering this skill instantly elevates your perceived fluency, even if you aren't speaking perfectly every second. Here are 5 examples. I think that's a good idea. To clarify, hesitation. Using I mean is perfect for correcting or refining a thought immediately. It tells the listener, wait, let me rephrase this little bit. This shows critical self-monitoring in real time. When you consider that aspect. Introducing a tangent consideration, acts as a gentle pause opener. It's less jarring than silence, and it invites the listener to follow your train of thought with you. To be honest, I wasn't expecting that. Stating an opinion, transition. Phrases like, to be honest, or frankly speaking, are excellent for shifting tone or delivering a nuanced point of view. They preface the information with a personal framing statement. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, summarizing, rephrasing. When you feel like your explanation got too complicated, this marker helps you pull back and simplify. It gives the listener a clear signal that a summary or main takeaway is coming next. That said, we also need to consider contrasting, introducing complexity. Markers like that said or however are crucial for academic discussion. They signal that you are about to introduce a necessary counterpoint without shutting down the previous point. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Buying thinking time. They provide a natural cushion to organize your thoughts and select precise vocabulary. This prevents awkward, dead silence. The primary function is simply timing. Instead of freezing up when you lose your train of thought, these phrases act as verbal padding, buying you the few seconds needed to recall a complex word or structure. Boosting perceived fluency. Even if you are translating ideas in your mind, using markers makes your speech sound smooth and effortless. You sound less like you are reading notes. Fluency is measured by how continuous your speech sounds to the listener. These markers make the connection between your internal thought and external speech seem seamless. Guiding the listener. They act as signposts, telling the audience exactly where you are in your argument. This makes complex ideas easier to follow. A good speaker doesn't just dump information, they guide it. These markers help create a logical flow, making even abstract or challenging topics accessible and easy for others to track. The key to mastering these markers is variety. You cannot overuse the same phrase like you knows or I mean. Overuse makes you sound unprepared and hesitant, even if it buys time. Instead, categorize your pauses. Use a marker when you are clarifying, when transitioning a topic, or when giving an example. Varying the marker helps convey different types of thought processes. The goal is to make the pause feel intentional, not desperate. If every gap in speech requires your listener starts to hear the filler more than the content. By using a diverse range of phrases, from "to illustrate this point" to "on the other hand," you demonstrate mastery over the language itself. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prep your transition phrases. Before speaking, jot down 5 strong alternatives for because or in conclusion. Make them sound different from each other. Don't wait until the moment to think of a transition word. Preparation is key here. Having these backups ready means you can deploy them naturally when needed. Embrace imperfection. Understand that occasional pauses and markers are perfectly normal in spoken English. Do not panic if you stumble. When we strive for perfection, we often freeze up completely. Accepting that some stumbles or clarifying phrases are okay takes immense pressure off your speaking performance. Practice topic switching. Drill yourself by shifting between unrelated topics every minute. This forces rapid thought organization and marker deployment. The best way to conquer this skill is through high-speed, varied practice. If you can talk about 3 disparate things back to back and keep your markers varied, you are building real fluency. Record and review. Use voice recording software to capture yourself speaking for 5 minutes straight. Listen specifically for where you went silent. Listening back is invaluable. You will quickly hear the dead air spots those moments where silence occurred that could have been filled by a strategic discourse marker. Paraphrasing is much more than simply replacing a few words with synonyms. It is the skill of restating someone else's ideas or information in your own unique voice and structure. This process allows you to demonstrate that you understand complex concepts rather than just repeating them. When done correctly, it makes your writing sound highly sophisticated and academically mature. Remember, the goal is always clarity while maintaining distance from the original text. Don't confuse paraphrasing with summarizing. A summary condenses main points, but paraphrasing requires you to re-engineer the entire sentence structure or paragraph. Think of it as translating an idea from one language to another. You keep the meaning, but the grammar and flow change completely. Here are 4 examples. Original: climate change necessitates rapid international cooperation. Passive structure to active voice. Notice how we shifted the subject. Instead of saying change needs action, we are stating that nations must act. This active voice immediately makes your writing more dynamic and engaging for the reader. Original: because the economy struggled, job losses increased significantly. Cause-effect to nominalization. Here we changed a causal clause into a noun phrase. We move from stating because X happened to discussing the consequence of X. This formal grammatical structure is excellent for academic writing. Original: the report stated that most citizens felt anxious about rising costs. Reporting verb change. Instead of directly quoting the report statement, we used a more advanced reporting verb. Verbs like suggest, imply, or indicate are far stronger than simply saying said and show nuanced reading comprehension. Original: technology has improved life quality in various ways. General statement to focus scope. The original is too vague. By adding various ways, we limit the scope and make our statement more precise. High-level writing always sacrifices generality for specific, detailed claims. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic integrity and avoiding plagiarism. It is the primary method for integrating external research ethically. If you simply copy definitions or facts, even if you cite them, your writing lacks originality. By paraphrasing, you integrate the information into your own intellectual framework, proving synthesis. Demonstrating lexical range. It proves you can access multiple vocabulary options for the same idea. Examiners are looking for evidence that you do not rely on a handful of high-frequency words. The ability to swap out synonyms while keeping the meaning intact is key proof of advanced vocabulary skills. Achieving eloquence and flow. It makes your writing sound less copied and more naturally argued. Good academic prose rarely has repetitive rhythm or sentence patterns. Strategic paraphrasing ensures that every paragraph builds upon the last using varied syntax, creating a smooth, professional reading experience. True paraphrasing involves changing the grammatical architecture of a sentence. Don't just swap nouns for other nouns, change the C parts of speech. If the original use is an adjective, try turning it into a noun and vice versa using nominalization. Also, pay close attention to if the source is highly emotional. Consider toning it down slightly to maintain your objective academic register. Finally, reorganize the flow of ideas within the sentence. Sometimes, starting with the consequence rather than the cause is far more impactful. This advanced technique requires you to think like an editor who has been given a bad draft. When you see a complex idea, don't fix the vocabulary first. Ask yourself, how can I restructure this whole thought? That will lead you to the most natural and sophisticated phrasing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-step rule. Read the chunk of text, cover it up, write down the main idea in your own words, then compare. This active process forces you to retrieve the meaning without seeing the source language. If you can explain it simply in English after covering the original, you are ready to paraphrase it academically. Mapping key concepts. Identify 3 or 4 core concepts before writing anything down. Instead of sentence-by-sentence paraphrasing, focus on mapping out the underlying ideas. This prevents you from getting bogged down in overly detailed language and keeps your focus on high-level conceptual understanding. Using signal phrases. Always introduce paraphrase material with a signal phrase like, according to Smith, or evidence suggests that. Signal phrases are crucial because they formally separate your voice from the source's ideas. They act as linguistic signposts for the reader, making the integration of external knowledge feel smooth and seamless. The revision checklist. After writing a draft, check, did I change 50% of the structure? Is my vocabulary varied? Does it sound like me? Treat paraphrasing as a mandatory revision step. Don't assume you did it well just because you swapped 3 words. Go back and challenge yourself to build an entirely new sentence around that core idea. The point, reason, example, or PRE method is a framework designed to ensure every claim you make in an academic essay is fully supported. First, state your main point clearly. This is your topic sentence. Next, provide the supporting reason, which explains why that point is true. Finally, cement your argument with a specific example or piece of evidence that illustrates the reason in action. This structure moves writing from mere assertion to persuasive academic discourse. Remember that PRE isn't just an outline, it's a logical flow. When you hit the reason part, think about causality the why, and when you get to the example, don't use a generic idea. Make it specific enough that someone could visualize it happening. Here are 4 examples. The primary shift to remote work has significantly boosted employee autonomy. This is because eliminating the daily commute restores valuable time and control over personal schedules. For instance, a survey showed that workers gained an extra hour each day, which they reinvested in hobbies or family care. Highly effective because it follows PRE perfectly. Point autonomy, reason, restored time control, example, survey data. Notice how the transition from reason to examples is seamless. The reason explains the concept, and the example makes that abstract concept utterly concrete for the reader. Investing in public transport systems is crucial for urban sustainability. This is necessary because vehicle emissions contribute heavily to respiratory illnesses within city limits. Consider London's extensive underground network. It moves millions of people daily without creating localized smog pollution. The use of a specific global case study, London, strengthens the argument and adds high-level evidence. Using geographical examples, like citing an actual city or system, elevates your writing from general opinion to informed analysis. Always ask yourself, what specific place can I point to? Education institutions must integrate behavioral economics into their curricula. This is vital because traditional models often fail to account for human irrationality in financial decisions. For example, teaching students about anchoring bias helps them recognize when they are making an emotionally driven purchase rather than a logical one. Excellent use of specialized academic terminology, behavioral economics, anchoring bias that demonstrates deep subject knowledge. Don't be afraid to use complex vocabulary if you can immediately back it up. The key is showing mastery. Defining the term and then explaining its real-world effects achieves this perfectly. Renewable energy sources offer a viable path away from fossil fuels. This shift is driven by global climate regulations which mandate reduced carbon output. For instance, Germany's commitment to Energiewende, or the energy transition, serves as a major model for adopting solar and wind power at scale. This example uses policy and international initiatives, Germany's Energiewende, providing authoritative backing to the point. When addressing global issues, referencing specific policies or national strategies adds immense weight. This shows you have done your research beyond basic textbook knowledge. Let's compare 4 peers. The government should spend more on green energy. Increased public spending on green energy is essential because it stimulates job growth and reduces long-term carbon dependency. For example, the recent investment in offshore wind farms has created thousands of specialized engineering jobs. Adds a reason job growth and quantifies the impact with an example. The difference here is immense. The weak version is just a plea. The strong version provides a mechanism, the job market, and proof of that mechanism in action. Reading books is good for students. Regular reading significantly enhances critical thinking skills by exposing students to diverse viewpoints and complex narratives. This exposure allows the brain to process varied arguments, a skill necessary when analyzing difficult text or debating policies. Explains how it works, mechanism, rather than just stating that it is good. Instead of simply listing benefits, we need to explain the underlying cognitive process. Saying it enhances skills is weak. Saying it exposes you to diverse viewpoints explains the mechanism. Cities should invest in pedestrian zones. Creating pedestrian-only zones improves urban air quality and encourages physical activity, thereby boosting public health. For example, cities like Copenhagen have seen a measurable decrease in heart disease rates correlated with their extensive network of bike paths and walkable areas. Links the action pedestrian zone to 2 distinct benefits, air health, and uses data correlation as evidence. Linking multiple positive outcomes like air quality and health makes your argument richer. Using phrases like measurable decrease sounds authoritative. Technology makes life easier for everyone. While technology offers undeniable convenience, its integration into daily life has created new challenges regarding data privacy and digital reliance. For instance, the constant need to carry smart devices raises ethical questions about surveillance and personal information security. Acknowledges a counterpoint, concession, while still providing structured support for skepticism. A very advanced technique is conceding that something is good, but then using PRE to argue why it has a flaw. This shows sophisticated critical thinking. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak vague, climate change is bad for coral reefs because the ocean gets warmer. Strong, specific and causal, elevated sea temperatures threaten coral reefs by triggering mass bleaching events, which occur when corals become stressed and expel their symbiotic algae. This process starves the coral and leads to widespread death. The original statement is merely descriptive. The correction provides a scientific, causal mechanism bleaching events, which is much more persuasive and academically rigorous. Weak general, students should learn coding because it is important for the future economy. Strong, specific application, learning foundational coding skills is vital for modern careers, as automation is rapidly changing job requirements across sectors. For example, knowing basic Python allows students to analyze data in health and finance, making them more versatile candidates. Moving from the vague important for the economies to naming specific applications like Python in health or finance shows deep understanding and makes the point immediately relevant. Weak, unsubstantiated, governments must regulate social media because misinformation spreads quickly. Strong, evidence-based and scope-defined, government regulation of major platforms is necessary to mitigate the spread of dangerous misinformation, which undermines democratic processes. For instance, studies during recent elections showed that targeted fake news campaigns could significantly alter public voting intentions within weeks. The initial statement is a broad call to action. By narrowing the focus to undermining democratic processes and citing election studies, you transform a general complaint into an evidence-backed policy argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3 questions drill. When you formulate your main point, immediately ask yourself, why is this true? What proof do I have? So, what? This drill forces you to move past surface-level agreement. Instead of just thinking, it's good, you must mentally map out the causal chain from belief to evidence. Mapping your evidence. Before writing a single word, list 3 specific pieces of supporting material, a statistic, a historical event, and an expert quote. Don't rely on general ideas. Having these concrete inputs ready prevents your argument from becoming vague or overly theoretical during the timed writing. Structuring transitions. Map out explicit transition phrases. I will state P, then use the primary reason is for R, and finally A. Compelling illustration of this is for E. Explicitly writing down your structural signposts like for instance or consequently helps both you and the reader follow your complex train of thought smoothly. The reverse outline check. After drafting a paragraph, read it back and label sections. Is this P? Is this R? Is this E? If one is missing, rebuild that section. This reflective exercise is incredibly powerful. It forces you to be your own critical editor, ensuring structural gaps don't undermine the overall coherence of your writing. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people argue that the primary focus of education should be on technical skills to meet job demands. Others believe core liberal arts subjects are fundamentally more important for developing well-rounded citizens. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires you to discuss 2 opposing viewpoints, technical skills versus liberal arts, and then state a clear personal opinion, all while maintaining academic balance. When planning, do not simply list points for each side. You must plan how your PRE will directly address the tension between those 2 views before presenting your final thesis. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, start with a nuanced point that acknowledges both sides, then dedicate body paragraph 1 to PRE for technical skills, and body paragraph 2 to PRE for the arts, before concluding with your own balanced position. A Band 7 response doesn't just argue, it discusses. This means spending equal structural time showing you understand both sides deeply, demonstrating comprehensive coverage of the prompt. In Part 1, examiners aren't just listening for correct grammar, they are listening for natural flow and conversational depth. The goal is to sound like an articulate native speaker who thinks on their feet. This means providing detailed responses that feel genuine, not rehearsed. Focus on expanding your answers by describing how or why you feel a certain way. Remember that even simple topics require rich description. The key shift here is moving from simply answering the question to painting a picture with your words. Don't just list facts, give context, mention specific memories, or describe sensory details. This instantly elevates your response and shows genuine engagement with the topic. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, I tend to feel that. Say it again, I tend to feel that. Instead of just saying, I like it, using this phrase adds thoughtfulness. It suggests your preference isn't absolute, making you sound more reflective and natural in conversation. The word is, it actually reminds me of. Say it again, it actually reminds me of. This is incredibly powerful for Part 1 because it instantly expands your answer with personal detail. It shifts the conversation from abstract concepts to concrete memories, making you engaging. The word is, what I really appreciate about. Say it again, what I really appreciate about. This phrasing helps structure your praise or appreciation. It shows that you aren't just giving a generic compliment. Instead, you have thought critically about the specific merits of something. The word is, if I had to pick one thing, it would be, ah. Say it again, if I had to pick one thing, it would be. When faced with multiple choices, This phrase gives you a clear structure for making your selection. It signals to the examiner that you have considered other options before narrowing down your answer. The word is, to be completely honest. Say it again, to be completely honest. Use this phrase when the topic requires genuine emotional response. It signals vulnerability and authenticity, which is exactly what Part 1 conversation aims for. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's fine. I find it quite satisfactory and relaxing. Vagueness versus city. The casual phrase is too brief and lacks detail. The formal version uses stronger vocabulary and more descriptive adverbs, demonstrating a wider lexical range while still sounding natural. I kinda like the beach. I find spending time by the coast particularly soothing. Informal slang versus sophisticated tone. We are replacing slang and vague intensifiers with more precise academic language. This maintains a formal, yet conversational, tone perfect for the test setting. It was just last week. I recall that happening only recently, perhaps within the past few days. Simple time reference versus elaborate language. In speaking tests, expanding simple time markers shows grammatical flexibility. We are replacing simplistic adverbs with more elegant and precise phrasing. I prefer staying home. I generally prefer the comfort of a quiet environment at home. Direct statement versus nuanced preference. Adding generalise or the comfort of softens your statement. This technique makes you sound less absolute and more reflective, which is key to sounding like an advanced speaker. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Excessive hesitation. So I think it's good because smooth discourse markers. Speaking of that, a major reason I favor it is that trying to fill pauses with filler sounds actually costs fluency points. Instead, use sophisticated discourse markers like speaking of or to elaborate, which sound planned and natural. Under describing experiences, flat language, I went there last year and it was good. Adding vivid adjectives, verbs. My trip there last year remains a vivid memory because the scenery was breathtaking. The mistake here is summarizing instead of detailing. Always replace weak words like goods or nice with powerful, evocative adjectives that help the listener visualize your experience. Vague non-answer, deflecting. I don't know, I guess it depends. Conditional expansion. It really does depend on individual circumstances. For instance, if you are feeling adventurous. Avoid giving vague non-answers. If the question is complex, structure your response using "it depends on" and immediately follow it with a precise condition or example to guide your answer. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed wise drills. Take a simple topic, like coffee, and force yourself to give 3 rapid-fire reasons why you love it. Time yourself at 60 seconds. This drill trains your brain to sustain detailed speech under pressure. The goal isn't just speaking fast, it's remembering specific supporting details for every single point you make. Sensory detail focus. Describe a location or object using all 5 senses: sight, smell, sound, taste, and touch. This forces deep description. Examiners are looking for descriptions that immerse them in your experience. By consciously activating all 5 senses when speaking, your responses become incredibly rich and engaging. Advanced shadowing. Listen to natural podcasts or interviews, not academic speeches, and mimic the speaker's rhythm, pausing, and tone exactly. This improves conversational flow more than anything else. You are training your mouth muscles and intonation patterns for real-life speech, making you sound less scripted. The deep dive record. Record yourself answering the same question 5 different ways: emotional, practical, historical, personal. Play them back. This exercise builds rhetorical flexibility. It teaches you that a single topic can be approached from multiple angles. A deep dive approach is always more impressive than a shallow one. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe your ideal weekend activity and explain why you find it so restorative. You should speak for approximately 1 minute. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, Always use descriptive language and structure your reasons using because clauses rather than just giving a list of things you do. Remember that we are not aiming for vocabulary count, we are aiming for complexity and depth. Use conjunctions and adverbial phrases to connect ideas smoothly, showing how one idea leads naturally to the next. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to elaborate using conditional or hypothetical statements, e.g., if I could escape for a day. To show mastery, don't just state facts, make them conditional. Saying, if I had the time, immediately shows that you can expand your thinking and predict scenarios, which is a high-level speaking skill. When speaking for 2 minutes, examiners are listening less to individual perfect sentences and more to the sustained flow of your ideas. You must demonstrate narrative coherence, meaning your story or account moves logically from one point to the next. To achieve this, think of your answer as having a clear beginning, middle, and end with natural build-up. Focus on establishing chronological markers and using descriptive detail that keeps the listener engaged throughout the whole time frame. Remember that fluency isn't just speaking quickly, it's speaking smoothly and logically. A common mistake is rambling, detailing one point for too long and then forgetting the original topic. The key to success here is maintaining a guiding thread, making sure every detail you mention relates back to your main narrative goal. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, initially, what happened was. Say it again. Initially, what happened was. Use this phrase to establish a clear starting point in your story. It helps signal to the listener that you are beginning an account or describing the setting. By using initially, you instantly structure your speech, giving it a strong chronological foundation. The word is, as things progressed, I realized. Say it again. As things progressed, I realized. This is perfect for marking a shift in emotion or action within your story. It shows the examiner that you can track complexity and causality over time. Instead of just saying then, this phrase elevates your narrative style dramatically. The word is, by the time marker arrived, we had managed to. Say it again. By the time marker arrived, we had managed to. If you are describing a process or an event over hours, this phrase is invaluable. It gives precise temporal weight to your account. Using specific time markers helps build tension and structure the elapsed time needed for a long answer. The word is, looking back on that experience, I can see this. Say it again. Looking back on that experience, I can see. This phrase is essential for rounding off your account and providing the necessary reflective conclusion. It elevates the answer beyond simple retelling by adding personal insight. Always conclude with a lesson learned or an impact described. The word is, the most striking element was, T. Say it again. The most striking element was. When you feel yourself losing focus, use this to draw the listener's attention back to a key piece of evidence. It allows you to pause briefly for emphasis and describe a specific sensory or emotional moment in depth. Let's compare 4 pairs. So, it was just crazy and then nothing really happened. The experience was quite overwhelming. The key events unfolded rapidly without much pause. Structuring the narrative arc. Notice how the casual version is vague and uses filler words. The formal version replaces those fillers with strong descriptive verbs and sophisticated adjectives. This immediately elevates your language while making your story sound more polished and credible. We were waiting there for ages. We waited at the location for a considerable period of time before anything occurred, using precise vocabulary. Swapping out common intensifiers like likes or really with academic synonyms is crucial. Using words such as considerable, period, or subsequently makes your speech sound more measured and academic. It was super cool because we saw all the animals. The most striking element was encountering various wildlife, which proved to be fascinating. Focusing on impact's striking detail. Instead of just stating a fact, W saw animals, you are describing the quality of the experience. Using striking elements or fascinating shows richer vocabulary and depth of observation. And then we left, I think. Ultimately, our time at the museum concluded when providing a definitive conclusion. Never end an answer with uncertainty or hesitation. Always provide a clear closing signal to wrap up your story effectively. This gives the impression of total control over your narrative and structure. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vagueness. It was a really big day and I don't know what happened after. Mitigated uncertainty. The sheer scale of the event was remarkable, though my memory becomes hazy regarding the immediate aftermath. If you genuinely forget a detail, don't panic or waffle. Use sophisticated hedging language to acknowledge the gap while maintaining fluency. This shows rhetorical skill rather than a memory failure. Simple listing. Lack of connection. I went shopping and then I ate food. Thematic linking and detail. Following my initial bout of retail therapy, I decided to treat myself by enjoying some local cuisine. Do not just list actions, you must explain the relationship between them. Use phrases that show cause and effect, such as consequently or as a result of, to bind your activities into one cohesive narrative. Single sentence description. The color was blue and it smelled good. Multi-sensory academic detail. Visually, the deep azure tones were arresting, complemented by an earthy, fragrant aroma that filled the air. High-level speaking requires describing more than just what you saw. Engage multiple senses, sight, sound, smell, and touch. Using strong adjectives for these senses adds incredible depth to your account. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed retelling. Choose a short article or podcast segment and retell the entire story out loud without notes, aiming to hit 120 seconds. Start by timing yourself with simple stories. The goal here is muscle memory. You want your brain to automatically transition from point A to point B using connecting language. This builds endurance for sustained speaking. Impromptu narrative building. Give yourself a random object, e.g., an old key, and talk about its entire imagined history, who owned it, where it went, etc. This exercise forces you to build a story from nothing, which is the closest simulation to part 2. Focus on using time markers and descriptive language to make the imaginary object feel real. Shadowing high-level speakers. Listen to TED Talks or professional narrators and immediately repeat what they say, focusing solely on their natural rhythm and pacing. Shadowing is excellent for absorbing native rhythm and intonation. Pay specific attention to where the speaker pauses for dramatic effect. These are your opportunities to use a sophisticated discourse marker. The 4-pillar expansion. Take any random topic, e.g., coffee, and force yourself to speak about it in 4 distinct categories: history, impact, future, and personal memory. This method guarantees breadth and depth. By forcing yourself into different conceptual pillars, you prevent topic drift and ensure your narrative is comprehensive and highly structured. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a memorable journey you took. It could be a trip abroad or just a long commute through your city. You should include the preparation phase, the key moment that surprised you, and what lesson you derived from it. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear chronological structure using advanced transition phrases, e.g., initially, subsequently, ultimately. Do not just tell the story, guide the listener through it. By explicitly signaling changes in time or focus, you demonstrate control over your narrative arc. This shows examiner that you can organize complex ideas logically. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is multisensory descriptive language combined with reflective conclusion markers. Don't just state what happened, describe how it felt and smelled. After recounting the event, always take time to reflect on its meaning. This combination of vivid detail and intellectual reflection is the hallmark of a high-scoring narrative. When discussing abstract or philosophical topics, the examiner is not testing your factual knowledge. Instead, they are assessing your capacity for nuanced thought and sophisticated discourse. You must demonstrate that you can consider multiple viewpoints without committing to a single answer too early. Key strategies include defining key terms at the outset, establishing clear boundaries for your argument, and structuring your response using conditional language. Remember that depth of discussion is always valued over sheer volume of words. The biggest mistake students make here is trying to solve the question. You don't need a definitive answer. Instead, aim to build a thoughtful intellectual tapestry for the listener. Think of yourself as a skilled mediator who can guide the conversation through complexity with grace and precision. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, on the one hand, but on the other hand. Say it again, on the one hand, but on the other hand. This structure is perfect for weighing pros and cons, showing you understand the tension in the topic. Use it when the debate has no clear winner, allowing you to sound balanced and highly analytical. The word is, it strikes me that. Say it again, it strikes me that. This phrase elevates your response from merely stating an opinion to presenting a unique, reflective moment. It suggests deep contemplation and is excellent for connecting disparate ideas. The word is, from a philosophical standpoint. Say it again, from a philosophical standpoint. Use this when you need to move beyond societal norms and approach the topic with academic detachment. It signals that your response is rooted in theoretical analysis rather than just personal feeling. The word is, while I understand X, I believe Y. Say it again, while I understand X, I believe Y. This shows advanced critical thinking because you are acknowledging the validity of an opposing view before pivoting. Remember to maintain a respectful tone when making this pivot. The word is, to consider the broader implications. Say it again, to consider the broader implications. When you use this, you are forcing your answer out of the immediate discussion and into a wider context. It's a powerful move that demonstrates foresight and comprehensive thinking. Let's compare forepears. It's hard to say. It is quite challenging to determine definitively whether. For academic caution, notice how we replaced a simple contraction with full, formal phrasing. This shift adds weight and intellectual distance to your statement, making you sound more authoritative. I guess it depends on. The answer largely hinges upon the framework through which one views this issue. For complexity, instead of giving a vague, "it depends," we are guiding the listener to identify the specific variables that change the outcome. This is sophisticated analytical language. That's not really true. I respectfully disagree with the premise that. For formal disagreement, never just say no. By using phrases like this, you are challenging the argument without challenging the speaker. It maintains decorum while still making your point strongly. What's the big deal about it? Could we discuss the broader societal impact of this concept? Flaw for shifting focus. We are moving from colloquial questioning to formal framing. This transition helps you steer a potentially meandering conversation back toward an academic core. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid. Lack of precision. This is bad because it's wrong. Better. Targeted critique. The inherent flaw here lies in the assumption that instead of simply stating something is bad, a strong speaker identifies why it fails. Pinpointing the specific logical flaw makes your criticism much more credible and detailed. Avoid. Giving up. It's complicated, so I don't know. Better. Turning ambiguity into research points. The complexity suggests that we should investigate multiple theoretical angles. When a topic feels too big, don't admit ignorance. Instead, frame the difficulty as an area for academic investigation. This turns a weakness into a strength. Avoid oversimplification. Everyone thinks X. Better. Acknowledging differing viewpoints, the prevailing consensus tends to favor X, although dissenting views emphasize. Never assume a universal truth. High-level discussion requires acknowledging the spectrum of thought. Use phrases that suggest widespread belief while still leaving room for counter-arguments. Here are 4 ways to practice. Concept: mapping speaking. Take a single word like freedoms or justice and speak for 3 minutes, linking it to 5 different disciplines: economics, philosophy, psychology, etc. This exercise forces you to maintain fluency while pivoting between wildly different academic vocabularies. It's the ultimate test of breadth and quick mental switching. Hypothetical debates. Respond to, what if technology suddenly disappeared? Practice making arguments for and against a sudden systemic change. These speculative scenarios are perfect because there is no right answer. Your goal is to create a detailed, structured argument that covers both the immediate pitfalls and potential long-term adaptations. Structured summarizing. Listen to an academic podcast segment, 3 minutes on a complex topic, and summarize it aloud in 250 words, ensuring you introduce at least 3 hedging phrases. This trains your ability to process high-level English quickly and synthesize core ideas under pressure. Focus intensely on maintaining the formal tone while summarizing. Mini debate roleplay. Ask a friend or tutor to argue a position you disagree with. Practice interrupting politely using advanced discourse markers. The key takeaway here is not the content, but your conversational agility. Learning how to interject, redirect, and question respectfully will drastically boost your fluency score. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cue card topic. Discuss the idea that technological progress inherently improves human life. You must cover 3 points: economic impact, ethical boundaries, and personal identity. Speak for 3-4 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a nuanced framework that avoids absolute claims. Start by defining what progress means in this context. Is it just technological advancement? Or does it require moral growth too? Build a balanced argument using, on the one hand, and while I understand X, ma. Remember to structure your response around tension points. By constantly balancing the perceived benefits against the ethical costs, you demonstrate intellectual maturity beyond simple listing. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is hedging and qualification language. Use phrases like, it could be argued that, or this might suggest instead of definitive statements such as, it is. This strategy shows the examiner that you recognize uncertainty, which is a hallmark of advanced academic discourse. It keeps your language sophisticated even when discussing difficult moral questions. Today we are focusing on 2 sounds that look and feel similar but are physically distinct in your mouth. We're contrasting the short I sound with the long E sound. For the short vowel, like in sit, your jaw should be relaxed and the airflow is quick and clipped. When you say the long vowel, like in seat, you need to stretch that sound out, keeping your lips spread into a wide smile. The key difference isn't just length, it's tension. Think of this as a muscular exercise for your mouth. For the short sound, imagine quickly saying it. For the long sound, imagine holding the letter E in front of you. That stretch is what we are practicing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ship. Say it again, ship. Remember to keep the vowel short and crisp here. Don't let your sound stretch, it should pop out quickly. Think of a small, contained burst of air for this word. The word is sheep. Say it again, sheep. For the E sound, truly stretch it out as you say it. It requires specific muscle movement in your cheeks and lips that is different from the short vowel. Practice lengthening the air slightly on every repetition. The word is fill. Say it again, fill. When you say fill, make sure your tongue stays low in your mouth and doesn't lift toward the roof of your throat. This helps maintain that relaxed, short vowel quality. The word is feel. Say it again, feel. The feeling of the air should be continuous when you extend this word. It is important to sustain the vowel without letting your jaw drop open too much. The word is fit. Say it again, fit. Focus on the initial consonant F, making sure it's a clear friction of air over your teeth. Then, drop into that relaxed short vowel quickly. The word is feet. Say it again, feet. When moving from the I's in fit to the E's in feet, imagine pulling your lips into a wide smile and holding that shape for an extra beat. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, ship. Compare it with sheep. Focusing on the length of the vowel. The sheer difference between these 2 words comes down entirely to that single vowel sound. If you hear a short, quick burst of air, it's ship. If you hear a sustained, stretched sound, it must be sheep. First, fit. You compare it with feet. The physical stretch required for the long vowel. Think of this pair as a natural progression. Start with the relaxed mouth shape for fit, and then deliberately pull your lips wider and hold that tension longer when you say feet. This exaggerated focus helps build muscle memory. First, bit. Compare it with beat, testing your ability to transition between sounds. These examples are excellent for practicing the mouth's quick transitions. Try saying them 10 times, alternating rapidly. This forces your speaking muscles to stay nimble and precise with every single word. First, pig. Compare it with peak, maintaining consistent airflow. Notice how the initial consonant sound remains stable, but the vowel dramatically changes. This shows that your core technique is maintaining constant breath support while adjusting only the mouth shape. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, good. Right, would. A very common error is confusing the short oo sound with the long oo sound. When you say good, your mouth should be open and rounded, like when whistling a low note. For would, keep that roundness but add the stretched vowel. Wrong, goin'. Right, going. Another mistake is dropping those final consonants, particularly the G sound. Even when speaking quickly in conversation, you must articulate that last consonant for maximum clarity and comprehension. Wrong, develop. Right, develop. Many learners struggle with syllable stress. Remember that even if a word feels like 3 syllables, you must give equal weight and clear pronunciation to every single part of it. Slowing down dramatically helps highlight those weak beats. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Saying rapid sequences of sound. Tongue twisters are fantastic because they force your mouth to move quickly and precisely between challenging phonemes. Don't focus on speed at first. Instead, focus on perfect clarity for every single word in the sequence. Minimal pairs drill. Practicing contrasting pairs. This drill is pure auditory discrimination and muscle training rolled into one. The goal is not just to say the words, but to hear the subtle difference between them before you even open your mouth. Shadowing. Repeating after native speakers. Shadowing means listening and immediately speaking what you hear like an echo. This technique helps you naturally absorb the rhythm, intonation patterns, and stress placed on words by native speech. Mirror work. Observing your mouth movements. Never underestimate the power of seeing yourself speak. Using a mirror allows you to physically check if your lips are relaxed, if your jaw is moving correctly, and if your tongue placement matches what you intend. A full mock test is designed to replicate the actual IELTS exam conditions precisely. It allows you to practice all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking in one continuous session. The goal isn't just to get a score, it's to build endurance for the entire duration. We must treat this simulation as if it were test day itself, maintaining focus from start to finish. Remember that simulating the environment is half the battle. Don't just do the practice questions at home, time yourself strictly and minimize distractions. This comprehensive approach helps you identify fatigue points moments in the exam where your performance dips, which is crucial data for improvement. Here are 5 examples. Mastering pacing, Allocate time proportionally across all sections. If writing is harder, build in extra minutes. Do not let one difficult section derail your entire strategy for the next 3 hours. Successful test takers are masters of resource management. Before starting any mock, spend 5 minutes mapping out an ideal time budget for every single task. This prevents panic when you hit a challenging question early on. Active listening. During the mock, don't just hear words, predict content shifts and note keywords immediately. Even if you are focusing on writing structure, maintain an open listening ear for potential review material. This strategy trains your brain to process information continuously. If you find yourself daydreaming or zoning out during a long section, force yourself to jot down the main topic of the recording immediately. The 2-pass reading technique: first pass for skimming the text, second pass for locating specific answers. Never read the questions and then search the text. Instead, quickly scan the entire passage first to grasp the structure. This technique prevents you from reading the same paragraph multiple times. By scanning first, you create a mental map of the material, so when you return for specific details, your brain knows exactly where to look. The mental resets break. Take deep breaths and pause between major sections, e.g., reading ending before writing begins. Use this time not to check your score, but to physically move or change your focus. Mock tests are mentally draining because they require sustained high effort. Taking a minute break helps reset your cognitive load and prevents emotional burnout from the previous section. Simulating real materials, use textbooks or articles that mimic academic complexity rather than casual blogs. Familiarity with high-level vocabulary and dense argumentation is key to solid performance. The IELTS tests formal, academic English. If your practice materials are too simple, you won't be challenged enough. Always source content from reputable journals or university reading lists. Let's compare 4 pairs. Struggling with difficulty, dwelling on one hard question until time runs out. High scorer approach, marking the difficult question and immediately redirecting focus to the next topic. The key mindset shift. A strong candidate understands the test score is cumulative, not dependent on one perfect answer. If you get stuck, acknowledge it quickly, make a note of where the problem was, and trust your ability to solve the rest. Weak approach. Only studying grammar rules or vocabulary lists in isolation. Strong approach. Integrating new language into full practice. Tasks like writing an essay using target vocab. You must transition from passive learning to active application. Simply knowing a word isn't enough. You need to know when and how to deploy it correctly in context under pressure. Weak approach. Only checking the final score of a mock test. Strong approach. Conducting a detailed post-mortem analysis, identifying patterns of weakness across all 4 skills. The grade is just data. The real learning comes from asking, why did I lose points here? Was it time? Misunderstanding the instruction? Or was it grammar structure? Weak approach. Writing essays without a clear plan or organizational framework. Strong approach. Outlining an essay with dedicated space for thesis statement, 3 supporting points, and a conclusion preview. The structure is often more important than the vocabulary in the writing section. A clear, predictable organizational pattern makes your argument easy for the examiner to follow and score highly. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building cognitive stamina. Full mocks train your brain to maintain focus and high-level processing throughout a long, intense period. Exam performance isn't just about knowledge, it's about mental endurance. By completing many full simulations, you condition your mind to stay sharp even when your energy starts to dip in the afternoon. Pinpointing vulnerability patterns. Mocks serve as diagnostic tools, revealing recurring weaknesses that isolated practice might miss. Maybe you score well on reading but consistently lose points in writing task 2 because of faulty cohesion. The mock test doesn't just tell you a low band, it tells you the specific skill needing attention. Reducing test day anxiety. Repeated exposure to the full test format normalizes the pressure, making the actual day feel less daunting. The unknown is often scarier than the material itself. By repeatedly simulating the environment, the time constraints, the quiet room, the flow of sections, you build confidence and reduce performance anxiety. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timed writing drill. Write at least 2 full essays per week under strict time limits. Treat the timer like a physical constraint, forcing you to be concise and direct with your arguments. Don't just write, practice writing efficiently. If you spend too much time perfecting opening sentences, you won't have enough time for solid conclusion points. Aim for quality over overly ornate phrasing. Skill, specific deep dives. Spend dedicated sessions focusing only on one challenging task type, e.g., matching headings. If matching headings trips you up, dedicate an entire study day to that single skill until it becomes automatic. When a specific question type is difficult, don't jump randomly between skills. Isolate the problem area and drill only that concept. This focused repetition builds mastery. Mock review protocol. After every mock, spend 3 times the test time reviewing your mistakes. For every wrong answer, write down why you were wrong and what the correct strategy should have been. Reruns are useless if you just look at the right answers. You must analyze your own process. Did I misread the question? Was my vocabulary too basic? This self-correction is where major scores are gained. Build routine stamina. Integrate short, high-intensity study blocks with mandatory physical breaks. Study for 50 minutes, then take a full 10-minute break away from the desk. Stretch, walk, or hydrate. Your brain is a muscle. It needs recovery time to consolidate learning. By building these structured breaks into your study routine, you teach yourself how to sustain high focus for hours. Relative clauses are essential tools that allow you to combine multiple simple sentences into one complex, sophisticated thought. They function by providing extra information about a noun, acting like mini-sentences linked back to the main subject. We primarily use relative pronouns, specifically who, which, and fatto begin these clauses. Remembering when to use commas is key, as it signals whether the information is absolutely necessary for understanding the sentence. The biggest mistake students make here is mixing up defining and non-defining clauses. Think of a comma-less clause as vital information. If you remove it, the meaning changes entirely or becomes confusing. The commas signal that the information is just an interesting aside, not essential to the core meaning. Here are 5 examples. The professor who teaches advanced linguistics was giving a presentation. Non-defining comma usage. Notice the commas here. They tell us that who teaches advanced linguistics is extra detail about the professor. If we remove that clause, the sentence would still make perfect sense. The professor was giving a presentation. This information clarifies but doesn't define. Students who study regularly tend to perform better on exams. Defining, no commas. Because this clause is defining, it's crucial to the meaning. It tells us which car students we are talking about, only those who study regularly. If you remove who study regularly, the statement becomes too general and loses its specific focus. This is the theory that revolutionized modern physics. Using that for things. That is often interchangeable with which when referring to objects or ideas. However, remember that in defining clauses, especially those using that, it helps keep your writing concise and precise. The old university building, which was constructed in the 50s, is now a museum. Non-defining comma usage. We use commas around which here because we are making a general statement about static old university building. The date of construction is interesting background context, but it doesn't change which specific building we mean. The report that I submitted yesterday contains several errors. Defining no commas. Here, that I submitted yesterday is defining the report. It specifies which particular report, the one you handed in, we are discussing. This clarity is vital for academic writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Who for people. Which or that for things. Always match the pronoun to the noun's type. This is perhaps the most fundamental rule. If your antecedent, the word, the pronoun refers back to a person, you must use who. If it's an object, concept, or place, stick with which or. That, mixing these up immediately signals a lack of grammatical precision. Using commas, non-defining. Omitting commas, defining. Commas signal extra information. No commas mean essential info. The placement of those commas completely changes the meaning. Always pause slightly when you read a clause surrounded by commas, because that slight hesitation tells the reader it's secondary detail. Relative clause, who. Prepositional phrase, with whom. Use whom after prepositions when referring to people. When you have a preposition like to, for, or with right before your relative pronoun, and that pronoun refers to a person, using the objective case whom is grammatically superior. It elevates your formality. Good, defining that. Non-defining which. If you can remove the clause without losing core meaning, it needs commas. If the information is simply an added thought, use which and surround it with commas. If removing the information makes the sentence illogical or vague, it must be defining and should remain comma-free. Fill in the blank with the correct relative pronoun who, which, that, or structure. The research paper, blank was published last year, suggests major changes to policy. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is which. Since the research papers is an object and the information following the blank is descriptive but non-essential, we need a comma and the pronoun which. Remember that commas signal secondary details. Scientists blank discovered the new planet are celebrating. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is who. The antecedent here is scientists, which refers to people. Therefore, we must use who. Never substitute a pronoun for a person with which or that. The theory blank contradicts current findings must be revisited. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is that. Because this clause is defining, it tells us which theory we are talking about. We use no commas, and that works perfectly here to keep the sentence tight. The novel blank I have been waiting for arrived today. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is which. This clause is giving extra detail about the specific novel. We pause slightly while reading this information, meaning it's non-defining and requires commas. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Wordy redundant. The book that was written by Dickens is excellent. Concise. The book written by Dickens is excellent. In academic writing, conciseness is paramount. If you use a form of to be's, was, were within a relative clause, check if you can simplify it by turning the clause into a reduced relative clause. This makes your prose much stronger. Incorrect verb form, my professor who gave me help was very kind. Corrected action, my professor who helped me was very kind. When you use a relative pronoun like who, the verb that follows must agree with the subject. In this case, since the professor is singular, we need the simple past tense or simple present form of the verb. Misplaced modifier, I visited London, which was in 2019. Simple correction, I visited London in 2019. Relative clauses must modify a noun that immediately precedes them. Placing which was in 2019's after London implies London itself is the year, which makes no sense. The modifying phrase must be correctly placed closer to what it describes. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The newly discovered meteorites, which were analyzed by a team at Harvard University, provide crucial evidence about planetary formation. These rocks suggest the early Earth had a volatile atmosphere, and the data implies that life could have begun much sooner than previously thought. Scientists who specialize in astrobiology are now re-evaluating old theories. Question 1. Identify one instance where commas were used incorrectly or could be removed to improve flow. Find a noun and rewrite the clause attached to it for maximum impact. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the meteorites provide crucial evidence about planetary formation. Original, which were analyzed by Look at how we reduced which were analyzed by a team down to just focusing on the subject, meteorites. By removing unnecessary verbs and pronouns, you make your writing more direct, academic, and impactful. Question 2. Write one original sentence using a defining relative clause, no commas, about a scientific topic. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the gravitational force that governs planetary orbits is predictable. When you practice creating your own sentences, focus on making the information provided by the relative clause absolutely necessary. If a reader can understand your core message without that extra bit of detail, then it probably doesn't belong there. Inversion is a grammatical structure where the normal word order subject followed by verb is reversed. Instead, we place an auxiliary verb before the subject. This technique is often triggered by negative or restrictive adverbs at the beginning of a sentence. Common triggers include never before, not until, little did, hardly ever, under no circumstances. Mastering this doesn't just show grammar knowledge, it provides sophisticated rhetorical weight to your writing. Think of inversion not as a random rule, but as a dramatic tool. You use it when you want the reader to pause and pay close attention to the emphasized idea. By changing the word order, you instantly signal that this sentence is important and academically mature. Here are 4 examples. Never before has humanity witnessed such a rapid integration of artificial intelligence into daily life. Effectively uses never before to emphasize the novelty and scale of technology. This example is powerful because it immediately sets a grand, sweeping scope. By using never before, you suggest that everything previously known about this topic is insufficient compared to the current reality. Only when policy shifts drastically will sustainable energy sources become economically viable. Uses only when to establish a clear condition necessary for change. The comma and inversion are crucial. Notice how the structure creates tension. It implies that viability has been difficult to achieve up until this point. This structure is excellent for argumentative essays where you need to set specific prerequisites. Under no circumstances should educational institutions neglect critical thinking skills in favor of mere rote memorization. Uses under no circumstances for a very formal, authoritative tone. The auxiliary verb should comes immediately after the negative phrase. This is highly suitable for academic policy discussions or recommendations sections of an essay. It gives your argument the weight of an institutional directive. Little did they realize that such small changes in consumer habits would have global ripple effects. Users little did to create a sense of dramatic irony or overlooked consequence. The full auxiliary structure is maintained. This construction is perfect for discussing unforeseen consequences or historical shifts. It adds an element of narrative flourish, making the writing more engaging while remaining academic. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government did not realize that the impact would be so severe. Not until the crisis hit did the government realize the true severity of the impact. Using not until shifts the focus to the moment of realization, intensifying the consequence. The key difference here is pacing. The weak version states a fact. The strong version builds tension by delaying the main action and then hitting it with an emphasized reversal. If we had invested in renewable energy earlier, we would be more stable now. Were we to invest in renewable energy earlier, our stability today would be dramatically improved. Using were instead of if creates a formal, highly academic conditional mood structure, type 2 inversion. This transformation instantly elevates the formality level. It signals that you are operating at a higher register of English proficiency, which examiners appreciate. Scientists believe that never before has man seen such pollution. Never before have scientists witnessed a level of environmental pollution like this one. Reordering the sentence to place never before at the very start creates immediate emphasis on the unprecedented nature of the problem. When you use adverbs like never, hardly, or rarely, always check if they can legitimately lead a clause. It maximizes rhetorical impact and improves flow. The results showed that careful planning was needed for success. Only through meticulous planning did the team achieve such remarkable success. only through sets up a specific restrictive condition, planning as the sole cause of the result, making the argument tighter. This structure is excellent when you need to argue for one single critical factor. It dismisses all other potential causes while still maintaining an academic tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, incorrect verb placement. Never before the pollution has been so bad. Strong, correct inversion and agreement. Never before has the level of pollution been this severe. A common error is forgetting that in true inversion, the auxiliary verb must be placed immediately after the negative adverb. Remember to maintain subject-verb agreement even when reordering. Weak, incorrect modal tense. Not until we saw the data did we understand the problem. Strong, correct auxiliary mood shift. Not until we saw the data could we fully grasp the extent of the problem. The mistake here is using a tense that doesn't match the implied moment of realization. Always check if your auxiliary verb, like could, would, correctly reflects the temporal relationship between the clauses. Weak, missing auxiliary, hardly. I had finished my report when the power went out. Strong, correct inversion with had, hard. Hardly had I finished my report when the light suddenly went out. When using adverbs like hardly, scarcely, or no sooner, they signal perfect tense and require the auxiliary verb form. This is a very specific high-level grammar requirement. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify the core emphasis. Before writing, underline the single most important point you want the reader to remember about a sentence. Figure out which word or concept is your main takeaway. That element should become the anchor for your inversion structure. If there's no strong emphasis point, don't use advanced structures. Vary sentence openers. Don't start every sentence with, the government argues that. Periodically substitute these phrases with temporal or restrictive adverbs. Over-relying on any single advanced structure can sound forced. Treat inversion like a spice use, it sparingly but dramatically to pepper your essay. The negative list. Keep a mental checklist of negative adverbs. Rarely, seldom, little, never, under no account. Knowing these triggers allows you to deploy the complex grammar structure with confidence. When writing, simply ask yourself, can I start this sentence negatively? The self-correction check. After drafting, review every opening clause. Did I put the auxiliary verb before the subject? Is the tense correct? Proofreading for inversion is different from proofreading for spelling. You must actively scan for word order errors, specifically checking that the modal or helping verb leads the sentence. Nominalization is the process of turning verbs or adjectives into abstract nouns. Instead of saying, the team analyzed the data, you might change it to, the analysis of the data was performed by the team. Simply put, we are converting an action or a quality into a thing that can be studied or discussed. This technique allows us to discuss concepts and ideas rather than focusing purely on who is performing the action. It helps structure complex thought into formal written language. The key thing to remember here is that nominalization doesn't change the meaning, but it changes the focus. By using a noun, we shift the emphasis from the agent, the person doing the action, to the concept itself. This makes your writing sound more objective and scholarly. Here are 4 examples. Verb, decide. Nominalization, decision. Simple transformation. Notice how decide is an active verb. By turning it into the noun decision, we are talking about the outcome or the act of deciding itself, rather than just describing the moment someone made a choice. Adjective, comprehensive. Nominalization, comprehensiveness. Quality to concept. Here, we transform an adjective that describes something comprehensive into a noun. This allows us to discuss the degrees of completeness, which is far more abstract than just saying it was comprehensive. Sentence, learning improves skills. Provenation, the improvement of learning enhances skills. Full sentence, rewrite. When rewriting a whole sentence, the goal is to restructure it so that the noun form carries the weight of the action. This technique often makes the writing feel more academic and less conversational. Adjective, important. Nominalization, importance. Or basic, abstract noun. This is one of the most straightforward transformations. We are moving from describing something as important to discussing the concept of importance itself. Think about how this word appears in policy papers. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Achieving formality and objectivity. Nominalization is a hallmark of academic writing. It creates distance, making the text sound more authoritative. Academic texts often need to maintain an objective tone, which means minimizing personal pronouns like I's or we. Nominalizing helps achieve this necessary emotional and grammatical distance, conciseness and flow. Sometimes a noun phrase can replace an entire clause, making the writing denser and more efficient. While it can sometimes make writing overly dense, knowing when to use nominalization gives you powerful tools for sentence economy. It allows complex ideas to be packed into fewer words. Dami, focus shift. It shifts the reader's attention from who did it to what happened. Consider shifting focus from an actor to an abstract process. This technique is crucial in fields like sociology or economics, where the forces at play are often systemic rather than personal. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the implementation of measures was necessary. Say, we needed to implement measures. This is the biggest trap, making your writing sound needlessly complex. While implementation is grammatically correct, using the verb form keeps the sentence active and much easier for the reader to process. Don't say, the realization of global warming requires action. Say, we must act against global warming. Sometimes the noun form is so abstract that it loses its punch. By reverting to a strong verb and an active subject, you restore energy and directness to your writing. Don't say, the discussion about profitability was long. Say, they discussed profitability for a long time. When the core information is simply describing an action that happened, using discussion can sound pompous. A simple verb like discussing maintains natural flow while keeping a professional tone. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify the core action. Before writing a complex sentence, isolate the main verb and ask yourself, what is the action? This simple diagnostic step prevents you from falling into nominalization traps. If you can clearly state the government restricts access, that active statement is usually stronger than restrictions were placed on access by the government. Read it aloud. If the passage sounds overly academic or stilted when read aloud, it likely has too many nominalizations. This is perhaps the most useful trick. Our ears naturally prefer rhythmic, active speech. If your writing feels like reading a very stiff textbook, try simplifying the verbs. Vary your tone. Use nominalization when objectivity is paramount, e.g., reports. Use strong verbs for persuasive or personal writing. A skilled writer knows when to activate their language and when to intellectualize it. Experimenting with both styles will make your tone versatile and context appropriate. Target key phrases. Focus on converting common gerunds or prepositional phrases into single, powerful nouns. Instead of writing, due to the lack of funding, try simplifying it. Practicing these small transformations will build your muscle memory for formal, advanced prose. When speaking academically, extreme precision is key. Focus on maintaining consistent airflow. Don't let your breath falter between words. For clean articulation, think about the movement of your tongue and lips. The goal is to make every sound distinct, especially when transitioning from consonants to vowels. Remember that precise placement helps the listener correctly process complex ideas. Pronunciation isn't just about making sounds, it's about rhythm and pacing. When you feel yourself speeding up during a presentation, consciously slow down. This gives your articulator, so tongue, lips, and jaw time to place each sound correctly. Think of speaking like reading poetry. Every word deserves its proper space. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is system. Say it again, system. Say this word by isolating the first syllable, sys. Keep your mouth slightly open for that short vowel. The stress falls heavily on the second part of the word. Practice linking it quickly to make it sound natural. The word is, analyze. Say it again. Analyze. This is a multi-syllable word that requires clear separation of sounds. Don't rush the middle syllables. Giving each one its own beat will improve your clarity significantly. Think. ANR, lies. The word is mechanism. Say it again. Mechanism. The initial unstressed syllable is quick and soft, almost blending in. The main effort should go into articulating that clear, calm sound. It's a long word, so break it down chunk by chunk to maintain accuracy. The word is hypothesis. Say it again. Hypothesis. Remember that voice the sound the one you make when you say this. Your tongue must lightly touch your upper teeth to produce this sound. Practice repeating just the word hypothesis until that initial consonant blend feels effortless. The word is observed. Say it again. Observed. This word is often mispronounced because people drop the final "to" sound. Make sure you articulate that slight puff of air at the end. The middle vowel needs to be drawn out slightly for maximum clarity. The word is calculate. Say it again. Calculate. When you pronounce this word, think of it as a series of sharp movements, K-A-L-K. The key is the clear, almost mechanical delivery of those consonants in sequence. Don't let the sound trail off, keep it crisp. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, sight. Compare it with sight. The difference is the initial sound. These two words look and sound similar, but they begin with distinct sounds. Sight starts with a sound, which you should make by blowing air through your teeth. Sight, however, begins softer, closer to a long I sound. Practice exaggerating that initial difference. First, data. Compare it with doda. Attention to the final vowel sounds. The ending vowel changes the entire meaning and pronunciation profile of the word. Focus on making sure your tongue drops low enough in your mouth for the ah sound in data, rather than pulling it back into a tight O. First, process. Compare it with progress. The initial consonant cluster is key. Listen closely to how the sounds blend right at the beginning. In process, the emphasis is on the way the sound moves through your lips. For progress, maintain a smoother flow from one consonant to the next. First, acquire. Compare it with expire. The vowel difference changes syllable length. This pair shows how a small shift in vowel quality can change the word dramatically. Focus on stretching out the main vowel sound in each case. This deliberate elongation helps train your ear and mouth to hear the subtle distinction. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, actually. Correct, actually. Many speakers tend to drop the middle sound, making it sound like 2 syllables. Remember that this word has 3 distinct sounds. Act 2, Ali. Try tapping your fingers on each syllable as you speak it aloud. Error 2, prediction. The correct form is correct 2. A common mistake is to pronounce this word with too many syllables, making it sound unnecessarily long. Remember the proper reduction, prediction. Keep your pace steady and focused on those 2 main beats. Wrong, identified. Right, identified. When you speak quickly, it is very easy to swallow that final sound. Intentionally exaggerate this final consonant placement. This small action will reinforce the correct pattern every time you use the word. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Repeat complex phrases slowly at first. Once you achieve perfect articulation at a slow pace, gradually increase your speed until it feels natural again. Minimal pair reading. Read pairs back and forth rapidly. This exercise forces your brain to pay acute attention to the subtle phonetic differences. If you can read these pairs flawlessly, you are developing a highly nuanced ear for accurate speech sounds. Shadowing technique. Listen and immediately mimic native speakers. Find recordings of academic speeches or scientific podcasts. Listen to a short sentence and then repeat it instantly after the speaker. This helps train your mouth muscles to adopt natural, unstressed rhythms. Mirror practice. Watch your mouth movements while speaking. Using a mirror allows you to visually check if your lips are forming the sounds correctly and if your jaw is moving with sufficient clarity. This physical feedback loop is incredibly effective for self-correction. When describing past events in academic writing, it is crucial to accurately sequence time. The simple past tense describes completed actions at a specific point in the past. However, if one action occurred before another past action began, we must use the past perfect tense. For ongoing background actions leading up to a key event, the past perfect continuous emphasizes duration. Accurate usage of these tenses is vital for high scores in IELTS Writing Task 2 because it demonstrates sophisticated grammatical control and logical sequencing. Incorrect timing can confuse the reader about which action happened first. Remember that the past perfect isn't just a little bit before. It establishes a clear timeline dependency showing cause and effect across historical events or academic studies. Think of it as building an elaborate narrative structure using grammar itself. Here are 4 examples. By the time the committee finally convened, years of preliminary research had already suggested a significant shift in global energy consumption patterns. Effective use of past perfect had already suggested to establish background context before the main past event convened. Notice how had already suggested grounds the discussion. It tells us that this pattern recognition was complete long before the committee even met. This structure elevates the writing from simple reporting to deep analysis. The decline in local biodiversity stemmed from decades of unchecked industrial runoff, which fundamentally altered river ecosystems. Using stemmed from and past perfect concepts, decades of unchecked, to show cause leading up to the main impact. Here, we are focusing on sustained action, the passage of time. Instead of saying runoff hurt, using this phrasing emphasizes that the damage was cumulative over a long, measurable period. Students who had not been exposed to critical analysis techniques often struggled when they were asked to write comparative essays. Using had not been exposed, past perfect passive, to describe a prior condition that caused the main difficulty in the past struggled. The passive voice here works perfectly because the focus is on the student's state, their lack of exposure error, rather than who failed to give them the techniques. This maintains an objective, academic distance. Before this year's policy changes, the industry was operating under outdated regulations that hadn't accounted for digital advancements. A clear contrast using before had not accounted for to set up a change in the past. The word before is your best friend here. It acts as a temporal marker, forcing you to recall that whatever happened after the policy changes was fundamentally different from the preceding period. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding complex tenses review. Ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master complex tenses review, ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter complex tenses review, ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use complex tenses review, ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Many people thought recycling would solve pollution problems. Strong. Many people had assumed that recycling would solve pollution problems by the time new technologies emerged. The original sentence is too direct. The improvement adds by the time and had assumed, which precisely dates the assumption relative to a future past event, adding essential chronological depth. Weak. Climate change affected ecosystems because pollution was high. Strong. Ecosystems were already suffering severe damage because industrial pollution had been reaching critical levels for decades. We strengthened this by using the past perfect continuous, had been reaching. This emphasizes that the high level of pollution was not a single event, but a long-term buildup of stress on the environment. Weak. The government planned reforms after the crisis started. Strong. Only after the financial crisis had begun did the government seriously consider sweeping policy reforms. This correction uses inversion, only after. This advanced structure not only fixes the tense issue, but also gives your writing a much more sophisticated, formal, academic rhythm. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timeline visualization. When outlining your essay, physically draw a timeline. Mark key events and assign the correct tense, simple past, past perfect, to each time point. This physical act of mapping out time forces you to think chronologically, which is exactly what complex tenses require. Don't just rely on grammar rules, visualize the sequence. Section, keyword spotting. Identify temporal markers like by the time, before, since, and after. These words are signals that you must use a perfect tense. These conjunctions are your biggest clues. When you see them, pause your writing process and mentally check, did this action happen before or after the main event, and if so, how long did it last? The if-onlys test. For every sentence describing cause, ask yourself, what must have happened first? The answer likely requires a past perfect construction. This diagnostic trick helps you move beyond simple statements of fact. It pushes your writing from merely reporting events to establishing complex relationships between them. Varying the structure. Don't start every sentence with the subject. Start by setting the time context, by 2010, before this period, to frame your tense usage. Starting sentences with temporal phrases gives immediate weight and focus to the chronology. It structures your argument for the reader before you even state the main idea. When we talk about speculation, we are essentially talking about educated guessing. Advanced modals allow us to move beyond simple, I think statements. We can precisely pinpoint how certain we are about a past event or a present possibility. This involves understanding the difference between logical deduction and mere guesswork. These structures help native speakers convey nuance that is impossible with basic vocabulary. Think of these modal verbs as a precise dial for certainty. You aren't just guessing, you are quantifying your guess. Using might, may, or could instantly elevates your English from simple reporting to sophisticated analysis. Here are 5 examples. The lights are off. They must have left for the day. Logical certainty, strong deduction. This example shows that we base our conclusion on observable evidence. The premise the lights being off makes must have the strongest choice, indicating a near 100% probability to you. She hasn't called back. She might be busy with her new project. Low possibility, weak deduction. When using might, we are signaling that there are several alternative explanations. It suggests possibility, but it leaves room for other scenarios like forgetting or being overwhelmed. The meeting could be postponed until next week. Hypothetical possibility, general chance. Could is often the most versatile modal here. It suggests that postponement is simply one of the options on the table, making it slightly softer than might. They must have waited hours for the delayed train. Past necessity deduction, perfect modal. Remember that perfect modals using have are used to speculate about something that happened in the past. The structure is mandatory when discussing completed actions. You shouldn't tell him yet. He needs time to process this news. Moral advice necessity, should. Here, shouldn't isn't about logic or possibility. It's strong advice. It carries a moral weight, suggesting what is best for someone else's well-being. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Distinguishing mays versus might. While both express possibility, mays often relates to formal permission or established chance. In modern speech, mays and might are often interchangeable for general possibility. However, knowing that might generally implies a slightly weaker or more tentative guess adds great depth to your speaking. Must have versus could have. The difference lies in the strength of your conviction and the evidence available. If you are quite sure based on facts, use must have. If you merely recall that it was possible but don't know for sure, could have is clearer. The role of context. Never rely on the modal alone. Context dictates which degree of certainty is appropriate. Grammar rules are important, but advanced speaking requires knowing when to be direct and when to hedge your bets with a weaker modal. Listen closely to tone in natural conversation. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, he must went to the bank. Say, he must have gone to the bank. This is a common error because we are mixing simple past tense rules with modal perfect structures. Remember that after must have, you always revert to the base form, or rather, the third participle, V3. Incorrect, I shouldn't tell her the truth. Correct, I might not be able to tell her the truth. The error here is using a modal of obligation, shouldn't, when you actually mean limitation or inability. When discussing capability, might not be able to is much more precise. Don't say, it could rain tomorrow because the sky is dark. Say, it might rain tomorrow, the sky looks suspicious. When you are basing your speculation on visible, immediate evidence, a slightly weaker modal like might can sound more natural than could. It suggests that the evidence is merely suggestive. Here are 4 ways to practice. Practice perfect structures daily. Force yourself to use perfect modals when retelling stories or discussing news events. When reading articles, pause and identify any statement of deduction. Try rewriting it using 3 different modal forms: must have, might have, could have to see how the meaning shifts. Use question tags for softening statements. Adding tags like, don't you think, softens a strong deduction into a shared opinion. This is an incredibly effective conversational tool. It allows you to present your theory while inviting disagreement, which makes you sound more collaborative and less dogmatic. Vary your modals for effect. Do not default only to must. Mix in could, might, and mays to keep your tone dynamic. A sophisticated speaker has a toolkit of modals. If you repeat the same modal too often, your speech becomes monotonous. Varying them shows mastery over the nuances. Listen for implied certainty. In movies or podcasts, pay attention to how speakers signal certainty without using a modal. Native speakers often use intonation and strong phrasing instead of modals. Training your ear to detect these subtle shifts in tone will significantly improve your natural fluency. Entering Phase 8 means shifting focus from learning new techniques to mastering execution. This final stage is about developing robust test endurance and maintaining consistency across all 4 skills. We must view the entire exam not as 4 separate tasks, but as one continuous performance under pressure. Effective pacing and mental stamina are now more critical than any single piece of grammar knowledge. The goal is predictable, excellence of performing at your highest level every time you sit down. Remember that high scores don't come from knowing advanced structures like inversion. They come from reliably deploying those structures when the pressure is on. Think of this phase as building muscle memory for academic performance. We are consolidating everything we've learned into a seamless, confident routine. Here are 5 examples. Implement the 3-pass rule for reading. First pass is skimming for general ideas. Second pass targets keywords. Third pass verifies complex details. Don't try to read every word deeply. Focus on strategic scanning and reading only what the question demands. The biggest trap in IELTS reading is spending too long on a difficult paragraph, which drains your precious minutes. By adopting a 3-pass approach, you teach yourself to manage time proactively rather than reactively. Use topic sentences as roadmaps. For speaking and writing, always look for the main idea at the start of a paragraph or prompt. This helps structure your answer immediately and ensures you address all parts of the question. Treating the topic sentence like a roadmap keeps your response tightly focused. If you lose focus mid-answer, returning to that initial mapped idea will help you recover coherence instantly. Time block allocation. Practice physically allocating minutes for each task, e.g., 1 day team mins reading, 20 mins writing. Treat the timing like a strict schedule to prevent one section from consuming all your time. Mock tests must include actual timers that force you to stick to these allocated blocks. It's not enough to know how long something should take, you have to train yourself to feel the pressure of that clock. Paraphrasing practice. Instead of memorizing vocabulary, practice rephrasing common concepts in several ways. Focus on synonyms and structural changes rather than just list-based word banks. This deepens your academic language skills beyond just knowing a synonym. It trains you to adapt language style quickly, which is vital for speaking naturally while maintaining formality. Pre-writing brain mapping. Spend the first 2 minutes of any writing task visually mapping out your supporting arguments. Jot down your main 3 points and one key example for each. This builds immediate structure. This small ritual prevents writer's block because you are starting with a clear, structural skeleton. You jump into the drafting process feeling organized rather than scrambling for an opening sentence. Let's compare 4 pairs. Tackling unknown questions, panicking and guessing wildly across the whole test. Handling difficulty, acknowledging challenging questions, marking them for later, and moving on immediately. The key mindset shift. A high scorer understands that time spent agonizing over one difficult question is time lost on 3 easy ones. They maintain momentum by trusting their process, even if they aren't perfect. Repetition, using the same linking phrases or grammatical structures repeatedly throughout the essay. Variety and sophistication, integrating varied cohesive devices and demonstrating a flexible command of grammar. The examiners are listening for range. Simply having advanced grammar isn't enough. You must show that you can select the right complex structure at the right moment to elevate your writing. Perfecting answers, spending too much time aiming for flawless, perfect sentences. Achieving clarity and flow, prioritizing communication of meaning and natural flow over grammatical perfection. In the real exam context, clear, communicative speech or writing is always better than overly complex but flawed attempts. Focus on impact and readability first. Reviewing instructions, assuming you remember the exact word count, required format, or question type. Verifying details, dedicating 30 seconds at the start of every task to double-check all specific instructions. Many points are lost due to simple misreading. These small details like whether an answer should be no more than, or at least words are, what separate a good score from a great one. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reducing test anxiety. Practice builds emotional resilience and predictability. Anxiety is the single biggest barrier to achieving your true potential. By consistently practicing under timed, simulated conditions, you normalize the stress of the exam environment. Maximizing existing knowledge. It turns isolated skills into a cohesive, high-performing system. You already know how to use nominalization and advanced modals. Consolidation ensures you can access those tools automatically when the test demands them without having to consciously recall the rules. Boosting consistency. Minimizing variability means higher average scores. A high score isn't about one stellar performance, it's about consistently performing near stellar across every single piece of writing and speaking. Phase A guarantees that consistency. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed mock tests. Perform full length. Timed tests simulating the actual exam environment. This ingrains pacing and stamina, forcing you to remain sharp for 3 solid hours. Do not just do practice questions. Complete entire mock exams with 0 breaks. This simulates the mental endurance required, which is a skill unto itself. Self-correction drills. Record yourself speaking or writing an essay and read it back critically. Listen specifically for fluency dips, hesitation markers, UA, and repetitive vocabulary. The distance between how you think you sound and how you actually sound is often vast. Recording forces objective self-assessment of your natural speaking rhythm. Peer feedback exchange. Trade mock essays or answers with a study partner who can give brutal, honest criticism. Receiving outside perspectives helps identify blind spots in structure and tone. A fresh set of eyes can spot structural weaknesses you have become desensitized to. Be specific about the feedback. This argument needs more evidence rather than just, it's weak. Concept mapping review. Create visual maps connecting key academic concepts, e.g. climate change, economic impact, IELTS economic impact. This improves your ability to generate complex, interconnected ideas quickly for discussion or writing. Instead of memorizing definitions, you are building webs of knowledge. This allows you to speak naturally and academically about any topic by linking known concepts together. The IELTS writing section is designed to test your ability to sustain academic rigor over a defined period. It is not enough simply to write grammatically correct sentences. You must demonstrate sophisticated structure, range of vocabulary, and effective time management across both tasks. Remember that Task 1 requires objective reporting. You are describing data without opinion. Conversely, Task 2 demands critical thinking and persuasive argumentation regarding a complex topic. Mastering this transition between description and discussion is key to high scores. Think of the entire writing section as an endurance test for your academic brain. The biggest mistake students make is spending too much time perfecting one paragraph at the expense of completing another. Practice treating Task 1 and Task 2 like two entirely separate essays, requiring completely different mental gears to operate. Here are 4 examples. The graph clearly illustrates a dramatic upward trend in solar energy adoption between 2010 and 2020, surpassing all other renewable sources listed. Strong use of temporal adverbs and precise verbs illustrates surpassing. Notice how this sentence avoids vague modifiers like big increase. Using strong, specific verbs elevates the text immediately. When describing data, always search for a single verb that can summarize the entire movement shown on the chart. Furthermore, while infrastructural spending is crucial, the implementation of educational reform often yields more sustainable long-term societal improvements. Effective use of linking phrases and contrastive conjunctions while. This example demonstrates a nuanced argument. Instead of just stating, education is important, it uses signposting language like furthermore and complex clauses to show the relationship between two ideas, which boosts coherence. A pivotal shift towards remote work has necessitated a complete re-evaluation of traditional office space models. Use of elevated academic vocabulary, pivotal, necessitates re-evaluation. Vocabulary isn't just about knowing big words, it's about using the right word. Pivotal suggests critical importance, which is much stronger than simply saying very important. Always aim for precision in your lexical choices. Consequently, policymakers must adopt a multifaceted approach that addresses both carbon emissions and economic growth simultaneously. Clear cause and effect structure, consequently, leading to actionable advice. Strong concluding statements often use words like consequently or thus. These linking adverbs aren't just filler, they guide the reader through your line of reasoning, making your overall argument feel inevitable and well supported. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people use social media a lot today. The pervasive integration of social media platforms into daily life has become increasingly noticeable. Using sophisticated nouns and adjectives, pervasive, integration. Look at the shift from simple verbs like use to complex noun phrases. This technique is called nominalization, and it instantly elevates your writing tone to a formal, academic register. It signals that you are thinking critically about the concept, not just describing an action. Because of climate change, animals lose their homes. Due to escalating climate instability, numerous species are experiencing severe habitat degradation. Replacing basic vocabulary with academic terminology, habitat degradation, escalating. While lose their homes is perfectly understandable, a high-scoring essay needs specialized language. Using terms like habitat degradation shows you have read and understood the specific scientific or academic discourse surrounding the topic. It is important to change policies. A fundamental revision of existing governmental policies appears imperative for sustainable progress. Making the subject abstract and formal fundamental revision imperative. When you write it is important, your writing sounds weak. By restructuring the sentence to make the revision the active subject, you give the idea more weight and immediate authority within your argument. The data shows that sales went up fast. Analysis of the figures suggests a rapid acceleration in sales volume over the period examined. Using formal reporting verbs, analysis suggests instead of casual ones shows. When dealing with graphs or charts, never say the data shows. Instead, frame it as an academic observation. The analysis indicates, or it can be observed that. This maintains the objective distance required for task 1. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The reason why this is important is because it saves money. Strong. This is crucial because it leads to significant cost savings. We must avoid redundancy. The phrases, the reason why, and starting a sentence with because are common grammatical traps. Instead, use subordinating conjunctions like since, or simply restructure the sentence to make your point more direct. Weak. Global warming is really bad for people. Strong. The accelerating effects of global warming pose substantial risks to human populations worldwide. The key here is shifting from subjective adjectives like really bad to objective, academic language. By using verbs and noun phrases that suggest impact like pose risks, you sound more authoritative and scholarly. Weak. People should do more things for the planet. Strong. Individual citizens must adopt a greater degree of environmental stewardship to mitigate planetary damage. This correction focuses on register. Doing more things is conversational. The academic equivalent requires precise, specialized vocabulary like environmental stewardship. Always elevate your subject matter vocabulary. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute outline. Before writing anything, dedicate 2 minutes to mapping out your structure, introduction, 3 main body points, and a conclusion. This is the single most effective time saver. Over-planning prevents rambling. Establishing your roadmap ensures that every sentence you write has a specific jo-bit supports one of those key structural pillars. Keyword extraction, task 1. Identify and list all the main units, trends, upward, downward, and comparative points before writing your overview paragraph. Don't look at the data randomly. Group similar information together or figures related to technology or all time periods marked by rapid change. This forces you into a logical grouping structure for your report. The thesis statement drill task 2. Practice writing 3 different thesis statements for the same prompt. 1 supporting, 1 opposing, and 1 balanced, nuanced. A strong thesis statement is your contract with the examiner. It must not only answer the question, but also preview exactly how you will structure your argument over the next body paragraph. Pre-writing, vocabulary bank. Keep a list of 10 high-level linking words, e.g. consequently, moreover, notwithstanding, and 10 academic synonyms ready to deploy. Memorizing vocabulary is helpful, but knowing where and when to deploy it is critical. When you're under pressure, relying on a pre-made bank means you don't have to think about the word, you just need to slot it in. The night before a big exam is often when anxiety spikes, leading many students to try and cram massive amounts of information into a single evening. However, true preparation on this day isn't about learning new material, it's about consolidation. This means organizing what you already know and ensuring your brain can access that information efficiently under pressure. Think of it as reviewing the filing system, not writing new files. Your goal is to build confidence in retrieval, not cram knowledge into short-term memory. It's crucial to understand the difference between active study and passive review. Cramming might feel productive because you are reading, but your brain simply doesn't have time to move that data from temporary storage into long-term memory pathways. Focus instead on summarizing key concepts or doing quick practice questions. Here are 5 examples. Review only high-yield summaries and concept maps. Low-stress review. When you limit your focus to already summarized material, you engage in recognition rather than deep recall. This is much less taxing on the brain when it's tired, allowing you to feel prepared without burning out. Engage in light physical movement for 30 minutes. Physical release. A short walk or some gentle stretching helps metabolize the adrenaline that anxiety naturally produces. This physical activity signals to your nervous system that it's safe to relax, which is vital preparation for test day. Establish a strict shut-off time for study. Digital detox boundary. Setting an alarm and committing to stop studying by a certain point is non-negotiable. The last few hours before bed need to be reserved for winding down, letting your mind switch gears from academic mode to rest mode. Prepare all materials, clothes, pins, ID, logistical security. Eliminating small logistical worries the night before saves significant mental energy. If you know exactly where your required items are, or even if they are packed in your bag, you reduce unnecessary morning panic. Write down a plan B for anxiety. Coping mechanism. This means writing down exactly what you will do if you feel overwhelmed during the test. Maybe it's taking 3 deep breaths or briefly looking away from the paper. Having a pre-planned response gives you a sense of control. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Memory consolidation theory. Sleep is not downtime, it's when memory solidifies. During deep sleep cycles, your brain actively reviews and strengthens the neural connections formed throughout the day. This process literally files away what you studied, making those memories more robust for retrieval the next morning. Adrenaline regulation. Managing stress hormones prevents burnout. High levels of sustained anxiety elevate cortisol, which can actually impair recall. By implementing calming routines, you help regulate your body's stress response system, keeping that hormone level stable. The illusion of productive worry. Anxiety mimics planning, but it's unproductive. When we worry about the exam, our brains often jump to worst-case scenarios. This feels like preparation, but in reality, it just increases anxiety without providing actionable knowledge or calm. The biggest shift you can make is moving your focus from outcome-based worry to process-based effort. If you are worried about getting an A, that is an external outcome and outside your control. Instead, focus on the processes. Did I read all the instructions carefully? Did I take a deep breath before answering this question? This reframing gives you immediate power back. Another key concept is self-compassion. On the night before, if you struggle to sleep or feel panicked, do not beat yourself up about it. Acknowledging that feeling and treating yourself kindly is more helpful than trying to force a perfect state of calm. When we tie our worth to an outcome like grades, we create immense pressure. By shifting the focus to effort and process, you are telling your brain, my value isn't determined by this single score. This fundamentally lowers the stakes and improves performance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Cut off all academic reading by dinner time. Shift to enjoyable, low-effort activities like music or light conversation. This transition period is critical. You need to give your prefrontal cortex a rest from the intense problem-solving mode. Engaging in hobbies reminds you that life extends far beyond this single examination. Eat a balanced meal, avoiding sugar spikes. Focus on complex carbohydrates and protein for sustained energy. Your brain needs steady fuel, not quick bursts. Meals rich in healthy fats, like avocados or nuts, provide the constant, reliable energy needed to keep your mind calm through the night. Do a brain dumps journaling session. Write down every lingering worry and task that comes to mind onto a piece of paper. This technique externalizes anxiety. By writing everything out, you move those swirling thoughts from your anxious internal monologue onto tangible paper, making them feel manageable and less overwhelming. Visualize success calmly, not dramatically. Picture yourself executing tasks smoothly rather than imagining the grading moment. Visualization should be realistic. Instead of picturing a perfect outcome, picture yourself sitting down, taking 1 deep breath, reading the first question slowly, and writing your answer clearly. This simulates calm action. Think of your final review not as learning new material, but optimizing existing skills. The goal is to manage time and anxiety effectively across all 4 modules: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Remember that test day success relies heavily on steady pacing and consistent focus from start to finish. A few minutes spent planning or reviewing instructions can save you significant time later in the process. Remember that this final review is about efficiency more than intelligence. Instead of worrying about complex grammar, just focus on maintaining a calm, rhythmic pace throughout the entire test. Treating the exam like a marathon, not a sprint, will help prevent those last-minute mental crashes. Here are 5 examples. Listening. Predict keywords before the audio starts. When you see a gap fill, quickly jot down what kind of word or topic to expect. How to apply it. Use the reading time actively. Don't just anticipate the speaker's direction. This technique shifts your brain from passive listening to active information gathering. By predicting content, you train your ear to recognize specific sounds and structural patterns, making comprehension much easier when the audio begins. Reading. The skim scan method is key. First, skim the entire text for topic understanding, then scan only for answers. How to apply it? Never read a paragraph twice if you don't have to. Locate and extract. Many test takers waste time reading excessively. By adopting the skim scan method, you treat the text like a map, knowing exactly where your destination, the answer, is located without getting bogged down in irrelevant detail. Writing task 2. Dedicate 5 minutes solely to planning. Outline your main points and supporting evidence before writing the first word. How to apply it? Use bullet points for structure. Introduction for Muddy A, Adduction, Muddy A, Body B, Posse, Conclusion. Structured planning is the foundation of a coherent essay. It ensures that your argument flows logically from one paragraph to the next, which directly contributes to a higher coherence and cohesion score. Speaking. Use linking phrases naturally. Instead of just stating an opinion, phrase it with "on the one hand" or "to elaborate on this point." How to apply it? Integrate these academic connectors organically into your speech. These sophisticated discourse markers are highly valued by examiners because they demonstrate not only fluency, but also a high degree of linguistic control. They make your speaking sound more academic and polished. Overall, if you get stuck, move on immediately. Confidence is maintained by momentum. How to apply it? Box the question number or mark the blank space before moving away from it. Getting stuck is a normal part of the exam process. Don't let it derail your entire test-taking rhythm. By immediately shifting focus to another section, you conserve mental energy and build positive momentum. Let's compare 4 pairs. What a weak candidate does reads every word in the prompt or article. What a strong candidate does skims the question first, then scans only for keywords and required information. The key mindset shift: efficiency over exhaustive reading. High scorers understand that the test is designed to be time-pressured. They are strategic readers who know how to harvest only the necessary data, preventing them from falling into reading traps. Weak approach 2 answers questions as they read the prompt, missing context. Strong approach 2 reads all instructions and question types first. This sets expectations for the whole test section. Insight: understanding the rules before playing the game. Knowing exactly what kind of answer is required, a number, a phrase, or a full sentences buys crucial minutes in editing time and maximizes your accuracy potential. Weak approach 3 panics if they don't know an answer. Strong approach 3 makes educated guesses. If guessing is required, there is always a better chance than leaving it blank. Insight: accepting uncertainty and adapting your strategy. In sections where guessing counts, don't let fear dictate your action. A calculated guess, even if wrong, shows engagement with the material that an empty attempt does not. Weak approach 4 focuses too much on complex vocabulary. Strong approach 4 prioritizes grammatical accuracy and clear communication over obscure words. Insight: clarity beats complexity every time. Examiners favor clarity above all else. Using simple, accurate language that is grammatically flawless will always score higher than complex language riddled with errors. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Time management mastery. The single biggest differentiator between Band 6 and Band 7 is pacing. It's not just about knowing the answers, it's about getting to them without running out of time. Strategic pacing allows you to allocate sufficient effort, particularly in writing tasks that require depth. Reduced cognitive load. By having a systematic process, your brain doesn't have to panic or second-guess itself. When you follow a clear checklist-like planning before writing or scanning before reading, you reduce cognitive load. This frees up mental bandwidth needed for complex tasks like advanced sentence construction. Building test confidence. Implementing proven strategies builds self-efficacy and reduces test anxiety. Confidence is a performance metric. When you walk into the exam knowing your specific process, even if difficult, you are less likely to let nerves derail your ability to perform. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed mini drills, reading listening. Complete one full section of practice material with a strict timer, exactly simulating exam conditions. Focusing on timed drills helps you internalize the pacing. The goal is to make time management automatic, so when the real clock starts ticking, your body just knows how fast to work. Self-correction review, writing. Write a practice essay and then grade it yourself using an official IELTS rubric. Check for flow, grammar, and structure. Being your own toughest editor is invaluable. This exercise trains you to identify structural weaknesses in your own writing before the examiner even sees them. Spontaneous topic talk, speaking. Ask a friend or tutor to give you random, unfamiliar topics and force yourself to speak for 2 minutes without stopping. This builds conversational resilience. By practicing speaking on unexpected subjects, you minimize the impact of freezing up and maximize your ability to elaborate fluidly. Review instructions only. On day 0, read only the official instructions for all 4 modules. Do not do practice tests. The night before should be restorative. Reviewing the rules helps keep the format fresh in your mind without causing burnout or introducing new academic pressure. Visualization is much more than just imagining success. It is a deliberate mental rehearsal process that engages sensory details and emotional memory. We are essentially tricking the brain into believing the experience has already happened, which builds neural pathways for peak performance. This isn't passive daydreaming. It requires focus, precision, and structure. Think of it as running a full simulation in your mind before stepping onto the actual field. It's important to understand that when we visualize, multiple parts of our brain light up the motor cortex, the sensory areas, even the emotional centers. This activation pattern is almost identical to when you perform the action physically. That neural mimicry is what gives visualization its powerful effect on physical and cognitive skills. Here are 4 examples. Starting strong, visualizing the initial moments of calm focus. Focus point. Do not just visualize the win, visualize the start. How do you feel right before the action begins? Is your breath steady? Are your movements fluid? By structuring the beginning, you build confidence into the first few crucial seconds. Handling challenges, rehearsing a mistake, and recovering gracefully. Failure mitigation. The most powerful visualizations include adversity. Instead of simply imagining perfection, visualize yourself stumbling or missing the shot, and then vividly rehearse the immediate self-correction. This builds resilience under pressure. Optimal state. Picturing your physical body performing effortlessly. Sensory detail. When describing your actions, use all 5 senses. What does the equipment feel like? What is the sound of success? Is it a roar or the satisfying click of gear? Rich sensory input anchors the memory deeper. The winning emotion tapping into deep feelings of accomplishment. Emotional anchoring. The emotional component is often overlooked but is critical. Don't just picture the trophy, picture the feeling in your chest when you lift it. These powerful emotions create lasting, confidence-boosting memories. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. It improves motor memory encoding. The brain processes imagined actions similarly to real ones. Because the neural firing patterns are so similar, your muscle memory benefits greatly. You aren't just remembering steps, you are strengthening the actual electrical pathways needed for peak performance when it counts. It reduces performance anxiety. Familiarity breeds comfort, making unexpected moments feel routine. Anxiety often stems from the unknown. By rehearsing difficult or stressful scenarios repeatedly, you are essentially normalizing them for your subconscious mind, allowing you to react logically rather than emotionally. It boosts self-efficacy. Believing in the outcome is half the battle. Self-efficacy, or confidence in one's own abilities, is directly influenced by perceived preparation. The act of detailed visualization is preparation, sending a powerful message to your brain that success is highly probable. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Passive wish, I just hope I perform well. Active command, I will execute my routine with perfect focus. Notice the shift from hope to concrete action. Visualization must move beyond vague wishes and become a detailed, highly actionable plan. You are commanding your mind to rehearse specific techniques. Too broad, I will visualize winning the game in general. Specific and measurable, I will visualize controlling my breathing during the final minute of the game. Great visualizations are micro-specific. Instead of just winning, focus on one controllable variable at a time, like breath control or foot placement. This makes the visualization manageable and highly useful. Ignoring reality, I'll picture everything going smoothly. Anticipating obstacles, I will visualize adjusting my technique when external pressure increases. Mental toughness is built in the negative spaces. If you only rehearse perfection, you are unprepared for reality's inevitable bumps and bruises. Always build failure recovery into your script. Here are 4 ways to practice. Schedule it like training. Dedicate 10 minutes every single day to visualization. Consistency is the most critical variable here. Treat this practice slot with the same seriousness as a physical workout. If you skip it, you are letting your mental performance degrade. Use multimodal inputs. Incorporate sounds, smells, and tactile feelings into your session. Don't limit yourself to sight alone. If the environment has a specific scent, or if you hear a certain announcement, weave that sensory detail in. This makes the simulation incredibly robust. The cool-down routine. End every session by affirming your commitment and positive mindset. Visualization is not just about performance, it's also about mood regulation. Ending with a mindful affirmation grounds the experience, cementing the feeling of confidence long after the 10 minutes are up. Journal your insights. Keep a journal to record what felt difficult or confusing during visualization. Writing down your visualizations forces you to analyze them, turning feeling into data. Reviewing these notes helps you identify consistent mental block points that need extra rehearsal.